down, you bastard!
Brought to you by supporters who probably have better taste than this schmuck.
So at this point, we're about 5 videos into the Second Opinion sub-series of reviews, and I can safely say I've found my footing for what I want this project to be. Whilst it's obvious to me, however, it might not necessarily be clear to many of this channel's viewers. I mean, for a large portion of old videos, the reasoning is obvious. They have quickly become outdated as the channel format has improved, so it makes sense to bring them up to the same standard. However, I have another reason for wanting to redo some of them. When I first started this channel, I was a far more cynical person. I didn't quite understand the intricacies of criticism, and I thought being well-spoken equated to nitpicking every single thing about a figure to the ends of the earth. As my collecting journey progresses though, I found myself mellowing out to a lot of releases. This of course was quite obvious with the re-review of Takara Legends Slipstream, a release that I feel gets crapped on far too much. Yes, I did participate in such tirades, but I've since rectified such a mistake. That being said, there's one other figure that I feel I was way too harsh on when it first released. Or rather, 6 other figures. I'm not one to deny that it was plagued with issues, nor am I one to erase such issues, but in the context of third parties' evolution over the years, maybe I was too harsh. Greetings Cybertronians, I'm DrLockdown, and welcome back to another Second Opinion. Today's final diagnosis in the 4th season of the legendary marathon, albeit a little bit late, pertains to DX9 War & Pocket Hulkie, or more commonly known as Devastator. Okay, so a bit of housekeeping before we jump into things. Just 2 bits to touch upon. Number 1, these all have their own special third-party names, but given the confusion about which is which, I'll just be going by the original G1 names. Hasbro purists can get as mad as they like, but it's my channel and my rules. Secondly, these 6 are all supposed to come with tiny guns, 6 for the bots themselves, and a 7th for Scourge, who apparently didn't get one in the original release. If you've been with this channel for a while, you can probably guess what's happened to them over the years.
Gone.
Honestly though, not much of value has been lost here, and hey, I get to live in some angry commenters' heads rent-free as a bit for a result. Always humorous. But moving on to the review proper, let's go into a little bit of background. At the dawn of third-party Legends, Iron Factory saw what Hasbro was doing with their Legends class and decided to follow suit with an upgrade kit for thrilling 13 Metroplex. Soon after, however, they realized they could do a lot better by just following this scale to its logical conclusion, and when they started gaining traction, DX9 took a peek and saw potential profits. They started their War & Pocket series, and although they always lagged behind Iron Factory quality-wise, they still found their niche and did quite well. Of these releases, none were more hype-inducing than their Devastator project. Hasbro only dabbled in this play pattern at this size, to varying degrees of success, so of course all eyes were locked on this then upcoming version. For all intents and purposes, this was uncharted territory, so how exactly did it fare? Well, starting off in vehicle mode, things are looking pretty good. Yes, the Constructicons are a very difficult set to get wrong in vehicle mode, which makes the Combiner Wars version even more pitiful. And yes, they weren't exactly competing with anyone at the time thanks to Iron Factory's less than stellar grasp on how to properly design a space car. Jesus Christ, that's a poor attempt. But even by their own merits, these are still pretty well designed. Starting off with Mixmaster, here's pretty much what you'd want from the size class. Now, full disclosure, these all have repro labels applied to them. I'm gonna try and primarily focus on the paint applications though, since they aren't extremely necessary, as cool as they are. As for the mixer truck itself, it's pretty cohesive despite having to fit in a 3rd mode. I do feel the back section might be a little undersized, or maybe the front section is a little oversized, but for the most part, it looks pretty cool. I adore the glossy purple they've used on the windows. It pops way more than any form of flat purple could. It even has a metallic fleck to it. Nice touch. The grille section is also pretty well done too. It's a hefty departure from the original, both in size and mechanical detail design, but I dig what they've got going here with the gridded look. I also love the use of the purple barrel back here. I know it's more of a Sunbow thing than a toy thing, but come on man, the color breakup is much more appreciated here. It also spins pretty well too, providing hours of fun. Beyond that, the gap between the cab and the mixing section is pretty small too, allowing for a more cohesive design overall. Well, at least more cohesive than the G1 version. In fact, this truck mode is pretty cohesive on the whole, considering it has to fit another 2 modes into it. The arms pretty snugly fit into the back, forming a really solid bumper section despite the lack of detail. And I love how the guns become exhaust pipes. And sure, you do get a couple of hinges on the top, but once again, this is a prime time to bring out the sign. I know some people are getting annoyed with it after all this time, but I don't really care. There's not particularly much I can complain about with this member. I guess people could get mad that the wheels aren't pinned, instead only sculpted on. He's one of 2 wheeled members members that have this supposed issue, ignoring those with caterpillar treads since they don't count. Personally, I consider this a complete non-issue. Aside from the sizing and the fact that it is essentially a triple changer, I've never really considered functional wheels the most important thing on a Legends figure. On anything deluxe class and higher, sure, but on something this small, I don't see why it's worth complaining about. If you don't see it as an issue, or if you're at least able to look past it, he's a pretty damn good mixmaster in this mode. Great start to the set easily. That said, moving on to Scrapper, he definitely turns up the weird factor. This is by no means a bad alternate mode, but there are clear oddities at play. At least he rolls though, a win for the wheel purists, although his wheels are oddly large for the size of the figure. Yes, the G1 toy had rather large wheels to begin with, but this just feels excessive. Still, the rest of the design looks pretty neat. The scoop at the front has been given quite the upgrade, providing plenty of posing power, affording you a lot of play options. It has been sized up for the sake of the combined mode, but I feel this works much better than the proportional issues with Mixmaster, and those weren't even that bad to begin with. The gloss purple paint makes its return in full force, covering all the windows. It's a fairly big departure from the original design, whether toon or toy, but for stability reasons, I do get it. Most updates follow this design philosophy anyway. In front of it, you get a lot of silver highlights to prevent the top from getting stale, and that paint continues to the back to pick out a few pistons. It's not a crazy amount, and it's definitely overshadowed by the repro labels applied on the sides, but it gets the job done. And sure, the back section is a bit messy with minimal detail on show and knees trying and failing to masquerade as taillights, but again, we get to bring up the sign. Scrapper is a much simpler beast with a lot less to talk about in the grand scheme of things, but that's because for the most part, he's just a solid excavator. I do have two complaints though, and these aren't necessarily easy to overlook. Firstly, you have to deal with this pretty substantial gap on the side to account for the foot transformation. In the years since the first review, I've softened up to it thanks to understanding the engineering limitations DX9 had at the time. They weren't dealing with new age engineering then, so I do get it. But even so, this is still pretty annoying. Though I'd argue it's not as annoying as the second issue. This guy is way too big. I'm not a scale nut by any means. In fact, for the most part, I don't give a flying f about size discrepancies. But this was to such a level where it pushed even my buttons. It really feels like it should have been smaller. Maybe making the driving section smaller to create the illusion of a smaller scale would have helped, and sure, this criticism might seem hypocritical since I've given passes to sets like Studio Series Devastator, but that set at least had the excuse of being such a weird design to begin with. This is just plain old G1 Devastator, and the proportions and sizing just feel weird. It almost feels like this vehicle is from a completely different set sometimes. Still, not quite enough to make me want to write this entire figure off. It's still a fun time thanks to the play value of the scoop, so I can't really complain. Anywho, finally getting to the waist, long haul is adorable. Thanks to the proportions of the combined mode, this alt mode ends up awfully squished. You can see in comparison to the G1 version that the front is immensely flattened, and the bed is a lot shorter. But goddammit, it makes this the cutest dump truck I've ever seen. It almost has a super deformed quality to it, and it really works. Now, compared to the other 5, this easily has the least paint in this mode. You still get all the hallmarks of the set, like the purple windows that still look awesome, and the front has a few cool sections picked out. But unless you go for the toy hack stickers to pick out some of the detail on the back, most of the interest comes from the mechanical detail. Fortunately, the set goes pretty hard on such with all the struts you could require from a truck bed. It's not the most detailed vehicle from the set, but it still looks really cool. It's also, once again, really cohesive with minimal kibble on show and parts that fit together extremely well, despite having a pretty interesting transformation. I mean, sure, you have to deal with the combined waist on the back, but it folds up pretty well and even provides some nice headlight detail. Would have been nice if they picked these out in paint, but it's still neat either way. As I've said quite a bit in this review already, there's not much I can really complain about here, save for some alignment issues. Getting everything 100% flush isn't really gonna happen. There's always going to be a slight angle. That said, it's not something you really notice unless you're really scrutinizing it, and you'll definitely not notice it in group shots. And sure, ultimately there's not a lot to talk about in general, even less so than Scrapper, but it's easily another solid entry into the set. Sadly, that sentiment does not echo over to Hook, who is easily the most compromised of the bunch. I'd be hard-pressed to call this alt mode bad, but it's definitely made a whole heap of sacrifices for the sake of the combined mode. For context, Hulkie does not follow the traditional G1 combiner system. With the exception of the fists, all combining parts are fully integrated. As a marketing gimmick, this works really well. A large portion of the fandom got really excited for this release, since in their eyes it acts as a true combiner. Using excessive parts forming in their eyes is cheating. Now, my relationship with parts forming is a complicated one, not just because of my frustrations with a certain Earthrise release. I don't mind parts forming when it becomes a weapon or even a kick-ass shield, and I certainly don't mind combining parts forming. I only dislike it when it's incorporated just because the designers couldn't figure out how to integrate apart properly, which is why Cliff Jumper pisses me off so much. When it comes to combining parts forming though, a lot of people think it's necessary and a lot of people think it's a cardinal sin. My main concern is that whenever companies try to incorporate practically everything in, compromises are made. The only time where I've seen it done well is Mastermind Creations' Bruticus, and even then Vortex and Blastoff had to make some sacrifices, plus it arguably looks better with at least the foot attachments. But back to Hook, you can tell that through the process of engineering all the combiner parts into the body, cohesion has been massively f***ed. I mean, the front section looks alright at least, and the thighs actually blend in quite well with the front of the truck. It's also better proportioned than the G1 toy, which is a plus. The purple paint makes its return, which I continue to go nuts over, but beyond that, things get pretty messy. I'm not saying the G1 toy looks that great with its obviously visible hinge system, but it was certainly better than the double hinge head combo. The arms back here are also a complete joke, barely integrating at all into the design. And what the f*** is this Hook? This dinky old thing barely stands out at all. The lack of articulation I can accept, thanks to the engineering required to get it to work, but the size? It's way too small. It didn't have to be either. This looks weird because it has to fold up into the combined chest, which is already undersized to begin with. Had they made this bigger, they could have fixed both problems in one fell swoop. Plus, beyond all the combination issues, the windows on the side look oddly bloated. It's a similar look to Earthrise Alicon's head, yet I can't really put my finger on why they don't work. I don't know, this just feels like they gave up when faced with the challenges of engineering the chest. There were probably ways to work around this, but they didn't even try to figure them out. That's the feeling I get from this, and I could be wrong, but ultimately, it's probably the worst alt mode of the set either way. Oh well, at least it's sized well and fits with the rest. Every combiner has a weak link anyway, and thankfully it isn't a total stinker. If this is the worst the set gets, they've done alright. Fortunately, Hook really is the worst, because Scrapper picks the quality right back up with a hella cool alt mode. For starters, the proportions are spot on. He's a perfectly pudgy little excavator, squished in most directions to emphasize the adorability. You could make the argument that it's a little messier than the others, perhaps even more than Hook, but thanks to a few clear points of interest, you don't tend to notice the exposed arms and head. The cockpit section, at least I think it's called the cockpit section, brings the gloss purple back to the forefront. Only now it isn't bloated like poor old Captain Hook over here. Surprisingly, the purple is a completely different shade to that of the treads. They likely could have gotten away with reusing it, but I'm glad they went the extra mile, especially with how much paint these sections have. In fact, thanks to the bot mode details being visible in this mode, the paint quantity is quite high here. Fortunately, it never feels overbearing though. It always feels purposeful and just reserved enough. Ultimately, this is another figure with no flaws that really detract from the overall experience. Sure, you've got the hip ball joint to the front here, but once again, we get to bring out that ever-present sign, as condescending as it may seem. I mean, even the kibble folds up seamlessly. Considering the near all-inclusive combining element, that's pretty commendable. Of course, if you're absolutely dead set on avoiding parts forming altogether, you can leave the fists on here. They look horrible, but it's an option. With it removed though, you get access to the final cherry on top, a fully articulated top section. This is ridiculously fun to mess with, and extremely commendable given how many versions omit such for the sake of engineering. I think with the existence of this version, we can finally tell such reasoning is bullshit. So ultimately, this ends up being my favorite of the set. Sure, it's a little petite in comparison to the rest, but I reckon that just adds to the adorability factor. If you want to get just one, which is entirely possible thanks to the multitude of KOs on the market these days, this would be the one to go with, at least for this mode. Unfortunately, I wouldn't recommend the same for Bone Crusher, because although he isn't the worst of the set in this mode, he is pretty close to the bottom. Now, to be fair, the original isn't the most stellar in vehicle mode either, with a severe lack of purple, but at least it didn't make it obvious the arms were just chilling on the top. With the DX9 version, the segmentation of the arms makes it painfully clear what these are supposed to be. It's teetering on the line of pulling out the sign and actually requiring criticism, and in the end I think it just pushes through to the latter. Moving down, I will give them this. The green paint on the treads does look awesome. It's far better than old Green Hill Zone back here in the 80s. But aside from that, there's not much color breakup at all. Yes, it's G1 toy and tune accurate, but they've already deviated with the others to great effect. This seems to be using accuracy as a crutch more than anything. Surprisingly though, this isn't my biggest gripe. It's the lack of paint on the windshield. Yep, this is a repro label, so it looks fine now, but initially it had nothing. It's the only Constructicon out of the 6 to not incorporate the gorgeous glossy purple. No idea why they omitted such. It doesn't make much sense when this set has a pretty hefty price tag to begin with. The head is also completely visible back here, to the point where once again the sign doesn't really cut it. Yes, this was the same on the original, but that at least had the canopy over the top. This doesn't get that luxury for whatever reason, and it really sucks. Oh well, at least you get some posability on the scoop, and I suppose it's sized well. Plus, even with all the complaints here, as well as the complaints with this set in general, fuck me, these look good together. Some may say it's impossible to make the Constructicons look bad in a group, but after seeing how the Combiner Wars edition tackled it, I've come to realize there's a lot more thought that needs to go into things. DX9 have indeed brought a high level of vehicle mode care to the table, so at least this is a solid set in that regard. In fact, for many years, that was their strong suit. DX9 was extremely well known for the quality of their vehicle modes. Or were they? See, I have a hypothesis. Maybe people weren't actually that enamored with their alt modes, but rather they were clinging onto them due to massive sacrifices with the robots. But that couldn't be true of this set, right? Right? Hello there? One thing this set has over other versions of the lineup is its simple and effective transformation. The other two versions currently on the market have been getting criticism recently over their overcomplicated transformations. Even New Age, which is weird because usually their transformations are great. So at least these guys are pretty simple and pretty fun to flip back and forth. Their problems don't lie with the transformation. The transformations are fine. Well, of course that is with one exception, that being Mixmaster. His transformation is a bit underdone. First thing you want to do is rotate the knees up like that, and now you've got legs. And then you bring out the feet and, oh, they're not finished. They don't go all the way. Gee, I hope that won't be a problem later, but anyway, what you want to do is separate the legs like so. Wow, why are they so tight? Come to the top and separate the arms like so. Rotate them into place like so. And last but not least, don't forget to bring the guns down like so. For Scrapper, what you want to do is come around to the sides and bring the arms out on their hinges. They're on hinges and ball joints, and the hinges come out and the ball joints just kind of sit there. That will give you enough clearance to bring out the legs like so on the knees. And then you come around to the feet, rotate this inward like that, and push it in like so on the sliding rail. Not a fan of sliding rails, but this feels alright. Thanks to the material they chose, this doesn't feel like it's going to break down over time, and same with the torso. The torso just goes boom, like that, nice and simple. And then you use the double hinges to get the backpack into place and rotate the arms around, and we're done. Nice little Scrapper. Long haul's actually pretty cool. You want to bring the top panels down like that, bring this section down on its double hinge like that. That'll give you enough clearance to bring the legs out like so. Come to the bottom, the waist is on a double hinge that rotates into place like so. You're going to want to separate the legs and then bring in the combiner crotch plate towards the back, and then bring the legs back into place. Now that you've got enough clearance, you can bring the wheels towards the back and fold up the hip skirts like so. Well, the combiner hip skirts anyway. You want to pull out the arms, rotate them around, and then push them back into place, and they lock in there. Nice little rotation that works like so. Rotate the arms into place and rotate the head up and around, and long haul is done. Hook's transformation is adequate. His problems aren't with the transformation. This is mainly what I was getting at earlier, because the issues are with both of the modes in particular. With a little bit more time in the oven, he probably could have been much better, but well. You want to rotate the hook up like that, bring out the legs like so, bring out your legs, separate them there, and no heel spurs. Gee, I hope that doesn't become a problem later. Separate the arms from the top there. You've got hinges that bring the shoulders down into place. Rotate the arms into place, and then fold up the ponytail like that. Moving on to the arms, Scavenger actually has a very similar transformation to that of Studio Series Scrap Metal, and it's interesting because this figure predates Scrap Metal by several years. Did Shogo Hasui take a look at this and maybe inspire it by that? I don't think so. I think it's just a coincidence, but it's a nice little coincidence. You bring up the arms on these hinges like that, they fold out and fold out like that, then they rotate down into place, bring up the head, and then that'll give you enough clearance to fold in the scoop like that, and the scoop also pushes all the way up there. Should be hanging down there, but you just push it in just a little bit. Come to the bottom and separate the legs from the bottom there. Rotate these around on this sort of faux ratchet into place. Rotate the shins around into place, and then the feet fold out along with the heel spurs. This is a nice little approximation between Scavenger's and Bone Crusher's leg transformations. It allows them to have shared engineering and shared parts across both versions. And they work once, so they work both times. And last but not least, Bone Crusher, who is very similar to his G1 counterpart. In fact, the most similar out of the set, I would say. You separate the arms from the top and they rotate around into place. Head rotates up. Keep the scoop down. Do the legs the same as with Scavenger. So they rotate around with the shins and do their thing. Even though they're different colors, they're the same parts. And then the scoop folds into place to become the chest. And it doesn't lock in, it just kind of sits there. That is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. And we're done. So yeah, I've got my problems with this set, but none of them pertain to the transformations. DX9 did decent transformations. They could be undercooked at times, and there was one case where they were really, really bad. But for the most part, much like the members of Hulkie over here, they were solid. These are solid transformations. What can I say? not much to delve into here. Now here's something that newer viewers might not be aware of. I have always been pretty critical when it comes to DX9's War and Pocket series. Their masterpiece stuff always impresses, even including the stuff that wasn't particularly for me, but they always seem to fall short with their small-scale entries. People seemed to go nuts over many of their releases, however, I always suspected it was simply the novelty of having G1 accurate figures at such a small scale. Aside from Hasbro, no one else was really doing G1 figures at this size, so for many people it was probably a fun distraction from the constant bickering over which slap of grey plastic was more accurate to the shoestring budget toy advertisements. Now to answer the question of where my annoyances with this company started, we need look no further than the robot modes. Every figure, without fail, buggers something up. There's never a moment where I don't feel disappointed with these. Going in the same order as last time, we might as well rename Mixed Master to Flat Master because he gives pancakes a run for their money. This is clearly a figure where the designer didn't care for the proportions when he was sketching out the basic CAD model, and instead of correcting his mistake, he kept going, and we ended up with this abomination. The chest has a decent amount of paint on it for sure, even with the slightly underdone red, but there's basically no definition on the detail. I get that the original toy was also pretty flat, but at least he had some outward chunk to make up for it. This one looks straight out of a Tom and Jerry cartoon. The head is also pretty bad too, or should I say the head plate, since there isn't even enough room back here to fill out a whole head. It's not difficult to get a Legends head sculpt right. With such a small size, you're afforded a lot more leeway. Despite this, they still managed to give us a triumphant return of Pat Lee's Dull Surprise. If Dull Surprise even can be triumphant. And what the f is up with these legs? The feet don't fully extend, so he's forever on his tippy toes, which does hell for the stability. I don't get why these are like this anyway. No version of Mixmaster had legs like this. I like it when designers deviate from the source material to give us new and interesting ideas, but these legs are like the truck mode on the Combiner Wars version. It's stupid, unfinished, and should have just been left the same as the original. Hello there, DrLockdown from the future here. As part of the usual editing process, I looked around for some stock photography of this set. While doing that, I came across the TFW threads, and in it were a lot of photos of the prototypes. Turns out for most of the development, they did actually plan on making these feet work properly. So I gotta ask, what the f happened? It's not that hard to engineer feet in there properly, why the f did they just stop short? It really ties into the same issue that keeps plaguing this set, at least from my perspective. The team working on this constantly reaches walls in the design process, and instead of figuring out ways to scale those walls, they kinda just give up. It's constantly happening at every single point with this release, and this is seriously better evidence than anything I came across when I was researching for the script. I guess at least the articulation functions, albeit barely. There's no real bells and whistles, although given the time period, I'm not particularly expecting any. Yeah, the lack of a head swivel really sucks, but I can't see a way they could have engineered this properly. Don't get me wrong, there are cool ideas here, but it really feels like the robot mode wasn't the priority. That to me seems like a real dangerous way of thinking. Triple changes are hard to do for sure, but when you give up one of the three modes, the whole package falls apart due to the lack of a centralized play idea. I'm not saying make no sacrifices in any mode, I'm just saying at least make an effort on all three. Jeez, I can't even look at this thing anymore. Can we move on, please? Much better. Scrapper brings the chunk with probably the best robot mode of the bunch. Sure, it likely comes from the fact that once again he is the most out of scale with the rest of them, but we've already gone over the complaints for that, and it doesn't make sense to repeat that shit. Besides, at least here you can kinda justify it with the fact that he's the leader of the Constructicons, at least I think so. Pretty sure he was last time I checked. Unlike his partner in Leg Crime, he actually has a really good head sculpt, emphasizing the meanness of the faceplates. Sure, much like the rest of the red paint, the visor could have used an extra coat, but it works well enough. It also sits atop an actually well-layered torso design. And yes, it has been enhanced with repro labels, but it still looks pretty damn good without. The monolithic chest makes the hollowness on the sides incredibly hard to notice, and the hip section feels supernatural. Even the chunky arms work well here with their hella cool shoulder wheels and Titans Return-esque fist armor. And on top of that, the feet work better with a clear aesthetic on the shins and proper ankles, which trust me will become a luxury later. And sure, they're pretty hollow from the back, but that's not considered a flaw in my book, so go find another channel if you want someone to complain about them. Honestly, there are only two issues I can point out here, and both are in relation to the articulation. For the most part, everything functions to the level it should, which is actually a relief in a set like this. But there are a few cases where the designers made pretty weird decisions. Firstly, the head has no rotation at all. They hollowed it from the back to cut costs, and it really plays hell with the personality. Second, the thighs are fully painted in silver. They look fantastic, but out of the box, they're super tight. Over time, they have loosened up on my copy, and maybe bootlegs won't have this issue. But if you're buying this mint in sealed box, you may want to be careful when posing him. lest you tear the whole thing off. I've seen cases of that, and believe me, it ain't pretty. But that aside, it's a solid little scrapper. He's a fun little Decepticon and a cool representation if the other two don't do it for you. To be honest though, the only reason he's considered the best of the 6 in this mode is because he's the least problematic. He's good, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't necessarily go above and beyond. Still, in comparison to the others, that's quite the privilege, because long haul may look great, but oh boy, they made some dumb decisions here. But first, the good. The head sculpt looks pretty rad. Sure, it's a bit more squared off thanks to having to fit snugly into the truck mode, sort of like a Titans Return faceplate of a non-headmaster character, but the roundness still shines through really well, and he literally shines with all the silver paint. The flat truck bonnet makes a lot more sense in this mode too, forming an awesome wide boy torso aesthetic. In fact, the proportions here are awesome. Sure, the shoulders are a little low, but that doesn't detract from the powerhouse look at all. The color breakup is also great, with a crisp, clean G-string and powerful purple and silver thighs. I also dig how the legs fill in the scoop parts. I know it's not accurate to the toy or the show, but it's a neat form of stylization that I wish would appear on more long hauls. No, not like that! Either way, he's a fantastic looking long haul and works well in a standard pose. So, what in particular is the problem here? Well, it's what happens once you get out of a standard pose. Above the waist, his articulation is pretty good. Sure, he lacks the sideways elbow action that was memed to death on the Combiner Wars version, but honestly I'd take traditional ball joints any day. The problem lies below the thighs. No thigh swivels. At all. Now, part of me does get this. Longhaul basically pulls a Combiner Wars Motormaster with his hips, albeit much more effectively thanks to an actual crotch piece. At this size, I'd understand if the lack of a thigh swivel was to make the combined mode more sturdy. Except the combined mode doesn't have a thigh swivel either. What the f***, man? I'd be cool if at least one mode had it, but neither does. So the sacrifices on both fronts make no sense. And it's not like it wouldn't have been possible to engineer the stuff in there in the first place. With a simple shrinking of the waist joints, they could have shoved one in there. I'm not saying it would have been easy, as there's a definite delicate balance of engineering with everything lining up, but this decision still seems amateurish to me. Nowhere near as amateurish as Hook's entire existence though, because holy sh**, this looks just straight up unfinished. The head sculpt stinks, bloated as shit in a way no other members are. The chest is well sculpted and ridiculously well painted to the point where no other member compares, but the proportions are all so off, the arms end up looking squished. The head peeking through the tab is fine, and even a bit funny, but there had to be something better to do with the crane at the back here. I'm fine with back kibble, but this isn't back kibble, this is ponytail kibble. What the f***, man? And where the f*** are the heels? With all the kibble back here, there's no f***ing way to get him to stand without leaning over like he's got a stomachache. And sure, the articulation mostly works, but again with the lack of a head swivel? What is this, a Cyberverse Warrior class figure from Wave 1? Actually, I take that back, at least those figures had functioning heels. This robot mode is bad on a simple level. I don't need to get into the nitty-gritty on why it doesn't work on a philosophical level. It's all in plain view for everyone to see. As I've stated many times in previous episodes, I don't like talking about figures like this, because it's not engaging on a writing level, so in that case my dislike is multiplied. There's not really much I can say about this one, other than here's the sizing and here's what I think about it. This thing. Fortunately, much like the vehicle mode, Scavenger offers a quick reprieve from the barrage of mediocrity. The head sculpt returns to actually being designed pretty well. Something I've noticed is that this set tends to work better when the faces are mouth-plated, putting a split right down the middle between mean motherfuckers and people who just walked in on Megatron's Smexy time. Regardless, it's well-proportioned, well-painted, and well-detailed. Not much more to ask. I also adore the way the legs work. The paint on show is masterful, although that's mostly thanks to the attention afforded to the vehicle mode. And as for the engineering itself, it's incredibly simple but incredibly effective, successfully working as a homage to both types of leg transformation. He even packs a mean heel, which means despite the kibble on the back, he remains sturdy in any pose. And speaking of back kibble, it folds up remarkably well. Sure, that does cause some hollowness in the combined mode, but for now what they've got going is quite commendable. Overall, it's a pretty decent robot, with the only really point of contention being the torso. Thanks to the way the arms function, there's a bit of hollowness on show. They at least make an attempt to cover it up with a pretty neat incorporated shovel sternum. And the red paint does draw your attention away from such, even with its somewhat lackluster application once again, but from certain angles it's always going to look hollow. Chest hollowness is always something I'll actually take issue with. Do whatever you want with the legs and arms, but keep it out of the torso. Still, I can't say I'm finding myself too frustrated about it. Aside from the usual excuse, it's pretty commendable what the chest does in the first place. Plus beyond that, the angles where it does look bad are few and far between, so when you do catch it on a bad day, you can quickly move on with the effortless posing. And on the topic of such, he poses pretty well. The limbs don't have any caveats that cause you to get frustrated, whether with stability or point lack. The only glaring omission is, once again, the lack of of head rotation. It's still as annoying as the rest of them. Still no idea why they didn't bother. Oh well, even then he's definitely one of the better ones. Not as good as Scrapper, but still a worthy addition with decent constitution, adequate sizing, and an aesthetic that doesn't make you want to claw your eyes out. Unfortunately, we can't stay on a high note for very long because we're back to shit city with Bone Crusher. I guess it's cool to get the same awesome legs again, and the green seems a lot less garish in this mode, but everything above the torso is pretty shit. The head sculpt is, once again, about as off as a milk jug in the fridge of a Bay film Canon consultant. I don't get this line. I wrote this several weeks ago and I haven't checked it. I'm guessing because the Canon consultant is lazy and just would leave it in there. I don't know why I wrote that joke. Fuck me. Aside from the wonky chin and once again bloated visor, there's this odd protrusion at the top that doesn't fit in with the proportions at all. I don't know what they were going for here. Both the G1 toy and Toon made it clear this was leftover vehicle kibble that the head sat inside. Here it just blends into the head itself and fucks with your head as you look at it. That's not the worst proportional issue though, because this torso is way too short. There's no distinction between the chest and waist, and it's way too wide and shrunken overall, making the arms look stumpy as a result. Ironically, it looks better when you slightly mistransform it, pulling the waist up a bit. It slims out the chest, makes it clear which part of the body is which, and doesn't even fuck with the height too much. He only gains a few millimeters between fan moding, so why you wouldn't do this is beyond me. Hell, why the designers didn't implement such and lock off the joint is beyond me too. It's not like such a feature limits any of the functionality. He still retains the same level of articulation as Scavenger, so nothing is lost here. It just seems like the designers rushed this mode out, since nobody would bother keeping him like this anyway. And that's the feeling I get from this set on the whole, at least in robot mode. It doesn't feel like they sacrificed the robot modes for the combined mode, but rather that they just didn't give a shit. I know DX9 was never particularly that good with their small scale engineering, not just in comparison to Iron Factory, but also in comparison to their sister company at the time, Unique Toys. But even in comparison to DX9's other releases, this just feels like nobody gave a flying f***. Compromising one mode for the sake of the others is one thing, but not giving a shit is another entirely, with the exception of Perceptor's tank mode because it's adorably wholesome and I won't let anyone say otherwise. Anywho, with all that shit out of the way, mayhaps the combined mode is better? Well, let's hope, dear fellows. Let's hope. If there's one thing I'll give this credit for, it does feel like you are building this set from the ground up. It feels like you're constructing it, which I feel is one of the most important things for a Constructicon set. The combination should feel important. It should feel like you're building a building. Might not make much sense, but that's just something I feel about it. Now, because of the way this is designed, the best way to convert these is to have Long Haul and Scrapper in robot mode, and Bone Crusher, Scavenger, Hook, and Mixmaster in vehicle mode. It's just because of the rather specific connections needed for this, which does make sense. The original combiner was a bit of a mess to combine, and it had very specific connections, so all newer Devastators kind of follow the same templates. Now, as much as I love to start combiners from the ground up, unfortunately, due to the way this works, you have to do Long Haul first. Otherwise, the legs aren't going to connect properly, because Scrapper specifically folds around the connection ports. Just has to be like that. You fold the head around and put it back into vehicle mode configuration, as is the same with the arms, like so. The arms are going to act as the connection pegs to Hook. Then you separate the legs like so, bring this panel from the back, fold out the hip skirts like so, and rotate the whole thing into place. Then rotate the legs down into place like so, and you got the combiner thighs. Come around to the back, rotate the wheels out, and then you got the pegs for the legs like so, which is why we have to do Long Haul first, because you'll notice this peg gets folded around. Speaking of, let's do Scrapper. Now, he essentially transforms back into his vehicle mode configuration, but there are a couple of differences. You don't want to go all the way. You kind of want to go halfway and have everything folded down like that. With the top of the vehicle facing forwards, you have these two slots on the side here and these two pegs here. So the whole thing clamps onto it like that. And then you can transform it back into its vehicle mode configuration like so. It's a very solid connection, and it can be a bit annoying in some circumstances, but for the most part it's okay. Anyway, then you just use the double hinges to get the scoop into place, and we are done. Nice and solid. Unfortunately, Mixmaster does not have as solid a connection point. It's just a peg there. You just fold down the gun so that there's clearance and then peg it into place. So yeah, not as sturdy, but I guess it gets the job done. And last, for Mixmaster, there are dedicated hinges that rotate outwards and it folds into place. You can see that there are special hinges separate from the knees. Legs done. Now for Hook, you want to bring the titular hook all the way to the front like so, separate the arms and rotate them around to the bottom. And this is very specific. What you want to do is bring the arm with the peg to the middle and the arm with the slot towards the back. It's a bit confusing, but it'll make sense later. You want to bring the head up. That'll give you enough clearance to separate the legs and separate the entire hip section there. You've got double hinges on both of them that rotate around and lock into place on the side. Well, I say lock in, but the locking isn't that solid. And we'll do everything later, because what you want to do is just bring these forward a little bit. Now you've got the slot on the peg and the slot on the peg, and it all lines up like so. It's a bit difficult, which is why you want to do these two first, because once it's in place, it's a lot easier to do things. Now that those are in place, you've got two pegs there that will become one peg and a slot in the torso, and it all slots together like so. Come on, into place. There we go. Now you can come around to the torso, and the reason we didn't do this earlier is because it often comes undone during the transformation when you're trying to peg the whole thing together. But now what you want to do is separate that. You've got two pegs there and two slots on the side there, and it all pegs together. Once it's pegged in, you rotate these into place, and you've got the torso and you've got the head rotating around like that, and we're good. And the arms both function very simply. What you want to do is come to the bottom and bring out the treads, extend this on its multitude of hinges, and bring out the panel here, peg the treads together, orient the arm forward, and peg in the fist. This was the main reason why they had the shared legs between the two, not just for ease of robot mode design, but more for the combined mode. It was done like this so they could get the arms done properly once, and they wouldn't have to do it again. Nice and simple. And all you have to do is peg them in place. You'll notice on the side there are two slots there, and two pegs on each arm, and it all just pegs together. It's a bit annoying to get in place sometimes, but it works once it's there. Not the most solid connection in the world, though. They could have made this much sturdier, but well, we have what we have. And once it's all in place, that's it. So yeah, there's a base of a good design here. A lot of the transformation steps are great in concept. It's just once we get to the combined mode itself, that's when things start to fall apart. But you can tell they cared about this mode way more than the other two modes. This was the main event, and I can kind of get that. A lot of MP combiners do that these days. But enough dilly-dallying. Let's finish this off. So, this combined mode, this damn combined mode, it's an enigma of combination in itself, and I don't mean in relation to that stupid Prime Wars trilogy MacGuffin. It's a figure of conflict where it does so much right, yet so much stupid. One thing remains undeniable though, the aesthetic is gorgeous. They've modernized the G1 design in just the right ways, tweaking the proportions into a mean physique that puts the Hulk in Hulkie. The head sculpt is surprisingly awesome, and I say surprisingly because it has a mouth. Its quality bucks the trends of mouths and mouth plates in this set, although I suppose that's only fair given the sizing is closer to their masterpiece offerings. Still, jolly good show. Moving down, I honestly thought I'd hate the chest wings. The idea of play is pretty cool, but the result is one that's fairly undersized in comparison to many of his contemporaries. These days though, I think it really works well with the rest of the stylization, as does the emphasis on Longhaul's truck abdomen. The two newer versions appear to be hiding it under layers and layers of cartoon flatness, so having it so prominent is a nice change of pace. Below that, the waist area works insanely well. As mentioned earlier, it's got a similar transformation to that of Combiner Wars Motormaster, but it's handled a lot better here. This is thanks to the thighs properly hiding themselves behind the waist piece, partially due to how inconspicuous they are, and partially because said waist piece isn't just a loosely pegged on loincloth that no one bothered to put any effort into. This also shows how the decision to fill in the dump truck bed in robot mode paid off. These thighs are meaty, blending in seamlessly into the shins below. Said shins are also pretty neat, although it's not really hard on a devastated design considering they essentially take the vehicles wholesale. Something interesting to note though, Mixmaster seems oddly undersized in comparison to Scrapper. I know this is for the sake of robot mode scale, and Scrapper already had issues with this, but maybe I would have criticized him less if his body also followed suit. I don't know, I guess Mixmaster probably would have been better off being redesigned from the ground up, given his multitude of issues. Either way though, looks-wise, this guy is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Even slight proportional issues, such as the forearms being incredibly short, don't tend to jump out at you. DX9 knows how to make a cohesive robot mode when it comes to larger scale bots, and it's clear they put that knowledge to work here. The problems primarily lie in the articulation and solidity. Quickly giving an overview, this guy is missing quite a few points. I suppose it's commendable that a combiner of this magnitude at this scale has this much posing to begin with, but such thoughts do nothing to quell the frustrations for what's missing. What's missing, you may ask? Well, for starters, the elbows get barely any forward motion thanks to the treads getting in the way. They'll work fine outwards, but anything straight ahead refuses to budge. This in itself wouldn't be so frustrating if he didn't have an incredibly deep bend backwards. Sure, it's due to the hollowness, a direct result of the all-in-one combiner gimmick, but it's still there, taunting you, mocking your desire for posing power. Also, yeah, he has hollow radius sections, but these days I don't particularly consider that an issue. Back in the day, I'd make hypocritical complaints by calling out hollowness on this sort of figure, then proceeding to give it a pass on figures from time to turn. These days, though, I just don't give a flying f***. But back to the articulation issues again. Longhaul's decision to omit the thigh swivels from the robot mode carries over here. And with a figure of this size, it's far less forgivable. We are essentially dealing with an old-style Voyager, or I suppose a modern leader. The lack of a thigh swivel is unacceptable in my book. Whether it's figure damming remains to be seen, but it really pisses me off either way. Same with the knees, you only get 45 on these things. Not even anywhere close to 90. Come on, man! This isn't a deluxe limited by a $35 budget. This is a $250 combiner. And that's the real kicker at the end of the day. One that applies to the lackluster robot modes too. If memory serves me correct, the exchange rate for this leads to this combiner costing 250 Aussie dollary dues. I didn't pay that much. I got this mint and sealed box but second hand for 180. Whether dealing with my price or the retail price, that's a pretty good deal for 6 bots. But for a Voyager-sized robot, it's really lacking in quite a few areas. Now that being said, there is one thing with the pricing to keep in mind. One that might save this set. However, that will be discussed later. For the time being, a lot of connections here really don't work. Hook keeps falling apart because the torso pegs aren't strong enough. The arms keep falling off because the tabs don't lock but rather rely on friction. Bone Crusher's head keeps falling down because there are no locking points. Yeah, just check the intro for this year's Legendary episode. You can see what it's doing right there. The gun looks pretty nice, taking the G1 design and doing its own thing with it. But there's no tab to connect it into the hand. It relies on the dead space between the knuckles and the palm. And that space opens up when you try to clench the fist, meaning he can never hold it properly. Fortunately, everything below the waist is rock solid, but at this point, enough frustrations have piled up to make this set below par in the eyes of some. By some, of course, I mean the past version of me. Going through the issues is like a trip down memory lane. Sure, my opinion may not be the same as before, but I can see why I initially came to the conclusion I did. But the question remains, is it like this because of the all-in-one gimmick, or is it because of general amateurish design? Well, originally I thought it was the former thanks to the existence of a certain upgrade kit. Jesslyn Bell, designer extraordinaire, worked on a 3D printed Studio Ox upgrade kit, which I reviewed ages ago. It's since been taken down from Shapeways though, since people kept being idiots and expecting to get the full figure when they ordered it. They're up on Thingiverse now though. If y'all can't understand how to order it properly, print it your damn self! Actually, scratch that, it's been taken down from there too because KO companies kept stealing the design. This is why we can't have nice things. And yes, it does solve the articulation problem in the legs and even the forearms. It goes to show that parts forming is beneficial for a combiner, in spite of what certain fans might say. I'm a guy who hates unnecessary parts forming, but when it comes to combiners, I don't consider it unnecessary because the proof is in the pudding. That being said, looking back on it, the articulation issues may have been a result of the lack of parts forming, but the robot modes and combined mode solidity issues certainly aren't. It's clear to me that it's just from a general lack of understanding on what needs to be done on a legend scale combiner. There's a reason Iron Factory took far longer in getting around to taking a stab at it. It's a monumental undertaking. I just don't think DX9 had the know-how on what was required, nor the drive to tackle the hard problems. Hulkie is a set plagued by both lack of understanding and lack of ambition, and that's why initially I was so frustrated with this release. However, there's two things to take into account. The first is the simple fact of its existence to begin with. When Hulkie first released, there were only 2 Legends combiners on the market: Revenge of the Fallen Legends Devastator and Prime Beast Hunters Abominus. Iron Factory's Bruticus and Magic Square's Menasor weren't even in the planning stage at this point. Hulkie was a pioneer into uncharted territory. For that alone, a lot of leeway has to be given. It may not have much care put into the minute details, but in the concept and the bigger picture, DX9 really pushed it. And with all its flaws, when it gets good, it gets really good. The combined mode aesthetic is gorgeous, and the alt modes absolutely rock. And then we get to the second factor. You will not be paying $250 for this these days. You won't even be paying $180. Take it closer to the Voyager price point. Yes, you heard right. Here's what happened. Hulkie's push into the newfound land of Legends combiners was noticed by every knockoff company under the sun. Matter of fact, I go as far as saying that Hulkie is likely the most knocked off combiner on the planet, aside from Generation Toy Gravity Builder, who I think is tied with. And a lot of these bootlegs are actually pretty good. One of them was even made by Weijang, which is likely a safe bet if you want to go down the bootleg path. Thing is, you won't necessarily have to, thanks to the sheer abundance of unofficial versions on the market. If you can even call a third-party toy any semblance of official to begin with, the aftermarket prices for the original have plummeted. I've seen Hulkie go from anywhere between $150 and $50 on the Aussie sales pages. Especially with the releases of New Ages and Magic Squares versions, Hulkie has been deemed by the community as worthless. With those prices in mind, bootleg or no, and understanding the circumstances of which this figure came out in, I don't think I can be as harsh as I initially was on it. It's a flawed figure, to be sure, but as I grow older, I find myself respecting what it does more and more. If any of this has has piqued your interest and you have a sort of hard-on for all-in-one combiners, now is the time to pick up a form of Hulkie. For all we know, the two new versions from the battling companies could turn out terrible, and people may end up returning to this old fellow in an effort to remember better days. This is an opportune time to add Hulkie to your collection, and for me, it's an opportune time to take a look back and reevaluate my stance on this release. I like to think that these days my criticisms are actually consistent, even if many people don't consider them such. With what I know now, I can't bring myself to hate this. And beyond that, it's part of my channel's history, so it will always have a special place in my heart. It may be a dumpy release that doesn't hold together in some cases and shows no regard for the individual robot modes, but in the end it brings a hulking mass of fun to my collection table, and that's gotta count for something. Cynicism towards certain parts of the franchise isn't always the worst thing to have. You can't always accept everything a certain work of fiction throws at you, or a certain toy line throws at you. You do have to step back sometimes and acknowledge that things aren't perfect, or in some cases that they are complete and utter dog shit. However, cynicism drawn from a lack of context isn't a space I often like to occupy. It is the curse of every YouTuber to fall into this trapping over and over and over again, and one day I'll look back at all of those moments and cringe very, very hard. However, the real test doesn't begin when you take that first step, but rather in that process of reflection. What I consider more important is the ability to change and evolve and realize maybe you didn't get everything right the first time around. DX9 Hulkie is not perfect, even considering the restrictions placed on him, but I'd be lying if I said he was as bad as I initially thought. For every fumbling piece of engineering, there is a form of inspired parts usage. For every point where the all-in-one gimmick is a detriment to the design, there's a point where it's so good that I wish it was on every other Devastator. And now that the price has plummeted on the aftermarket, it's the perfect time to get this magnificent fellow. Maybe the parts forming on Hephaestus disgusts you, or maybe the upcoming Magic Square one, whatever it's called, has you concerned with some of its engineering. If so, this is a safe bet. It's got its problems, but it's still solid. It actually kind of ultimately makes me sad about the cancellation of the DX9 War and Pocket line. Like, I know New Age is better, but I was hyped for that Predaking. Yes, we have the Kane Toys one, but it's not the same, and New Age is just gonna tunify it. But enough dawdling what could have been. Let's celebrate what was. A combiner that may not have been the best, but still showed what was possible within the Legends niche. And that's why I do the marathon every year. It's a scale I absolutely adore, with endless possibilities. And I always love to see how it evolves and changes each year. Legends combiners are an interesting thing. They're sort of a microcosm of engineering philosophies, where you can essentially see the evolution in real time. In a mere 10 years, we've basically gone from this to this, for better or for worse. It's interesting to see the evolution of the subculture within a subculture within a subculture within a subculture. Third-party Legends combiners are a hyper-specific kind of product, and seeing them grow and change over all these years is something else. Question is, with how far we've come, is there any worth in going back to the old? Should we even bother with what came before when it's got enough jank to make Dorico blush? Iron Factory is, without a doubt, the pioneer of the niche. Without them, third-party Legends wouldn't be what it is today, but with their earlier stuff, it can definitely be hit or miss. I suppose that casts a shadow of doubt over today's topic. Sure, it is a landmark release, but does it go toe-to-toe with the rest of the niche? Greetings, Cybertronians, I'm DrLockdown, and welcome back to another Second Opinion. With how often I've skipped the legendary marathon due to external circumstances, this one's been a long time coming. This figure finally brings us back to what's considered the real start of third-party Legends combiners. Hulkie came before, but behind today's diagnosis lies the real genesis, where it truly flourished. Iron Factory EX22 to 24, the Combaticons and their combined mode, War Giant, or Bruticus for normal folks. Third-party Legends combiners were always an inevitability. I mean, you start a lineup of figures in a scale that's doing well, and at that point, why not do combiners? Iron Factory was smart though. They didn't just go for it right off the bat. They went through many releases before they built up their skill set. And it's a good thing too, because this set actually marks a significant first for them. See, when you take a look at a lot of the earlier Iron Factory releases, they sort of relied on the Cybertronian alternate modes as a crutch. It's not all of them. Ultra Magnus and Overlord come to mind as notable exceptions. And who could get mad at Windblade, but a good chunk of earlier releases felt a little bit lazy on the vehicle side of things. It's for this reason many preferred DX9 as a company, and although I didn't fit into this category as DX9 exhibited a bunch of its own issues, I can see why people would feel this way. Regardless, a change needed to be made. I'm not quite sure if these were the first Iron Factory figures to really place vehicle modes in the forefront, but they were the most prominent in the starting lineup. There's still a lot of jank on show, but you can see this is where the big shift happened early on in their lineup. In essence, they've gone from making things to making boxes, for better or for worse. And that's sort of where Brawl fits into, the middle ground between better and worse. Of course, he's categorically a better figure than many of the Iron Factory alt modes that came before, but as a tank in his own right, he's a little janky. The shaping is mostly there, but it's ever so slightly off in a few areas. In essence, it's a turret on a rectangle, which on a base level I guess is what a tank is supposed to be, but the proportions are pretty jank. The tank is really wide, while the turret is kinda short and flat. If they'd balanced out the two, making one smaller and the other bigger, it could have been a lot more effective, especially since thinner legs would improve the combined mode overall. But as it stands, it's not bad, just a smidge weird. At least it's solid enough, everything is pretty dense and sturdy, a far cry from their earlier attempts. And at least the turret rotates, something not guaranteed on other Legends tank formers at the time. Though it's a bit weird with its double rotation. It was always a point of contention I've had, even upon first getting it. But hey, at least it's better than Combiner Wars. Who thought this was acceptable, even back then? The G1 original did it fine, what's your excuse? I guess my take on this fella is that he's decent for the time, but he hasn't aged the most gracefully. There's gaps in Iron Factory's skill set, and in some of the panel work, literal gaps where you can literally see through the alt mode. Even the mechanical detail teeters on the edge of third-party syndrome. Aimless and just there for the sake of being there. It could use a lot more paint. There's not a lot of color breakup, and even though there aren't many places paint could probably go, I would have liked to have seen them work around that and bring what sculpting he does have to life. Thing is, I could go on and on about all the funk in the junk trunk, but the more I harp on, the worse this alt mode actually seems. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, even by today's standards. It's functional, it serves a purpose. And although it doesn't go above and beyond like some modern examples, it still serves its purpose well. It's probably my least favorite of the set, even though it's far from the worst, but that's only because it's adequate. And hey, at least it's not cast in defecation colored plastic like the Combiner Wars version. Now as for release strategies, each set was included in 2 packs retailing for $100 each. Kinda puts into perspective how far third-party engineering and pricing has come, considering these 2 sets essentially cost the same. And packed in with Brawl is everyone's favorite cryptocurrency enthusiast, channeling the vibes of Transformers animated to the absolute nines. This style of alternate mode was very popular for Swindle in the early years of third party, and this is a wonderful take on the concept for the small scale paradigm. You've basically got a giant box on the back with a sloped section at the front. Think a more aerodynamic version of Legacy Crankcase, complete with the engineering jank towards the back, but we don't mind given the age and size of the figure. I'm actually surprised how much I like the blue windows. Usually this baby blue is a massive turnoff for me, because I always just wish they could have made it opaque instead. But here, no, I think it works very well. Likely because it's a bit darker and less pastel than most offerings we get. That's probably what's doing it for me. That or it's so small it's less egregious. The bumper section is done really well too. Low to the ground but still incredibly angular. It balances gunmetal paint and black plastic very well. So well I completely forgot my copy was missing a headlight until I went back and watched the original video to check up on what I said last time. All these years and I still haven't fixed it. Whoops. The sides are fairly panelly, but even age and size aside, I think they work with the silhouette quite well. Sure, newer figures do this sort of thing better, but all the details still come through reasonably well. They incorporate the hinges into the existing line work in some really clever ways, and it kinda makes me wish they'd done something similar with Brawl. These two literally released together after all. I really like how they added extra paint to the wheels, and even pinned them for extra rolling action. It's nothing crazy, but it's nice to see them go the extra mile. The back section is also done exceptionally with this extra paint, something many figures to this day still miss. I also never realized, until I was making this video now, that the feet rotate around to make the roof taper off. That's a really nice trick, and it helps me appreciate this mode a lot better now. I know this alt mode has its issues, but I can't help but love this thing to bits. Maybe I'm a lot more forgiving because a lot of my attention is drawn to the roll bar on the roof, though in my defense, it is a really nice roll bar. I used to be a lot more critical of this piece because it has to parts form between modes, and as far as I can tell, there's no place for it in the other modes. But the alt mode still looks fine without it. Maybe not as resplendent, but not as bad as, say, G.I. Joe Megatron having an entire panel missing from his back. These days, my main gripes are the annoyances with the weapon storage. The smaller gun fits on fine, but the bazooka never really seems to work properly. It always sits in an angle thanks to these tabs on the top, which are there for the somewhat useless bust mode I'll show off later. And when you use the dedicated 5mm port on the back, it works a lot better and even sits with the silhouette a lot nicer, but I'm not sure if this was ever intentional. These tabs work, but it's not as snug a fit as I'd like. Still, boo Ooh, the weapon storage isn't great. If that's the only thing wrong with this mode, it's doing pretty well. At least it's actually well proportioned, unlike Magic Square's dinky ass thing. And at least they included it at all. It's so iconic to the G1 toy, more so than the nothing missile Mirage had. Stay mad, Siege Mirage defenders. Stay mad. And with that, the first 2-pack is done. Following that, I'm not actually sure which of these released next. I know the numbering, but Iron Factory has an annoying tendency to release things out of order. Just look at the recent Lyokaiser. Hurry up and finish Lyokaiser, please. I'm trying desperately to hold my sanity together. Regardless, I'ma just do it in whichever order feels most comfortable to me, which gives us the arms next. Blastoff feels very octagonal in his shuttle mode. There are a lot of unconventional shapes being used around the place. He almost looks like one of those early AKOs that took from a billion different sources and Ship of Theseus themselves into basically new figures. This is, of course, done to a much better standard, though nowhere near on the level of the Magic Square version, but still a really nice shuttle mode. It probably has some of the best color breakup of the sets, especially with the transparent and opaque purples peeking through on the various parts of the chassis. Seriously, those windows, they're something else. This is like the one thing that was missing on the Magic Square outing. I also really like the way the fists break up the nose cone a bit. It's a really cool way to make double use of existing sprues. The middle section is a bit messy and a bit undercooked, but the wingspan and engine module are gorgeous. They don't use that many paint tabs, just a bit of gunmetal and purple here and there, but it really brings it to life. The thrusters at the back are gorgeous. Not as cool as Magic Square again, but still very nice. I also find the way the feet work really clever, adding some rather nice detail and allowing the dedicated landing gear to function without actually dedicated pieces. And, contrary to belief of my 2018 self, they don't interfere with the weapon storage, which is good because, word of advice, don't lose these guns! Don't do it! You'll regret it later, and I'll explain why in the combined modes. All in all, it's a pretty good Cybertronian-ish, science fiction-ish space shuttle. I'm not going to pretend it's my favorite Legend scale shuttle, Blastoff or otherwise, but it pulls it off reasonably well, at least better than the Takara/Power the Prize Blastoff that came out a little bit prior. And hey, it's better than whatever the fuck Vortex was trying to do. Seriously, what am I looking at? I can kind of get the vibe they were going for, sort of a helicopter version of the Space Marine Storm Talon gunship. That or it's some IDW design I don't know of. I'm sorry, the comic run is very long and I'm terrified of the commitment. I can see what they were going for, but this definitely feels the most undercooked. The front tries to give the illusion of a sleek and slender cockpit, but the thick thighs don't save lives in this instance. They ruin the aerodynamicism and cause an aircraft crash. And the crazy thing is, this whole thing is a parts forming piece. Annoyance with parts forming aside, they could have literally made this anything they wanted. Why do they have to make this so small? And another thing, why do the blades fold up and unpeg so easily? It keeps setting such an annoying precedent with Bruticus. Stop it! But the worst part would easily have to be the arms. They're just not doing anything. They could have done something really cool like fold into the back of the tail fin, ironically what the Magic Square version sort of did, but no, instead they just had to lazily chill out on the side. I guess it's nice that the guns can stay pegged in and don't need to be removed during transformation, but these still should have been done better. And yes, you can use the combined mode pegs to move them back. And in some ways, this is a little better. In other ways, this is way worse, but hey, at least there's an option for you. The engineering here is the worst factors of their Cybertronian laziness brought to the forefront. And honestly, I can't even be mad. It's not infuriating, it's just so funny with how brazen it is. It's this hilarity that places it above the banality of Brawl for me. But even so, I still can't forgive it. There's certain concessions you can give to older figures, and then there's this, and this is this. This is unacceptable, not in an angry way, but just in a categorical way. Sometimes you have to put aside personal feelings and acknowledge cold facts, like Reactivate never coming out, and Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Weirdly enough, the last one gets people the most riled up. But hey, with that out of the way, at least we have the crown jewel of the set, Onslaught. Hypothetically too big to be packaged with anyone else, he brings the beef in all aspects. I say hypothetically because he was supposed to be packaged with Combiner Hunter RC for the first run. And he was, that's not the dumb part. It's that there was never a second run. This isn't New Age, Iron Factory doesn't reissue things later down the line. Aside from one instance of the Decepticon Justice Division, and even then it was in completely different colors. As such, pretty much every release came with Combiner Hunter RC. So, what was the point? Anyway, if you want a rundown of her, I've just released a review on her 2 days ago. Either way, this is a lovely Onslaught. I've always been more of a fan of the long-nosed versions of the character, but this is still a lovely rendition. It sort of reminds me of Classics Octane, only much more cuboid. Onslaught is a truck comprised mostly of rectangles, but unlike Brawl, he isn't ridiculously wide, and he has the mechanical detail to back it up. This time, it's all crisp and purposeful. It's mostly utilitarian, but it pulls back enough so it still fits into the IDW stylings. If I had to find a vibe comparison, weirdly it reminds me of the old LEGO Dino Attack sets. Not sure why, but it just does. The front is very mean, squinting the windows and keeping everything very low to the ground. It's sort of Cybertron Mudflap-esque minus the green highlights. I really like the way it incorporates the hinges into the design itself. They don't feel unsightly or like they shouldn't be there. there. They blend seamlessly in a very similar manner to Swindle. In general, I think Swindle and Onslaught are the vehicle triumphs of this set. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for the robot feet, which just sort of stick out the bottom. But it's not something you tend to notice unless you're really looking for things to complain about. The back section is pretty clean too and incorporates the combined cannon into everything really well. It's sadly not fully integrated like the more recent outing, but it's a really good use of combiner mass for the time, and it blends super well. I only really have one genuine complaint. The arms unfortunately don't do as much as they should. There's no tabs keeping them in position, and instead of bringing up the dedicated cannon hinges, often the rotation defaults to the elbows, revealing the fists underneath. Can't say I'm a fan, it's the only part of this mode I find unfinished. Aside from that, it's really just nitpicks, like the window shade blending in with the plastic a bit. Weirdly enough, the baby blue from Swindle would have done a lot better, but honestly, it's minor. And like, maybe the bigger guns drown out the smaller ones, but honestly, who cares? This is a fantastic vehicle mode that leads the pack as it should. It well earns its keep as a combiner torso figure, at least as far as the vehicle mode is concerned, and makes a striking display piece in any Legends collection. Also, once again, really fun to roll around due to pinned wheels. Whee! But what about vehicle mode accessories? I mean, he's the torso bot, and as such he comes with all the extra parts for the combiner. Surely they have to do something, right? Well, Iron Factory has kept this pretty simple, allowing everything to combine into a trailer. It's not exactly the cleanest, but I've seen way worse integration for combiner bits. Plus, this is a pretty old figure, so I can definitely cut it some slack. You do have to deal with the fist cavity pieces being out of place, and the cohesion isn't quite there, but it serves a very nice function of carrying the other robots around. Unlike the Magic Square version, any four will fit, and it's incredibly fun. Blastoff especially, he just works in this context. Honestly, I find myself way more invested in the vehicle carrying functionality of Onslaught than I do with Ultra Magnus. Blasphemy, I know! It's not an absolutely required feature, but it is very nice to see, and for me stands high above the base mode Magic Square gave us. I really like the simplicity of this functionality. It's not the best execution-wise, as it has issues with random bits and joints sticking out, but it's just a nice way to bring the Menasor style over to Onslaught. Make no mistake, I fully expect Age of the Prime's Onslaught to pull the same when it drops late this year or sometime the next, and I for one am incredibly excited for it. With that said, when bringing them all together, I'm not sure I feel much. With most combiner sets, you line them up and something special grows within your heart. It's hard to explain, but there's sort of a carnal instinct that compels you to put all the combiner vehicles together, and with these, I don't particularly feel much. Granted, with some sets I feel far less, such as the Combiner Wars Constructicons, but these, something feels missing. Maybe it's how some of them feel a bit wonky, or maybe it's because they're not all the same style, with some jagged and some boxy, some armly. I do think I can cut them some slack though. This was basically one of their first attempts at doing a vehicle first lineup. Even with a bunch of older releases that did do vehicle modes well, you could tell they started with robot modes and worked backwards. People often talk about growing pains with certain toy lines, and these are most definitely growing pain toys. It's a decent set in vehicle mode, just this isn't the best functionality you'll find here. Now, the engineering on show is a little bit old and a little bit clunky, but it's far from the worst Iron Factory has done. Even amidst their efforts to try and do better in the vehicle mode cohesion, you can tell right off the bat, the robots are far more of a focus here. Aside from the combination, of course. It's been something that's affected their design philosophy throughout their tenure. Even when the alt modes are wonderful in their own right, you can tell the robot modes are the main draw. As such, this loadout does a lot better, not just in overall quality, but also in cohesion. This feels much more like a team. They just work together a lot better than the vehicles did. Even the worst member takes a massive step up. Although Brawl is the jankiest, he's doing a lot better in this mode. He's a nice balance between the lankiness of the Toon model and the beef of the original toy, with a reasonably slender inner frame and a ton of armor around everything else. The head sculpt is decent, but it's sometimes difficult to see with how sunken in the torso is. Usually this would be a fault, but I think this actually really works with the design. It makes the shoulder line seem a lot higher and the torso armor a lot beefier. This monolithic breastplate carries all of the intensity of the G1 toy, without sticking so far out that it gives the impression he's been macro-dosing progesterone. The purple midriff is absolutely gorgeous, echoing elements of IDW Megatron, but making it all its own. I actually kinda wish there was more of this purple elsewhere along the body, but it's still makes a great semi-salient feature. The shoulders are massive towers more resplendent than the center points, though ever since they put that awful Westfield logo on it, that hasn't been too hard a bar to jump. I love the way the treads drape to the side, creating this really cool triangular look. Sort of looks like how Brawl would appear if he existed in the Alliance continuity, in proper form and not some bigoted fan film. Unfortunately, these two present my biggest gripe with the toy, the tolerances. On release they were fine, but nowadays they've become looser than Insurance's definition on a valid claim. This is because they're using hard plastics on both parts of the ball joint, when usually the socket needs to be cast in a softer material. It's been a constant issue with older Iron Factory figures. Thankfully it seems fixed these days, but it is something to be aware of when back collecting. And if we're talking biggest issues outside of build quality, the legs don't particularly work that well. From the front, they're way too wide, and from the back, they're simultaneously too kibbly and too hollow. And considering the difficulty in getting here, I don't think this was worth it. It's far from the worst leg transformation. I mean, the previously reviewed Magic Square Brawl and DX9 Double Dealer releases spring to mind, but you can tell this is where Iron Factory's changing in engineering philosophy caused some issues. The backpack also looks like a turtle shell. That's not a criticism, it's just funny. Accessory-wise, it comes with two pretty simple guns, kinda teetering on the edge of Uzis, I think. They're nice, albeit not quite in the style of Brawl. You'd think he'd get something bigger to go with his beefcake proportions. I do like the intent of having the handles flip out on the side to be held by both hands. Unfortunately, the actual result doesn't work as he can't move his arms past his memories, but it's a cool intent at least. Kinda moot when he has two anyway though, but that's due to the combination, so it's fine. At least he comes with two decent accessories in the first place though, unlike the Combiner Wars version. Though at this point, with Age of the Primes on the horizon, I'm not sure potshots are that old piece of shit really that relevant. Everything Iron Factory does is better. It's not that hard, but it is a smidge funny to mention. Brawl is a pretty simple fella, and even though he's a little wibbly and kibbly, he's quite the looker. While Magic Square is definitely more solid, Iron Factory is easier on the eyes. He poses pretty well, bad tolerances aside. The amount here actually holds up quite well today. Sure, there's no extreme editions like ab crunches or butterfly joints, but everything you could want is here. He's also really tall for a figure of his size and proportions. Not absurdly so like the new age Dinobots. God, these basically aren't even Legends figures anymore. But he has a certain presence to him, though maybe that's because his pack mate is a short king. When Swindle was first announced, the height difference was one of the biggest talking points. It was unheard of. Combiner members who have canonical height disparity, but they still combine into the same length of limb? How is that possible? What is Iron Factory cooking? Turns out the answer was a lot simpler than anticipated. Most of the height just went to his backpack. Yeah, he's definitely got some jank in his trank, and it does not blend with the rest of the design. It sits really low and juts out to a ridiculous degree, but as it's in service of a gimmick, I kinda like how brazen it is. It's the textbook definition of intrusive, but it's humorous, so honestly I don't mind. And the rest of the design more than makes up for it, because this is one stylish adventure capitalist. The head sculpt is right on the money, with the perfect Scramble City helmeted noggin draped in a dastardly shit-eating grin. See, Magic Square? This is how you do a swindle! The paint is subtle but super effective, which is really good as some swindles can tend to fuck up the whole thing by making everything too dark. The torso that sits below is wonderfully chunky, going more toyetic in its stylings with a faux Scramble City peg right in the middle. I love how the vents adorn the protruding pecs. It's a perfect match of sculpt and paint. Those vents continue subtly to the shoulders too, as a nice bit of almost unnoticeable visual cohesion. The arms themselves aren't that heavily sculpted, but they make up for it by doing this really cool thing with the kibble. By leaning into the arm kibble stylings, they end up feeling way thinner than they actually are, moving a lot of this center of balance downwards from a visual perspective. It's really clever, and I wish more figures would play around with arm kibble. We've been missing these sorts of things ever since the Prime Wars trilogy began, and it's a real shame. The legs are also fantastic, bulky as shit, with a healthy dose of gunmetal. They're practically squares from the front, and with the boxy torso, they create some wonderful synergy. They're also really well articulated with the extra foot hinges, brought about from the transformation. In fact, this guy poses remarkably well for the size. It's honestly surprising. You would have thought he'd be a brick of a thing, given all the kibble on show. But not only does he move, but he retains the expressiveness in spite of his vehicle bits. From the outset, Swindle feels like he shouldn't work. Beyond the size difference, the way he converts doesn't really lend himself to a dynamic robot design. And yet, the kibble works, and he works. I mean, he at least works a hell of a lot better than the Magic Square version. The conversion's so nightmarish that it makes Danny DeVito freak the fuck out. Honestly, I barely have anything to complain about with this fellow. Sure, the backs of the legs are hollow, but that contributes to the excellent articulation, so who cares? The one thing I kinda take issue with is that the roll bar accessory doesn't do anything in robot mode. Functionality in this particular mode would have really sealed the deal, but as it stands, it's just sort of there, doing nothing. Real shame. At least the remaining accessories work well. The pea shooter is cool, I guess, and the bazooka is really nice, though it can look a bit weird over the top given how small it is. Still bigger than Magic Square though. What the f were they even thinking? I prefer to undersling it, like most of the promotional photography shows off. I am glad they included it though. It's something so iconic to the character, and other more G1 versions missing out is always disappointing to me. It's a nice feature that adds a good amount of value to the pack, and as a 2-pack, these two are very much worth the money. Aftermarket prices? I can't say, but on release they were easily worth the hundreds. Swindle is definitely the standout of the set though. Roll is one that should work, but gets a smidge stuck, while Swindle shouldn't, but styles on everyone else. Moving to the next pack, Blast Off is decent, looks-wise at least. He's not quite as stylish as the members that came before, but he fits in with the others reasonably well. The torso works well enough, with some nice layering and paint effects on show. It's almost like he's wearing overalls, making him the fruity house husband to Onslaught's working-class breadwinner vibe. This is canon, you can't argue this. It does feel a little unfocused though, partially because some of the paint is a little sloppy, but also partly because he doesn't have anything that's grounded. Maybe putting more of an emphasis on the angular or boxy natures like Brawl or Swindle did respectively, but as it stands, it's this weird middle ground. Not helped by the nothing head sculpt. It's not bad, but it just doesn't elicit any emotional response from me. It's just sort of there, ill-defined and blank. I do like how the tops of the shuttles become shoulder armor. It's a really nice use of kibble. But then the forearms don't really do anything, looking more like sand scoops. I realize a lot of this comes down to recreating the G1 Blast-Off transformation down to the letter, but perhaps that was better left in the past. The legs are fine, I guess. There's hints of some really cool cuboid layering effects, but they just get drowned out by the wing kibble on the side. Still, given the age of this figure, I'm willing to cut it some slack. Articulation is pretty similar to Brawl, save for the shoulder armor and an added ab crunch. Below the waist swivel. I've never been a fan of this. When you add it below the waist swivel, it basically serves the same function as a hip joint. It's always been a pet peeve of mine, though I do get why they didn't engineer one into the torso. He has to extend for the combine mode, so I do get it. That does bring up an interesting question though. Why not just use the combiner joint as an extra swivel and ab crunch? Well, this is where my main flaw with this figure comes about, and where Blast Off cements himself as the absolute worst of this set. I'm just gonna gently extend this and show you. You see that? Those are stress marks, right on the plastic. Those didn't happen over time, those are present right out of the box. And it's not just an icky thing with the plastic. These things have a tendency to snap if too much pressure is applied. This is unacceptable, and unfortunately in this release system, there's no way around it. For whatever reason, Iron Factory never reissues their figures. Even when they advertise things as first run only, they just never make a second run. So the whole thing is moot anyway. Blast Off and his pack-in-made Vortex, and even the rest of the Combaticons have never been re-released. So far as legitimate Iron Factory Bruticus go, Blast Off is always going to have the potential breakage issues. Now, to be fair, other releases seem to have corrected it. It's far more common to come across the Pocket Toys knockoff of this set, and as far as I can gather, this isn't an issue on this version. Don't quote me on that, as I've never had the chance to mess with one myself. I just don't hear any complaints about it in the bootleg circles. Whereas in the Iron Factory groups, this was all anyone was talking about back in the day. It's a similar thing with the Baldenation redeco that came later. Nobody seems to be complaining, so no news is potentially good news. But unfortunately, for the original release, you're stuck with it, and it really sucks. This thing goes from a passable robot to potentially a ticking time bomb, and much like other instances, it really hampers my enjoyment. Beyond that, the weapons are fine, I guess. The guns that hold the combined mode together aren't anything to write home about, and the standalone gun would be cool if it actually locked into place. I get that it has to merge with the other weapons, but none of them had any issues like this. Bit of a shame. At least it stores on the back, helping to cover up that really weird transparent purple section. It's not bad, just odd. Blastoff had the potential to be a solid member. He doesn't particularly go above and beyond, save for some kinda cool G1 conversion throwbacks and vehicle mode stylings, but nothing visually or engineering-wise is particularly heinous. It's just that damn waist section that ruins the whole thing. When a figure breaks or has the potential to break, I'm afraid I just can't cut it any slack. If you plan on seeking other avenues for hunting this figure down, maybe you'll have better luck. But as far as the original figure that stands before me, even though I've been pretty safe with mine, I still can't rate it very highly. His packmate, on the other hand, he's a bit weird. There's some really cool bits on him, but they're like all in the wrong places. The head sculpt is great, all angular and mean. The red could be a bit stronger. In fact, I think the eye paint on both members within this pack could be better overall, but it still communicates the character design quite well, at least way better than the banality of Magic Square with its missing visor. But then it sits atop this nothing chest that just sorta exists, I guess? Much like Blastoff, there's really not a lot to it in terms of salient features. It just sorta fits in there, and I do get the necessity to have the combiner joint in there, but there had to be a better way to do this. The arms are fine, but then you realize he has articulated shoulder pieces on the back. Why are they here? Why aren't they in full view like on Blastoff? And the legs? Okay, these are awesome, with so many angled panel pieces and crazy reuse of the window details. It's a shame it required parts for me to get here, but the end result is pretty neat. I just have to wonder why the effort was put in here of all places, when the rest of it could really use that same effort. And the weirdest part is, this was my favorite of the set back when I first reviewed it 6 years ago. Like, what? What did I see here? Was it the fact that you can use the combiner joint as an ab crunch? I guess Blastoff can't really accomplish that with all of his construction issues. And back then, ab crunches on Legends figures weren't particularly common. In fact, ab crunches on figures in general weren't as common back in 2018 overall. At least the accessories work okay. For as much as a cop-out as the windshield gun is, kinda works. At least a smidge better than the two worst defenders on the channel in the past. You do have to watch out for those wrist rockets though, because these two are sexy. They really bring the design to life, at least as much as weapons feasibly can on a somewhat mediocre base. I really like how they're sorta smaller versions of what Megatron had in Transformers 1, although this predates that design by a significant amount. So I guess the closest thing would be Fall of Cybertron Shockwave. This is not Fall of Cybertron Shockwave, but it is a mold mate, so you get the idea. In the end, Vortex is a weird one. In fact, this whole pack is a weird one. It's so close to being good, but it just seems to fall flat. Maybe it's because they're dealing with some really weird designs, essentially triple changes no less. Like, the legs remain in vehicle mode, and the torso doesn't nearly go through as much conversion, basically just extending. It feels like they f***ed up a wee bit in trying to juggle too much. But for Vortex specifically, he's not bad, he's just not that great either. The pack ends up being a smidge undercooked. There's elements I like, and overall I'd say it's better than the vehicle modes, but you can tell this was a first combiner attempt. It's plain to see, undeniable even, just like the fact Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Can you tell this video was supposed to release in December? Fortunately, the final member to close out the team is absolutely gorgeous. Well, sort of the final member if you don't count accessories and supposed first-run bonuses. Either way, this is one lush robot. The first thing you'll notice right off the bat is the colors. From head to toe, Onslaught looks absolutely gorgeous. The army green and light turquoise combo is a true sight to behold. See, I can love this color when it's not on a complete and utter piece of shit. Also, am I the only one who thinks this is what Magic Square should have used? Just me? Okay. It's also balanced very well, centering itself around the torso, but still allowing the blue to peek through right down the middle. Speaking of, the toy-style torso isn't bad. I feel it could probably use a bit more paint, but you don't tend to notice when everything around looks so lush. Maybe I'm biased though, this is my preferred Onslaught torso design. The detailing of the arms is also pretty good. I think the silver shoulders really tie it together, though it's obvious they rely on the addition of con symbols, as they look pretty plain without. Nice that they got the extra gunmetal on the wrist though, really ties everything together. Will say, I kinda wish the shoulder kibble properly fit together. It's always bugged me how it slightly angles outwards. Oh well, it's pretty ignorable. The lower legs sorta do the same thing as Swindle, with big cubes of chunk. They end up looking like military boots, and I think that works really well. It gives them a nice low center of gravity, also like Swindle, and it plays well with the posing. It's pretty in line with what we've experienced before, albeit with ratcheted hips to account for the combined mode. It's pretty neat that they're able to make them loose enough to work well on Onslaught alone, but tight enough that they function properly when combined. Overall, it's a simple fella, but a really lovely one nonetheless. Really, the deco carries this. I don't think I'd be this into it if it were a little duller, or if the colors were the same as the Magic Square outing, inaccurate or no. In the colors respect, it blows said Magic Square out of the water. Not overall, and especially not in engineering and posing, but I do think he looks better visually. The only part I feel falls flat in comparison is the head sculpt. It's not bad, but it's just really rounded compared to how he's usually portrayed. I get that's purposeful stylization, but it feels at odds with the rest of the boxiness. That's the one visual aspect I feel Magic Square has over this. Of course, again, there's no contests in hardware, but other than that, there's really not a lot to complain about. I mean, mean, I prefer if the guns at the top weren't so wibbly. They flop around and it feels like they want to rotate over the sides, but they're never quite able to. Being unfortunate, but like, yeah, it's fine. His other accessory, being the rifle, also works really well. Despite not having an extra peg, it can actually be held in both hands pretty cohesively. Brawl's probably crying in the corner somewhere thanks to this. I really like the extra energon lines on show. They're quite lovely, and I wish some of the other guns had it too. Just like I wish people would acknowledge Die Hard is a Christmas movie. All in all, pretty good package. He's a simple figure overall, but he uses that to his effect and delivers a damn fine onslaught. Back in the day, this would have begged the question, is he worth the price? We hadn't really been exposed to figures like Menasor, or Menasor as a Concord, or Menasor's Revenge of the Fallen Overload. These are fine, and the same pretty much applies to this fella here. Leader price for a big chunky Legends figure with a bunch of accessories? That's pretty fair to me. And hey, they do actually have their own functionality, combining into a bust on the side. I actually forgot about this in the original video, but after finally giving it a proper look, yeah, nah, this is kinda dumb. It's cool that this exists, but it's really flimsy. The joints holding everything together aren't solid at all, especially the pelvis piece, which just sits there. And it's a shame that this was the extent of the functionality with Swindle's roll bar accessory. It would have been way better if it prioritized something for the standalone robot mode. But well, it's something you can absolutely ignore if you want. I mean, I did for over 6 years. I realize a bunch of people are going to watch this and scream in agony, claiming it's an insult to combiner engineering and everything should be all inbuilt. But we've had 2 examples on the channel that prove this is not the case. As well as, if you go back far enough, one that shows the compromise is required to do it all inbuilt. I feel like I should cover some of the old CW stuff someday, just to touch base on the issues that were present at the time. Either way though, the concept is fine, just not the execution. Really wish more combiners would engage in G1 style base modes. It's just so much better. Of course, there's one more quick thing to touch on. One more included accessory. Okay, less of an accessory, more an included extra figure. As alluded to earlier, the first one of this set packed in a bonus figure, Combiner Hunter RC. I'm not going to bog you down again with how this works, as I've already covered her a couple of days ago, and earlier in this very review. She's a good pack-in, a nice little cheap bonus that helps provide value to early adopters of this set. But the thing is, as mentioned earlier, they never actually made a second run of Bruticus. They did Boulder Nation years later, but Iron Factory follows the tradition of never reissuing anything ever. This means for a complete set, RC will need to be included. And coincidentally, this is the one element aftermarket sales often miss, more so than even the weapons. I'm not going to pretend that this is an absolute must-have for grabbing Bruticus, but it is something to note if you want the whole experience. Of course, pretty sure the KO doesn't have it, so for those hoping to save some cash, it won't apply anyway. Regardless, in robot mode, this is a really nice set. There's definitely elements I feel they could have improved, and maybe starting over on the arm buddies would have been a good idea, but seeing them all lined up does things. They've all got that 2000s future vibe to them, like something out of old Toonami, or Code Lyoko, or Benjamin Tenjamin. Seeing them all together as a team works, arguably far more effectively than the Magic Square set, so perhaps that's part of a personal preference towards the mechanical detail. Still, it's a massive step above the vehicle modes, and even if that shows issues with their priorities and then present growing pains, I do have to commend them for that. For all their faults, this really works, and smooths out a lot of the rough edges. Except for the build quality issues on Blast Off. I'm sorry, but that's still not acceptable. F off, please. You know, honestly, I miss combiners like this. A lot of combiners we combine today, both official and unofficial, are just a lot more complex than these are. I'm not saying that there aren't benefits to having I think this could have and should have been fully engineered into the design itself, but it's still okay. Then of course you need to make sure these are closed up, and the fist comes in over the bottom. This is probably the weakest connection of the bunch. It does come off fairly easily, but I mean, one issue in an entire combined mode, you're doing alright. At least it works okay. And there we go. And same deal where you peg it in and rotate it down, but we're not quite done yet, because aside from getting this back into place like so, I just left it off to make the transformation a bit easier. We also have the combined weapon mode, which, oh my god, this is a really cool concept, and I wish more combiners would do this. I get that it takes a lot out of the budget, but third party could really do any of these. Come on, have some more creativity. Fold down the handle, fold in this section, and lock it in place with that. You take Blastoff's gun, rotate up, rotate in the handle, turn it upside down, and that'll peg in there, with then this bit folding in on the bottom. Brawl's bazooka folds in with this tab rotating backwards. It can then comfortably sit on the rest of it like so. Oop, there we go. You then lock the whole thing in place with Brawl's Uzis. You've got a slot there and a tab there, and they peg into the sides like so. Come on, get it on. There we go. And of course, the other side is obviously flipped, so that just pegs in there. Nice and solidly. Vortex's scope that we removed earlier goes on the top, and Vortex's other guns go on the side like so, and we are done. Nice and solid. Like, that doesn't even look like a combined gun. That just looks like a gun. Probably the best combined gun I have ever seen. Sometimes I do find myself forgetting how to do it, because it is a little bit complex, but it is still a fantastic feature, and I wish other companies would do it. Only downside is there's not really a good place for the remaining rocket pod holders. They just sort of sit on the butt plate like that. It's a thing you can do, but it's not the best. That's like the one downside of the combined mode. But no, everything else works really well. If it weren't for the issues with Blastoff, I'd be doing this conversion way more often, because everything is really simple and really satisfying. Again, I wish more combinations these days would use this system, because although there's wonderful things you can find with the skeletal system, and I still think the skeletal system is just better overall, there is a certain charm to combinations like this, and I do miss them. This combined mode, hot damn, this is something else. Don't get me wrong, it's got its issues, and it's far from the best Legends combiner in my collection, but beholding this in person is something beyond words. When I first combined this, I was hit with a wave of awe and amazement. One that I just hadn't felt with Hulkie. I think what really brings it to life is the sheer amount of mechanical detail. I know the Toon style is a lot more popular these days with everything flat as a pancake, but there's just something special about having a figure like this sculpted from head to toe. There are just so many panel lines on this thing. He feels built as opposed to just being formed from putty. I realize this might be personal preference yet again, but f me sideways. This is just something else. It's a shame we just don't get combiners like this anymore, save for the other Iron Factory combiners and things that are obviously Iron Factory combiners even if they say they aren't. And Kang Toy's Predaking, I guess. The metallic torso is absolutely gorgeous. It's the perfect intersection of shiny and matte, making all the details super crisp. I really wish more toy-styled Bruticus would go this route. It was always the intent of the G1 toy with its swirly silver plastic, and some onslaughts actually came with die-cast combiner torsos. I'm not making this up. Check Fred's workshop. It'll prove I'm right. I also love the gunmetal in clear purple peeking through. Really helps bring it to life. In fact, the clear purple is the star of the torso, though I'm not so sure about the codpiece windshield. Seems a bit weird. I thought you were supposed to look at not have look at you. That was supposed to be a joke. I'm not that kind of toy review channel, idiots. Couldn't even use my actual business email. Unprofessional shit. The arms are also proportioned very well, using the blocky mass to beef him the f up. It's less flowing and more he is a man made of bricks. Not that he is a brick, because he poses quite well. I really like the way the wrist pieces wrap around the existing kibble. They so easily could have Combiner Wars'd it and called it a day, but this feels so much more cohesive. It would actually lay a lot of the groundwork for the Magic Square version later down the line, so pretty cool. The included fingers are also fantastic, nice and chunky, all rectangular yet still very posable. This is how you do fingers, not the new sausage fest on Magic Square. Love the dorsum detailing, like a piece of an old circuit board ripped off to create knuckle tattoos. The back of the hand is a really underrated part of Transformers design to put extra detail, and I vibe with this immensely. Admittedly, I was a little concerned about these going in back in the day, as the standard for articulated fingers was pretty much just Keith's Fantasy Club stuff. Happy to report, however, that these are durable as f as well as posable as f. Not quite licking, but definitely finger good. I'm also happy to report that the back cleans up immensely well. Everything remains super solidly in place, nothing seems wibbly. Given how many goddamn Legends combiners get their backs blown out, the fact Iron Factory was able to get this right the first time round, it shouldn't be commendable, but it is. Now, unfortunately, the standalone Onslaught cannons don't really have a lot to do, just sort of dangling off the back. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal as you can just leave it to the side, but given how well the rest of the integration works, it does seem to fall a bit short, albeit not as much as the roll cage. damage. The other side rocket pods on the butt plate also cause their own issues, blocking up the waist swivel a smidge. You still get a reasonable amount of range, but it can't compete with fully unhampered movement with them taken off. Again though, like, just take them off. No biggie. I'm just gonna interject here quickly because a couple of commenters on the original upload of this video pointed something out. Yeah, if you're watching this, it's likely in a compilation with other videos, or I've had to re-upload it somewhere, at which point I'm terribly sorry about that. One thing I was not aware, and I didn't actually realize until they pointed it out, was if you move the head down into its vehicle mode configuration, you can actually move up the guns into there. And then that will allow you to put everything else over the top. In fact, there's actually a dedicated tab at the back there. Can you just get in there, please? There we are. Nice and in place. So yeah, that's all very solid, and it all forms a really nice solid torso where that does store at the back. Completely didn't realize that. The other thing I wasn't aware of is apparently if you move these the other way around, it still allows you to rotate this fully. I think that's a pretty cool way of doing it, and maybe it is the intentional way. But then he ends up with a massive dumpy, and you can't move the legs backwards, so I still prefer to leave that off. I do always appreciate people commenting and correcting me on certain things. Some toys are very complicated, and I can't cover everything. So when I do miss stuff like that, and people do point it out, I very much do appreciate it. The back section still does incredibly well, and it's leagues ahead of the competition. I mean, we got falls apart, wobbles around in stock configuration, or has loose wheels with the upgrade kits, untabs due to poorly designed ab crunches, no, or coming apart at the waist. Really, the only third-party Legends combiners I've come across that have managed to solidly lock everything in place just so happen to all be from Iron Factory. Maybe the other company should look to them for guidance. Clearly they're doing something right. Of course, he's not without fault. There's plenty of elements on this figure that try to be amazing, but unfortunately due to either inexperience or poor build quality, fall a little short. The head sculpt is amazing, communicating the ferocity of the design very well. It's a little sunken in, and they've kind of given up on the purple light piping, but it's still ferocious as shit. I love how far up the crest in the middle goes. It's a cool aesthetic we don't get to see a lot on many versions these days, with the bog standard G1 crest taking center stage instead. It's pretty cool, but the antenna and crest also refuse to stay in place. Whenever you go to move it, and sometimes even standing on a shelf, they depress really easily. I mean, it's fine I guess, but some locking tabs or better tolerances would have been greatly appreciated. Or maybe this is just quality control, I don't know. I do know that blast-offs issues affect all copies though, so there's that. Don't need to go into more detail on that front. I also know a messy forearm when I see one. I get the intent of having the windshield here, but it just does not work as a finished product. Combined with how messy the rotor blades end up on Vortex's shoulder, I stand by the opinion that this guy should have been redesigned from the ground up. On the shoulders, the wheel assemblies just bug me. It's the only part of the design that flat out looks unfinished. I should be annoyed with how hollow everything else is, but honestly I don't notice it that much. At least not as much as those damn wheels. I also don't like the leg proportions. The short thighs are fine given the overall bulky aesthetic, but these shins are just way too wide. Honestly, given some of the issues with the individual bots, the vehicles didn't need to be this wide. They could have fixed a lot of visual problems by slimming these down. It's almost like they made a stylistic choice at the start, but then refused to tweak as they went along. The articulation is alright, but there's definitely some areas where it could have been improved. The shoulders have trouble getting out of the way, though that's emblematic of the design. And the hips often get stuck on the waist assembly, despite having dedicated hip skirts. It's definitely got some of that early combiner jank in its posing. That cannot be denied. But here's the thing. One thing that has to be taken into account is that this was essentially the second third-party Legends combiner ever produced. They were pretty much going in blind, trying to figure out how to make things work while still keeping the individual bots functional. They hadn't even figured out how to use dedicated skeletons yet. So like, it's okay. It's still reasonably articulated for 2018, and it sure as hell puts Hulkie in his place. For as much as I've come to love that since release, it really goes to show that some of the articulation just wasn't acceptable. One interesting thing to note is that the weight on this guy is done quite well. They've actually kept most of the chest hollow, so that the majority of the mass is shifted to the legs. This makes some of the more daring poses a lot easier, especially as he has no dedicated skeleton to compensate. For all his flaws, posing accomplishes pretty much everything he could feasibly do in universe. I don't think you'd see combiners doing the superhero landing in lore. As long as you don't do something that drastic, you'll be fine. Accessory-wise, he's basically got two guns, a mini non-transforming shockwave and the combined form of the robot mode pew-pews. Now for the former, if memory serves, this was included initially because of concerns with the weight on the dedicated shockwave. I'm not sure if it was due to fan complaints or designer worries, but it was included so that Bruticus could pose without being bogged down by the ridiculous size. And it does work very well for that purpose. It's nothing crazy, but it conveys the design of the full-sized version to a reasonable extent. It's lovely seeing the gorgeous gorgeous choice of purple back. And although the details aren't one-to-one, the general shape is roughly the same. It is better proportioned for Bruticus to hold, so for photography it might be your preferred option. However, if you do have Shockwave, it turns out the weight issues were kinda exaggerated. Yeah, you can still get some decent poses out of this thing. Not as seamless as the dedicated gun, as it does make the extra elbow hinge impossible to use, but this still works. Only problem is it's ridiculously oversized. But to those dead set on giving it a shot, that probably won't be an issue. Like, there's a novelty to having a Shockwave that works with combiners. If you're like me and somehow have both, each release offers something different, so pick your poison. Only thing is, I'm not sure if the knockoffs are compatible, as they're produced by different companies, and the Shockwave may or may not be oversized. I'm not sure. If anyone in the comments wants to give it a shot, let me know. As for the other accessory, this barely looks like a combined gun. It just looks like a rifle, and a pretty good one at that. This isn't the first time something like this was attempted. I'm pretty sure Warbitron gave it a shot beforehand, but it's probably the best I've seen on a Bruticus. Sure, there are a few seams in the middle, but plenty of guns have waffling as is, so it's not that heinous. Given how good this looks, it seems obvious to me that this is why the standalone guns had so many issues. It's nearly certain that they started with this and worked their way backwards, and it's worked pretty well as a result. Part of me does wish they came with a melee weapon, as I've always found they made more sense for something this big, but I get it really isn't accurate to any version of the character, so I'll take the awesomeness that is the combined gun mode. And hey, way better than whatever Magic Square was doing. Seriously, this is about as much of a gun as Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. Oh, and I guess Combiner Hunter RC counts as an accessory too. Works great for photography, I suppose, but figure-wise, she's just okay. Again, really no point going over her in detail, as I kinda already have. Weird they never made a Chromia to finish the trio though. It's like the one design I feel they're missing. Don't think we're ever gonna get one, sadly, as they've moved on to very different things. Grading this set is difficult because there is a lot of good, but also a lot of jank. There's fantastic elements and unacceptable elements, and things they could have done better, and parts that just make you scratch your head. At the time, I loved this thing to absolute bits, partly because it showed DX9 how it was done, but also partly because it did everything I wanted a Bruticus to do. These days, I expect a bit more, but it surpassed all my expectations 6 years ago. However, it's not 6 years ago anymore, and this figure is starting to show its age. A lot of that does boil down to me growing as a reviewer, expanding my critique palette and having less patience for severe build quality issues. But also, we just have better combiners on the market these days. Like, for all its flaws, Magic Square is better. Not because they build on what this did, but simply because the industry has moved forward as a whole. However, even so, I think this still has a place in many people's collections. For one thing, it's a historical piece showing how companies improved and one-upped each other. And for another, it's really good. The aesthetic is to die for, even with some proportional issues. The engineering is a lot simpler than what many companies go for these days, even Iron Factory themselves. So outside of potential breakage issues, it encourages you to play with it. And even those breakage issues concerns might not be valid given War Giant was Hulkiified, with dirt cheap bootlegs flooding the market. Not only is there a high chance the knockoff won't snap to pieces, but it's so dirt cheap that even if it does, you're not particularly losing much. So if you're dead set on getting this, there's really nothing I feel I need to say to stop you. Yes, it has its issues, but even to this day, it's a remarkable third-party Legends piece. Sometimes it's just fun to look back, and this time, the Abyss didn't look back at me. Instead, it smiled and waved. And I took a nice trip down memory lane. But as always, fan and public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your thoughts on third-party Legends combiners below. Does this piece really show its age, or does it stand above everything releasing around it? Does this style of combiner hit you just right, or do you prefer the skeletal system? Judging by the comments on the upcoming Age of Prime Soups and Devi, I don't think my audience does, even if I myself think it's incredibly beneficial. third-party Legends never remains in a static position. Things always ebb and flow, with some companies taking center stage while others fall from grace. Sure, some companies win for a time, but as the ancient Time Lord proclaims, nobody wins for long. As such, let's go back a year to mid-2021. New Age is leading the charge with its constant output of top-tier figures, and although some releases allude to a dip in quality, they are poised to reassure everyone of their pedigree. Iron Factory enters a transitionary position, and nobody truly knows the future of the company. Some even argue this is still the case. And then we have Magic Square, whose output can be likened to an old lawnmower, failing to start over and over again. Fiddly releases like Cosmos, fiddly and ugly releases like Blue Streak, and horrendous releases like Megatron, it's getting old real fast. And yet, oddly enough, they still have their die-hard fans, showing fanatic devotion, the likes of which would make fans' toys blush. If the Guardians of the Fans Toys order can brainwash a tick into my speech pattern, I shudder to think what Magic Square obsessors can do. Regardless, things aren't looking good. For many people like myself, it's Magic Square's last chance to impress. This is where Menasor comes in. Announced around the time of the company's inception, many people assumed this would never see the light of day, perpetually trapped in production hell. Right off the bat, things weren't appearing promising. First, there was the designer, rumored to be the same person who tackled Unique Toys, Bruticus. A fitting choice, given Magic Square is essentially Unique Toys. But there was one small problem. People hated Unique Toys Bruticus. From what I can gather, complaints stemmed from a change in aesthetic halfway through the combiner, leading to a sort of mismatched look, and a somewhat antiquated form of engineering. On top of this, there was a lot of confusion surrounding how the combiner would be handled. The prototype seems to randomly flip-flop between aesthetics, and it wasn't clear if we'd be getting two versions of Murder Master to offer different homages. Well, I'm sure it was clear to anyone who could read Chinese, but most of the Western fanbase, myself included, cannot, and Magic Square doesn't exactly lay things out well for their Western fans like New Age does. And then there was the baggage from the previous releases. It was right after Megatron, who can blame people for being concerned. Due to these factors, Magic Square was in a precarious position. They needed a hit, not just a regular solid release, but something bold that would blow expectations out of the water. All eyes were focused on this release. It all came down to a single moment. Greetings, Cybertronians. I'm DrLockdown, and today's diagnosis commences a 4-part series. Welcome to Menasor. For the first installment, we examine the first set on the long road to Menasor, MSB 14 Beatback and MSB 15 Collide. Honestly, I don't know which name applies to which, since both are synonyms of Breakdown, so I'ma just call them Breakdown and Wild Rider like any sane person would. Now, typically when it comes to Magic Square, vehicle modes aren't the problem. Not to say they can't be at all, as seen with half-melted Blue Streak and the wonky copy of the New Age version that was Bumblebee, but typically they're passable at worst. Wild Rider and Breakdown follow this trend, turning into pretty sleek sports cars that carry their G1 DNA quite well. Starting off with Breakdown, he exhibits his Countach likeness pretty effectively. Sure, the top is a little more rounded compared to the real thing, but I assume that's part of the downscale process to get it working at such a scale. Also, I don't think anyone who's a fan of this scale is going to complain that much. Right off the bat, you'll notice that compared to a lot of figures his size, he's got quite the high level of paint. In fact, not to throw shade at the other members, but he's easily one of the best painted vehicles in the set. Second really only to Dragstrip. The blue trim at the bottom really catches your eye, popping very well. It's nice and continuous, never falling into the trappings of usual segmentations. Also, great job with the red part at the front. Pops pretty damn well and doesn't feel wispy. Doesn't matter which toy I'm discussing, if it does red or yellow paint well, I'm drawing attention to it. Shit's hard, y'all. You seen what some examples look like? The sculpting is also pretty crisp too, with lots of line work picking out the vehicle detail. That said, as commendable as this is, I'm not too excited by it considering 1, Unique Toys is known for their line work, and 2, this isn't the first Lamborghini the company has done. Hell, it isn't even the first Legends Lamborghini they've done. I will give credit to the paint though. It picks out quite a few places. Curiously, the back is actually a different shade to all of the windows. Not sure why, it uses the same paint Wild Rider's torso uses instead. Bit weird. Also disappointed the handles haven't been picked out, especially when Sideswipe got this right years prior, but well, really it's a minor thing given how much paint they've slathered over everything else. And that's really how I feel about most of Breakdown's issues. They're there, but they're pretty inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. For example, due to how he transforms, there's a smidge of blue bleed around the roof of the car. Firstly though, the sign, and second, they've had the foresight not to paint the bottoms of the feet. I've seen figures 3 times the price f this up, even with worse colors too. So kudos to figuring this out properly from the get-go. I've also seen people lament the lack of paint on the headlights, and while it is a little sad, they've at least gone to the trouble of doing the taillights. And personally, I would have preferred they used the same black paint from the back for the windows as well, since I'm not the biggest fan of this gunmetal. I'd also prefer them to have gone with a more accurate shade of cream, one seen on both the Toon and toy, since this off-white seems a little bit generic. Ultimately though, it doesn't really matter. It's a cool cool little Countach coming in at a decent size and with wonderful rolling capabilities thanks to the use of pinned wheels. In fact, all of these figures roll well with their pinned wheels. Although I suppose that's not saying much given third party tends to use pinned wheels anyway. Guess I'm just getting used to the Hasbro stuff lately. Unfortunately, by comparison, Wild Rider doesn't quite carry the same pedigree. He's still a pretty good figure, no doubt, but there are definitely issues to see here. In car mode, despite using much of the same engineering as Breakdown, he feels a lot flatter. Examining him next to the original toy and photos of the real Ferrari 308 GTB, you can see they f***ed with the proportions a bit. Perhaps it's for the combined proportions, or perhaps it's out of fear of angering Ferrari at some point. I mean, even Hasbro demonstrated that fear. They're willing to play chicken with Porsche, but when Dino comes along, they deviate hard from the source material. Although that said, they seem to have gotten a little bolder with the legacy version of Wild Rider. It's ironically much closer proportionally than the supposed free of copyright third-party release, albeit with a lot of extra stylized detail to mask it up. This is actually why I prefer the legacy version over the Magic Square one, at least in this mode, alongside the luscious clear windows. But this isn't a review of Legacy Many, so I should probably stop getting off topic. When it comes to this review's subject, I don't know, whatever the reason, it doesn't bother me that much. I'm not an accuracy nut, I'm just pointing out for those who might be. For me, it's just, this car doesn't look as good as Breakdown. Probably the weakest car of the set, although he does have his positives. The red windows pop hella hard, and the dark grey is incredibly rich. Lots of crisp details too. The line work doesn't appear in extremely high quantities, but it does its job pretty well. I'd even say better than Breakdown. They also went to the trouble of painting both the head and tail lights this time, in 3 different colors no less. Love to see it. Actually, come to think of it, maybe the reason Breakdown didn't have any was because it's on top of blue, and yellow is a notoriously hard color to do. Either way, it's definitely a plus over him. That said, one major issue ultimately makes me consider this inferior. Paint chipping. Really bad paint chipping. This figure uses 2 shades of red, a glossier one for the windows and a matte one for the bottom. The matte red is the same one used for the hood on Breakdown, and while it sticks to the plastic properly there, it flakes off like a motherfucker here. Why they didn't just use the same red for everything baffles me, since there's barely any difference between the two. Only psychopaths like myself who overanalyze the shit out of everything would even think to look. This is actually one of the reasons why you might prefer the KO over the original, mind you. According to a friend of mine who owns the bootleg, who has kindly let me take footage for this and other reviews, and that toy guy, there isn't any paint chipping present on that version. I'm sure if I really wanted to, I could go in and fix it, but I really shouldn't have to. It's not the only case of paint chipping on the figure, but it's easily the worst. However, I think I can ultimately be less harsh on this figure, as well as Breakdown to a lesser extent, for one specific reason. They actually listened to fan feedback on this one. From the very beginning, what's the one issue that has plagued every release from Magic Square? Whether their figures have been good, bad, or just plain f*** right off, what's the consistent factor that keeps them from being on the same level as other companies? It's simple. Plastic quality. Consistently, they've used this wibbly wobbly soft plastic that makes all the details feel soft and gives the figures an unprofessional feel. It also has the side effect of making any finishes they try to add look utterly horrendous. The Stunticons are the first figures in their lineup to actually take this criticism to heart and provide some nice, dense, professional plastic. It still isn't the best plastic on the market, but I can actually transform these without them constantly feeling icky. Right off the bat, this was the first thing that stood out to me. Years and years of complaining about it, and they've done absolutely nothing. Until now. Maybe it took them so long to fix this because their die-hard fans don't seem to care, or rather, they've become so used to it that they now consider it a positive. I don't get that. Annoyingly, it seems like the releases after this have gone right back to the style they've used before, along with other issues their previous figures have had. Everyone praised the plastic quality on Soundwave, but surprise, it's just as shit as it was before. But whatever, we're here to discuss these figures, and even with all their faults, I'm really happy they took on feedback just this once. Whether it was for the sake of the combined mode, or because for a brief moment they realized the error of their ways, hats off to them. Anyway, size-wise, there isn't much difference between Wild Rider and Breakdown. They work really well together, which is a good thing because they're going to become the legs later. And bringing in the upscaled versions for comparisons, these things will really piss off scale nuts. They don't really fit in with anything, not even Legends Plus like the Figures Make Fans Toys puts out. You're only really buying these if you just want to sample the combiner at a cheaper price and don't care about scale with anything. Also, just note that there are differences between the paint applications on Breakdown. They kinda cheap down on the bootlegs, which is pretty disappointing. Still, you'll see why they did this with some budget reallocation later. Also, side note, the KOs I'm showing comparisons with in this this video are the oversized, no-brand ones, under the BW code, whatever that means. At the time of writing, this was the only knockoff on the market. Since then, however, another has been announced, under the name of MHZ Toys Tiger Wing. I could be mistaken, but this appears to be a 1-to-1 KO with no change in size. Just putting that out there, you might want to do some research in a few months when it releases. Doubt anyone I know will get it though, so I don't think I'll be able to assist in any way. But with all that said, the most surprising thing wasn't anything to do with the vehicle modes. It wasn't anything to do with the plastic either, oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you the moment I was sold on this set. Let us engage in the transformation. Now, the first time you go through a transformation like this, it's not going to seem very interesting. I mean, it's pretty simple, it treads very similar ground to what you've seen before. In fact, it borrows a lot of engineering from the sideswipe they did ages ago, which makes sense because Countach and Countach. But fear not, it is going to make a lot more sense in context. Might be unassuming now, but we'll get to why these transformations are important in a little bit. That being said, given the transformations are very similar between the two, I'm basically just going to show it once with a few differences between them. There's no real reason going through the same transformation twice, so to cut down on time, I'm just going to go through it once. So the first thing you want to do is just wiggle everything in the middle section free, so you got a bit of clearance. You basically just separate out these leg parts and rotate them down like so. This middle section pulls out and down. Yes, it's a sliding rail, but because of the way this clips in, it's not too bad. Straighten up the feet like that, and then there are dedicated slots that the side panels tab into, and that's what makes everything nice and solid, so the sliding rails are actually being supported by something. Anywho, separate the legs like so. Take the hood of the car and fold it down onto the backpack. Open up this back section there, and a little something to note with my copy, because it's second hand, the person I bought it off already broke part of it. Apparently, these tabs have a tendency to break if you try to pull out the arms first, so don't forget to pull this section back before messing with the arms like that. Anywho, on the topic of the arms, they rotate down and rotate down. They are on double hinges like that, and that makes the whole thing proportioned better. Come into the back and bring out the head and rotate it forward like so. And now those tabs will plug into the slots where the mushroom pegs are instead of the original slots. The last step for both of them is just to pull the arms down like so. And then Wild Rider deviates just a little bit. You want to rotate the waist around. That's not part of Breakdown's transformation. And of course the feet rotate the other way, and there is now an extra little toe piece out of there. And once that's done, it's all good. So yes, the transformations on paper do seem pretty unassuming. I mean, we've got the same legs as Sideswipe and just really simple arms. What is there to talk about? Not much, aside from the fact that Wild Rider's head is a little bit difficult to get out, but it's not too hateful. So yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a lot to discuss. However, that is in a vacuum. To understand these conversions more clearly, we're going to have to examine these figures in the context of everything Magic Square have released. Sideswipe, solid start. Has its issues, but shows the company is capable. Magnus, honestly great aside from paint chipping issues. So far, my second favorite Magic Square release. Trailbreaker, pretty well engineered, but things are getting wibblier. Artfire, and by extension the other versions. Off the deep end at this point. F this thing. Cosmos, very wibbly and not fun to play with. Blue Streak, horrendous transformation and looks disgusting with its gloss finish. This thing. Puffer, surprisingly great. Sea Spray and Beachcomber, the latter is pretty good, but the former has the same wibbly transformation. Optimus Prime, alright, but way too complex for the size. Also, they tried to beat New Age to the market with a Magnus upgrade, and it turns out horribly. It makes no sense too, they already made a fantastic version. There was just no need for this to exist. Cyclonus, basically unfinished, not just in engineering, but also in alt mode. This thing. Blaster, alright, but really finicky for the size. Bumblebee, literally a worse version of the New Age one. Why would anyone want this? Oh, and also way too finicky for the size. Megatron, this thing. Anally, painfully, without consent or protection. See the problem here? Of the 14 molds I have sampled from them, at least leading up to the release of Menasor, 9 of them have had engineering issues of some sort. They started out really well, but over the course of 3 years, they have slowly but surely devolved into overcomplicated bullshit transformations, even on releases that can be considered good figures. As I have discussed in previous videos, this entire approach is antithetical to what Legends represents. Small figures designed primarily for play sessions transformations. Accuracy doesn't necessarily correlate with bad transformations. New Age has delivered on both factors with every single release of theirs bar one. Hell, even Magic Square started out really good, so it is possible for them to do better. This release proves that they can rise above their idiotic engineering ideologies and deliver something truly inspiring. It's entirely possible it's just so the combined mode is lighter and consequently easier to pose. It's also possible it's because this is an older design, given it's been in production since the DX9 Unique Toys split. This thing has been in the oven for a damn long time. Whatever the case though, the engineering brought me right back to a better time when both competing companies had potential. The transformations on their own aren't anything beyond solid, but in the context of everything else, they are what I've wanted for a very long time. And the end results are ultimately pretty good too. Granted, when you're not trying to force in a Scramble City gimmick, these two are always pretty easy to design, but they've done a good job regardless. Starting off with Breakdown, he's looking damn snazzy. Once again, I would have liked to have seen him in his old custard looking colors, but for what we have, he's damn nice. First thing I noticed when seeing him initially was the head sculpt. It's actually good. Magic Square has always been hit or miss with their faces, so it's good to see something that actually looks, well, decent. Although perhaps that's a little excessive for praise, given traditionally Scramble City heads are pretty easy to do, given they're essentially based on what amounts to combiner ports.
Look, yo, we're not here to peg your bald fat ass. Just give us our payment.
You were gonna peg my ass as hard
No
as
way,
you possibly can.
that's for you and your MILF to do.
Oh man, think he wants to peg
For the
me.
last time, I don't want to see your ass get
Moving down to the chest, it's definitely pretty simple, but it gets the design across pretty well. The midriff section is a little bit thinner than the original, likely a mix of stylization, decisions, and sacrifices to make the combined pegs fit properly, but it's still pretty neat. The arms are fairly simple with minimal detail, but the leftover paint from the vehicle mode adds some nice breakup not present on the Sunbow model. Also on the topic, they've hilariously molded in the tiny rivets present on the original knees. It's something you'll likely never notice unless you're scrutinizing it. I wouldn't care if they left it off, to be honest, but I still find this hilariously charming. Kinda glad they fixed the proportions on the waist though. No more diapers, thank you. Moving down to the legs, Christ, these go hard. They've engineered it so the car chassis slightly angles backwards, and created the perfect balance of integration and stylization. They've also taken the vent detail and added lovely 3D effects to it. This design builds exceptionally well off the Sunbow base, never being afraid to deviate to make the robot mode look more cohesive. You just know if this were one of their other standalone releases, they would have added a billion panels to cover things up. You really don't need it, you just need vision. This figure definitely has that. Also, the insides of the legs have extra black paint for no reason at all. F me, talk about unnecessary awesomeness. Wild Rider has it too, but it really pops here especially. Ultimately, there isn't a single thing I can find fault with here. It's not the most amazing thing I've ever seen, but I just can't find anything to complain about. The backpack cleans up well, the bits all block themselves out well, the sculpt accentuates the posing so that dynamic poses actually feel dynamic. Looking at you, Legacy! There just isn't anything I can get angry at. Yes, spits aren't 100% accuracy, but one, accuracy is an aesthetic choice, not a positive or a negative, and two, hello overused editing assets. If you're the kind of person who considers lack of flaws the marker of a top tier figure, this may just be one of the best Legends figures on the market. Personally, I prefer a figure to go above and beyond in other areas, even if it means it'll have flaws in the end. But if that's the way you deal with figures, then this should be right up your alley. Even the articulation works flawlessly. At this size, there isn't really anything I would add. Waist and abs, got everything you could want. Foot posability for dynamic posing, it's all there. I know some snarky little f will complain he doesn't have a butterfly joint, but at this size I don't really think it's possible. And another thing, you know how a lot of Magic Square's releases use those really awful pegs to allow rotation, meaning you can pull off and lose the head and wrists? Not a thing here, fully engineered mushroom and ball joints. It's always been this easy, it's just that up until now this company has been stupid. Unfortunately, a bit of that stupidity creeps back in with Wild Rider. Once again, he's by no means a bad figure, but there are definitely issues on show. Fortunately, most of the positives carry over too though. The head sculpt is also great, perhaps even better than Breakdown's. The backpack cleans up pretty well, at least better than the recently released Legacy version. Although to be fair, that figure is a different beast, having to fold up in a much more unique way. Also, most of the stock photos are lying, he can fold it up much more cleanly. But back to the Magic Square version, a lot of the paint has been allocated to the arms, going for the toon look. Love how these pop, and I love the extra mechanical details the elbows both have. And on the topic of hidden details, the knees repeat the same idea, harking back to the toon model. Again, hilariously charming. Unfortunately, this is where we start getting into the weaker than Breakdown territory. This figure sadly just doesn't exude the same presence as his partner. For starters, the torso has had its proportions changed, most likely for the purpose of keeping the combined mode functional. I'm all for necessary changes at the size like this, but they haven't thought through how to mitigate the consequences. As a result of this change, more attention has been brought to the midriff, and it's boring as shit. Yes, it's accurate to the original, but two things. First, they've already made changes with the torso design, and they should have made alterations to compensate. And two, personally, I just think they should have been more open to altering the design for the sake of visual cohesion. You may disagree with me on this, but it's how I see it. Plus, we're going to see in the coming weeks that Magic Square is perfectly willing to make changes, so ultimately, it's not a fault of the accuracy, but rather a fault of tunnel vision. Not as bad as the legs, though. These are a bit of a snooze fest. This one I kinda get, though. These bits form the back of the car, so I get that they can't go crazy on the detail. Breakdown's legs end up on the underside of the alt mode, so they can go as nuts as they want, but Wild Riders are in full view, so any changes they make need to be subtle. In this case though, why not incorporate some of the venting detail from the original car? Why not develop a nice balance between the two? That's not my biggest gripe though. No, that would be the paint chipping. And it's not just the stuff left over from the vehicle mode. Because of the way the combiner pegs are inserted, paint chipping is inevitable. Doesn't matter how durable the paint is, this is just the way it was designed. A solution for this would be to use the off-white plastic from Breakdown, if they were already going to change the shade at least. But alas, it's grey with an off-white coating, and it sucks that it eventually ends up like this. Also, side note, this little piece of mechanical detail looks cool, but I have no idea what it represents. Somebody please explain this in the comments because it isn't present on the toon or toy.
It's driving me crazy.
But yes, this figure has issues. When placed next to Breakdown, you can tell he's the weakest part of the set. I also personally find him inferior to the Legacy version in this mode, simply because the stylization really gives him some extra character. I know the small chest and vented shoulders aren't purposeful stylization, but rather a side effect of the combination gimmick, but the end result is way more up my alley. Transformation is inferior though, feels a bit finicky despite being the old Combiner Wars dead-end system mostly. That said, in a vacuum, he's still pretty decent. You can tell they've put a good amount of thought into how he works, even if he's just following the template in the end. I mean, he retains all the articulation the Breakdown had, and you can still get him in some great poses that feel dynamic enough. And this is without the accessories too. For some weird reason, I can't seem to find the guns they come with. Happening quite a bit lately, I'm getting somewhat concerned. Still, I can at least show you what the bootleg accessories look like, given the comparison shots, so here's how that works. And in the context of most previous Magic Square releases, oh boy, he comes out strong. He's simply a mid-tier Legends release, packed alongside a damn fine Legends release. It's a solid start to a combiner, which in this scale is something we haven't really experienced all that often. Anywho, before we finish up, quick sizing. Again, basic Legends size. Not much to say here. And once again, bringing in the upscaled versions, you can see that scale just doesn't work. I know a lot of people will be wanting to use these instead of the upcoming Legacy ones, but heads up, it really doesn't work. The scale is way off no matter which way you slice it. Unless maybe you want to go for G1 toy scale. I don't give a flying f about scale personally, but if I did, I'd probably skip this set. Also, neat little trick here. The upscale uses the money saved from the paint on the vehicle mode to offer two separate pieces of plastic on the feet, instead of the paint system the original had. This means far less paint bleed in vehicle mode, which is a nice touch. Unfortunately, bootleg Breakdown also got saddles with a wonky arm, so there's that. If you're going to buy the upscaled version, you have to understand, this is a knockoff. You're paying less, so quality control is going to be wonky. Even the best companies were saddled with issues like this. It just comes with the territory, and if you're okay with sacrificing QC for price, then go right ahead. Just be aware this is a mileage may vary type of situation. Yours may be perfect, yours may be an unplayable piece of garbage. Make sure you order from a reputable seller with good buyer protection if you're going to go down this route, as you would for any KO. I'ma be honest, I wasn't expecting this release to be that great. Given the immense amount of bullshit contextual baggage, I wasn't planning on getting this set day one. I was going to wait for these to hit the aftermarket on the cheap, maybe a year down the track. Magic Square figures often do this, especially when new age versions release. This is actually what I'm hoping to do with their Devastator eventually. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna turn out, given most people claim it's a mess. Either way, it wasn't until I saw these in person that I finally saw the hype. A friend of mine was getting into Legends after seeing the collection I had, but in time he began to realize it just wasn't for him. As such, he gave up on this release and decided to sell these on the cheap. I ended up paying just over deluxe price for these, two on a whim after messing with them at his former house. The moment I laid my fingers upon these masterful pieces of plastic, I was enthralled. All my reservations about jumping in faded away in an instant. I transferred him the money almost instantly, and that very same night I pre-ordered the other members. This set may not be the greatest Legends release on the planet, but it ignited a passion in me that I hadn't felt in a while at the time. Magic Square can do solid releases, and this release proves that. Ultimately, you've got a solid figure teetering on a 5 out of 5 and a decent figure sitting at a 3. That sounds like a damn fine set either way, combined score or no. And here's the thing, it's not the end here. This is merely the first release of a greater lineup. This is just the beginning, and if this is how the set begins, imagine what the rest of the set could be like. But as always, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your opinion on the state of Magic Square below. Have you always been as disappointed as I have? Have you been hesitant to buy these due to contextual reasons? After all, as always, there's a context for everything. See y'all next week for part 2. Often, when a new installment in anything releases, the previous entries form a context that shapes the views of the current entry. I adore Xenoblade 1. Always have. Favorite game of all time. Upon first playing Xenoblade 2, I was a little underwhelmed. Now I've gone back and played X, and I respect a lot more of what it did as a result. Or take the Transformers films, for instance. The Bumblebee movie on its own is just a solid film, but in the context of the other films, fans consider it a masterpiece. This sort of thing actually happened with Magic Square's lineup. Time and time again, they had put out subpar legend scale figures. And by the time Ragnar rolled around, it seemed like there was no end in sight. This is one of the reasons Breakdown and Wild Rider were so well received. In comparison to all of that shit, it was less a breath of fresh air and more an air cannon filled with aphrodisiac. Thing is, the next set didn't really have that benefit. There were a few months between the releases of Set 1 and Set 2, and by that time, the hype was a bit different. It hadn't quite died down, but it definitely wasn't at the same levels as before. As such, there was kind of a lot more riding on Dragstrip and Dead End. They had to show the first two weren't just a fluke. And more importantly, they had to up the game in the engineering department. All eyes were locked on Magic Square. Could they deliver? Greetings, Cybertronians. I'm DrLockdown, and today's diagnosis continues this 4-part series. Welcome to Menasor Month. For the second installment, we examine the second set released in Magic Square's Menasor lineup. MSB 12 Pillage and MSB 13 Contain. Once again, I have no clue which is which, so I'm calling them Dragstrip and Dead Ends like a normal person. Honestly, nobody outside of obsessive Fanstoys fans insist you call figures by their third-party names. Although, to be fair, Magic Square fans have been showing similar fanaticism as of late. Oh well, I've never been one to give a shit. Let's hit it! Regardless of which scale you design for, Legbots are typically the easier figures to block out. They normally don't have to add any extra engineering under the hood, aside from a few rare cases. As long as they're the right height in vehicle mode, you can get away with a lot more. Conversely, Armbots have to shove in a whole extra elbow up their cloacas. Doing the whole split section can alleviate this, but typically that's how Arm Combiner engineering goes. This makes Legacy Mini kinda funny considering it's essentially the opposite situation, but you know what they say, exceptions make the rules. And although these two have the split gimmick, they also allow the normal system to work, so the rule most certainly applies to them. You wouldn't think it from a cursory glance though, because these two are pretty sexy. One thing that really surprised me is how well both of the alternate modes are captured. Despite the extra engineering put in, these two are much closer to the real vehicles than the leg counterparts. Take Dragstrip for instance. Putting him next to the Tyrell P34 shows a striking resemblance. The only real deviation is the size of the engine section to account for the ankle supports. But aside from that, it's pretty much on point. And hot damn, what a sexy alt mode it is. It's a long, flattened, downward sloped slab of racing glory, and it looks mighty fine in these colors. The paint detail on the front is absolutely insane, with 3 separate colors used in order to provide visual interest. Love the golden brown they chose here. It's very similar to the one the Legacy version uses, and both are a dead ringer for the Sunbow model. Now, as a quick heads up, if you're planning on getting the upscaled version, you sadly lose this. They swapped it out for this awful diarrhea shade. No idea why they made this change, I'm guessing it was probably cheaper to use. Either way, the OG has it better. Only thing I can really complain about here is the red. It probably could have used another coat because there's a bit of bleed happening from underneath. This is why I usually praise red when it's done well. What we're seeing here is the norm, and what I've usually pointed out is the exception. Still, that aside, they've done a bang-up job here. Also, dig how clean the seating area is. Might seem like a no-brainer, but don't forget Hasbro decided to plonk the whole ass head in here. Yes, I know it's meant to represent a seat, but it doesn't do it very well. And taking it further back, hot damn, that's one sexy engine block. As mentioned earlier, it is a heavy departure from the original to account for the robot mode stability. It doesn't just increase in size too, it also becomes much flatter. Personally though, I kinda like it. I like how pronounced it is, and how the paint picks out the extra details. It kinda gives this a cartoony aesthetic, and not in the sense of the Sunbow model. It makes the design look like an 80s animator did a Sakuga-filled racing scene, before the 2000s hit and all the cars turned into CG. Now I've seen complaints about the solidity of this section, and they are kind of valid. A lot of people have trouble getting this to lock into place, both on the original and the bootleg version. Toy Guy flat out couldn't get it to stay together on his. Although on the knockoff copy I've handled, I had no such issue. Most of my issues stemmed from how tight the leg sections were, but that's typical KOQC nonsense, and is to be expected if you're used to buying unofficial versions. As for my copy, it was a smidge difficult at first, but over time it loosened up. These days it's pretty easy, but your mileage may vary on this one, regardless of which version you get. And moving to the very back, I love how they've molded in exhaust ports here. They're not painted, but it's pretty cool that they're here to begin with. It's a detail they could have gone without. The Legacy version certainly didn't bother, but hey, it's here and it's neat. Taking a step back, this figure is pretty neat overall. There are flaws with it to be sure, such as the ones I've mentioned already. Also, the wheels don't tab in, they just rely on friction to stay in place. It's a real shame these aren't given extra stability. He rolls great otherwise, but aside from that, it's a solid little race car. I mean, I could complain about the struts on the front that allow the shoulders to transform properly, but come on, look at the size of it, man. What are you gonna do? That said, I ultimately think I prefer the design on the Legacy one, even with the open head seats. I've always been a sucker for mechanical detail, and post-war for Cybertron figures have always delivered that in spades. But hey, it's still a great alt mode, not much I can complain about. And Dead End carries that pedigree too, once again coming in with a vehicle mode that's damn close to the original. Like, you take a look at photographs of the real thing, and yep, that's definitely a Porsche.
No, Dad! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Getting a Porsche.
The paint and mechanical detail are definitely a lot more minimalist. In fact, he probably has the least amount of detail from the whole lineup. Doesn't matter though, this alt mode still brings the pain. Love how they painted everything at both the front and the back. It's only 2 shades, but honestly, that's all you need. No lights are missed at any of the angles, and I love it. The subtle slope towards the front hits just right. Not too flat and not too curved. Same with the back windows, it's got that perfect roundness. And hey, the exhaust pipes return. Once again, something that was wholly unnecessary, but very much appreciated. And on top of that, this alt mode even has accessories. Controversial accessories. These two are spoiler pieces, and they plug in nicely and solidly into the back here. This adds some much needed breakup for the latter half, and although it sadly takes attention away from the wonderfully painted taillight section, I think it makes the alt mode better overall. There's just one problem. He can't transform with these on. They store in the same place they'd normally be in robot mode, but there just isn't enough clearance to keep these on without stressing the plastic. And to be honest, I'd rather not do that. As such, people have taken to call out this blatant use of parts forming, and I get it. The original toy and toon both had the spoiler. Here's the thing though, the original car both did and didn't, depending on which model you got. There's nothing stopping you from just leaving these off to the side and not using them at all. Sure, I would have much preferred the way Breakdown did it with his segmented molding trick, but I'm not sure that would have worked with the way the legs transform anyway, which to be honest I think is an okay trade-off. Plus it's hardly as heinous as something along the lines of Review 113. So personally, I feel this is an unfortunate caveat, but not something that pisses me off too much. Not like the paint chipping. The windows by far are the worst paint chippage on the entire set. At least Wild Riders is close to the ground and can be easily ignored, or I suppose it's a little bit easier to ignore. This is in plain view. It's even worse when you realize the bootleg doesn't have this issue. And no, it's not just the copy I handled. I confirmed with Toy Guy that his copy had no chipping either. It's only a thing on the official version. That said, don't let that be the main reason for going for the bootleg, because there are other issues that we'll get to. It's a real shame because otherwise this is a damn nice Legends alt mode. This floor takes a top tier Porsche and turns it into just a cromulent one. Ah yes, the word cromulent. Always been bugged by that word's definition. It sounds like it should mean fantastic and of great importance, but no, it just means serviceable. That linguistic quirk always pissed me off. Tangents aside though, that's what this set is. Perfectly cromulent. Dead End is still pretty good even with the issues, and Dragstrip brings his A game from every angle. The variety just makes for a more fun experience. I'm sure when New Age eventually releases a drag strip, it'll easily be more accurate and Dead End won't be strapped with all those conundrums, but hey, these are pretty damn good. Anyway, size-wise, these feel weirdly smaller than the first two. They're not. Dead End is roughly the same size and Dragstrip has the same mass, only flattened. But it definitely feels that way. Oh well, such an oddity is hardly cause for concern. As for the knockoff versions, they're about what you'd expect at this point. They don't scale with anything, so don't even bother. That aside, no real issues here. Those will turn up mainly in the robot mode. Speaking of, I think it's time we wrapped this up. Let's convert these motherfuckers. So all things considered, the first set of the Magic Square Menasor lineup was pretty pedestrian. I mean, Breakdown was basically just a copy of Sideswipe, it was basically just a copy of Masterpiece Sideswipe, just with a different front chest there, and Wild Rider was basically just a copy of Breakdown, so not much to discuss there. These two are a bit more interesting. They each have their own individual transformations, wholly separate from each other. No reused engineering between the two. Dragstrip is the simpler of the two, but he still has some neat little tricks up his sleeve. Now the first thing you want to do is bring the wheels out part of the way. They're just going to stay there for a little bit because they'll transform the rest to later once the rest of the legs are done. You take these two sections here and rotate them around to the front like so. Jostle it a little bit so that you can get the legs out and fold in this middle panel here, and then yoink the legs out like so. I am not a fan of this sliding rail technique they've used. I've never been a fan of sliding rails, and there's actually a precedent for these kinds of legs failing over time, as we've seen with hybrid style Black Convoy, so I don't really like the use of these, but only time will tell. Anywho, you want to rotate these sections around like so to make the ankle supports like that. Or I should say heel supports, really. The wheels then rotate the rest of the way inwards like so, using the double hinges. And they form really, really nice feet that look incredibly clean and are very sturdy too. Anywho, what you want to do is just take these arms and pull them out on these other sliding rails. These ones are a bit more understandable because they're pretty sturdy and they've got other ways of locking in. This part opens up and folds over the top, also revealing the head, and you can also rotate that around 180 degrees. Wheels rotate back, and I actually think this form of the wheel transformation is a little bit better than the Legacy version. Although on the whole, I prefer the Legacy transformation, it's just more fun. Yoink out the arms like the previous versions, but something the previous versions didn't do was rotate them around and also rotate around the fists. This allows you to change the detail from the angled car details to the flat toon details. And it works really, really well. It's just an all-around fun transformation. With the exception of the sliding rails, which are pretty solid for now, but you know how that might turn out later, everything functions fine. It's great. Now, Dead End is a lot more controversial. People hate this transformation. They say it's overcomplicated and has no place in the legend scale. Well, we've dealt with Magic Square overcomplicated transformations on the channel before, and let me tell you, that just ain't it. This is actually really clever and really fun. Sure, it's not accurate, but I really like what they've done here. First thing you want to do is bring this section down like that and lock it into place there. Then what you want to do is bring these sections down halfway, or more than halfway, just not all the way, that's the main point. Jostle the back section loose a little bit. These sections will then open up and give enough clearance to the back. The back pieces then use the double hinge to go back, and then you can sort of separate and start transforming them with this wheel part going all the way, that clicking into there, and then the top section and the foot just rotating around and clipping into place just like with Sideswipe and Wild Rider. At first, it seems really, really weird and confusing, but once you get the hang of it, it's really clever and really fun. Like, look at that. Look at how satisfying that is. Look at how the legs rearrange themselves. That is top tier engineering, and I do not get why anyone hates that, but to each their own, I suppose. Anywho, the rest is fairly simple in comparison. This just has a double hinge that goes back like that. The arms then use their double hinges to rotate around like so. I'm not the biggest fan of these, but they work fine enough. And then the newly revealed tabs plug into there, like that. Head rotates around, and arms yoink out like so, like every other robot or every other car in the set, and the wrists rotate around 180 degrees. And the reason the wrists rotate and don't just stay in place is so that the back parts have enough clearance there. If they're left as is, they just don't work. The whole thing doesn't hold together. The car bulges out and it doesn't look very good and puts stress on the plastic. But other than that, damn, that is a fine transformation. Really, really clever. Again, not accurate when it comes to the legs, but very much worth it and very much appreciated. So yeah, Magic Square needed to up their game and give us new and unique and interesting transformations, and well, they just did that. Less so with Drag Strip, but they did it enough, and very much so with Dead End. They still aren't my favorite transformations of the group, and you'll come to see which one is in the future, but they do what Magic Square set out to do, and they show that Magic Square can do fun and creative transformations, instead of something that looks like the dog's breakfast. I keep saying, the other transformations don't have to be bad. We have proof right here that they don't, but Magic Square just off with that. Life is cruel sometimes, ain't it? Now, for the most part, this set has leaned pretty hard into the toon stylings. In most cases, the robot modes are spitting images of the Sunbow model with subtle additions of extra detail. For better or for... actually, no, I think this is just straight up better, because the only example that would be worse is Drag Strip. The Sunbow model for this is, to put it bluntly, not good, and coincidentally, this is the one time the set deviates. It's sort of the toon details plonked onto the proportions of the toy, and given the original was actually pretty well proportioned as far as Scramble City limbs go, this is a wonderful mashup. This is one lean leaning into the lanky aesthetic to emphasize his slickness. Way better than old Dumpy Meister over here. Sometimes Sunbow designs are pretty cool, other times they're this. The head sculpt is sharp as shit, easily taking the crown for the best head sculpt in the set. It's a bit more neon and metallic than the screen model, but it's incredibly well sculpted and proportioned. Love the metallic purple they've used too. Oddly enough, it's not used anywhere else in the set, not even in the combined mode. Don't know where they could have put it, but it's a missed opportunity if you ask me. One thing I also adore is the cut of the back of the the head. Because they don't have to fold up like the previous two, they've been able to drill in an opening at the back, allowing the head to look up if you so desire. Not part of the transformation, mind you, purely for articulation. That's pretty awesome. The chest is pretty neat too, taking the toon mechanical detail and plastering it all over the toy proportions. Interestingly, this is the exact opposite approach of what the Legacy version does, which is yoink the toy style engine and place it inside the toon style's proportions. In fact, that's the main engineering philosophical difference between these two. And to be honest, as cool as the Magic Square one is, I think Hasbro wins out in the end. Not just with the proportions either, there's a subtle simplicity and maturity in the transformation that just tickles my neurons, even overriding my complaints about the lack of paint. Also, side note, the reason the other cars aren't getting comparisons is because I don't own them. Might seem inconsequential now, but someone is going to ask when watching this in the future. They just aren't out at the time of recording. But taking it back to the design of the chest we're supposed to be reviewing, interestingly, the torso is actually quite wide. It's only the prominent cockpit section that creates the illusion of slenderness, and it works really well. Doesn't come across as much on camera due to lighting differences, but in person he feels a lot slimmer than he actually is. Also doesn't work as well on the larger version, just as a heads up. Although the camera makes it seem like the opposite. Still hate the shade of brown they used on the KO. Just why? The arms are pretty stock standard, with not much to discuss. I really like the way the wheels work, but other than that, there's not much to talk about here. The legs are kinda cool too, although I feel they could go a little harder than they currently do. Due to how he pegs into the combined mode, the knee pads have become a lot less pronounced from the Sunbow model. I get it, but it's still disappointing. He's also lacking quite a bit of detail below the knees. After seeing the subtle mechanical detail added on the previous two, and eventually seeing how amazing Dead Ends turned out, this seems pretty underdone. Oh well, at least you get the side blocks, which works as a nice reuse of vehicle kibble. Oddly enough, these come off, I suppose, to give him a cleaner look. Looks wrong to me though, so I don't bother. Also, the KO comes with spares in case you lose them, when they could have just glued it on instead. Still better than the old hand fall off nonsense previous Magic Square releases had though. Actually, I say that, but later on as I was writing this, I realized his hands do fall off. He's the only one out of the set who does this, aside from Motormaster's head. Really wish Magic Square would stop doing this, but ah well. One thing I will give them credit for though is the use of the spoiler as the feet. This is the one toy style detail that's been carried over, and I'm all here for it. It's also really sturdy because it doesn't actually chill on the wheels. The wheels secretly hover slightly above the ground, letting the engine parts hold the ankle supports. I'm sure they could have figured out a wheel locking mechanism, but seeing the issues ankle wheels potentially cause, I'm glad they went this route instead. Also, I find it funny that this is the one toy detail that carried over from this, whilst on the Legacy version, it's the one toy detail that didn't carry over, at least until repro labels made adjustments. Just a humorous thing to note. Ultimately though, here's a solid figure. Looks-wise, he's probably the weakest of the set with minimal detail in comparison and not a lot of paint on show, but considering the alternative and the amount of stylistic adjustments made, it could have been a lot worse. From most angles, he's perfectly serviceable, or I suppose, cromulent. Aside from the leg detail and the weird fally-offy bitties, there's not much to complain about. Sure, I could have asked for the backpack to be a bit higher, but given the size, I think that's a bit much to ask for. Even his weapon is pretty neat, with some awesome angles and cool flamethrower stylings. And yes, this time I actually have the weapons. Guess I don't have to rely on the bootleg for comparison shots here. Articulation works pretty well. Sadly, you lose the ab crunch because of the combiner joint stuck in there, and the forward toe motion thanks to the way the legs transform now. Aside from that though, he's basically got everything the previous releases had, which is still a lot for a Legends figure. Although I guess a lot is becoming more standard nowadays. Now, due to the way the waist unpegs using the waist joint, hypothetically, it could fall off during standard posing. Personally though, I've never run into this issue. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I've never seen it happen firsthand before, so I don't think it's really a thing. Actually, and I'm adding this in a bit later, about a week before this video released, I had to go back to my friend's house to film a couple of comparison shots with the KO that I forgot about. And when I was transforming it, KO Dead End would not stay together. Of course it's KO Dead End. It's always KO Dead End. So in the end, Dragstrip has a lot of cool shit up top, but starts to get boring the further down you go. He's still a solid member within the lineup, but at this point I'm not seeing the craziness that blew me away at first. Meanwhile, Dead End is sort of reversed when it comes to the layout of his detail, where the top half is much less interesting than the bottom. Now, credit where credit is due, they have once again gone in and made alterations to remove the dumpiness of the Sunbow model. It's a lot more subtle this time though, and I feel they could have leaned into that idea a bit more. The chest is very well painted, with with two shades picking out spitting image details from the cartoon. I just wish it was a bit more indented. I get why they can't, similarly to Breakdown and Wild Rider this has to peg onto the trailer skeleton. As such, it can't jut out too much. And when you take into account how thin the panel is to begin with, you understand why the details are so shallow. Still, I just think it looks a little bland, or at least more bland than the other three. At least this has an excuse though, the head sculpt sure as hell doesn't. It's not bad per se, but it's not necessarily good either. It's weirdly puffed out and the visor just doesn't pop at all. They've already reused the brown from Dragstrip, so reusing the metallic purple seems like a no-brainer. But no, they didn't, and as a result, this is probably the weakest head sculpt of the set. The arms are okay, I guess. You get some of the mechanical detail references from the toon design with the extra grills on the forearms, but at this point, I'm kind of finding it hard to stay awake. Not even the gun can keep me awake at this point. It's just sort of your average G1 weapon with a silencer at the end. Whoop-de-doo, snore-de-snore. I'm falling asleep again. Not a bad robot design by any means, but I'm not being given any reason to care. Until you hit the legs. Holy shit, why do these go so hard? You can see a couple of references to the Sunbow model, with the wheels on the insides and the extra blocks on the front, but the rest is pulled straight from the designer's ass, and it's awesome. I keep seeing people trashing this, and I just don't get it. The way the bumpers slide into the knees is such a cool aesthetic, and they actually blend in amazingly. You'd expect them to float above the design and seem out of place, but nope. And on top of that, they brought back the back-swept kibble motif that made Breakdown so awesome, only applying it to the windows instead. Even with the chunks missing used to accommodate the wheel chassis, this still looks cohesive as f***. I honestly want to see this design used more frequently on Dead Ends. Hell, give it to a Generations rendition of Cyberverse Dead End if you have to. It's awesome and stands proud above the blandness of the toon model. I really wish the rest of this robot went this hard. It's sort of like the designer had one full awesome figure and the top half went to Dragstrip while the bottom half went to Dead End. I suppose that's better than a figure that's 100% boring, but still, it's a bit weird. As for articulation, he's basically Dragstrip with an added toe pivot. Unfortunately, this time the hands are actually mushroom pegged in, as opposed to whatever Dragstrip had. I'm getting real sick of this shit on Magic Square figures. And size-wise, they're both surprisingly thinner than the leg components. Dragstrip I get, given his overall aesthetic, but given how wide Dead End feels, even with the subtle angling implemented to counteract that, you'd think these would be the same width. But no, Dead End is surprisingly not a wide boy. And as for the bootleg versions, well, this may be the most important comparison of the set. There are many factors that influence getting a knockoff over the original. Perhaps the original is too hard to come by, or maybe the original is outside your price range. Maybe you prefer the scale of the bootleg, or maybe the colors are more appealing. The upscaled version of Magic Square Menasor might be purchased for any of these reasons, but any KO connoisseur will tell you that the decreased price comes with an extra tax of its own. KO companies always skimp over with their quality control. It's how they're able to use standard materials whilst still providing a cheaper price. The Dead End bootleg is essentially the make or break for whether you should settle for the KO or hunt down the original. His bootleg is by far the worst when it comes to quality control. On my friend's local copy, the knee pads just refuse to stay in, making posing a pain in the ass. And you think that's bad? Wait till you see Toy Guy's copy, where the whole thing is as floppy as my Democracy Manifest after seeing the invoice for the Mass Toys Seeker project. Now, if you can accept this and are willing to modify your toys to compensate or just ignore the wonky tolerances altogether, maybe you'll be happy with the KO. If you cannot, then the lower price just isn't worth it. Grab a second-hand copy or just wait for the New Age version. People always like to glamorize knockoffs as the superior way to collect, but that simply isn't true. There are upsides, as stated earlier, but they all come with caveats, and that's also provided you buy from a reputable source. Most people recommending bootleg purchases like to entice potential fans with deals on AliExpress and Taobao. You tried getting a refund from those websites? I tried once for a Black Mamba Ares Nitrogen that was lost in transit. Apparently the postal service throwing it out was my fault despite not having anything to do with it, and a refund wasn't valid. That's $50 I'll never get back. And what if it shows up with missing pieces or not the thing you wanted at all? After reviewing Last Night Reveal the Shield Optimus Prime, I saw half the comments were telling me to get the Fireburst version. So I did, and not only was the listing fraudulent as the toy was an undisclosed KO, but it was missing parts. It took a week of the seller trying to gaslight me into getting a replacement instead of a refund just to get the cash back. And in the end, he was still $4 short. And that's eBay, mind you, not some shady bootleg site. Yes, the old saying is true, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'm not saying don't get the KO. Again, there are reasons to get it. If I didn't want people getting the KO, I wouldn't have shown comparisons at all. I'm just saying, be aware of the risks involved on both a tactile and a logistical level. But enough tangents, this review has had far too many of them, and it's time to wrap things up. Ultimately, the main difference between set 1 and set 2 is the risks taken. Breakdown and Wild Rider form a very safe set that has more consistent quality overall, while Dragstrip and Dead End try to bite off a lot more. Sometimes they can't chew at all, and as such the lows are much lower, but the highs are also far higher than what you've seen prior. When these figures succeed, they soar, and ultimately that's the type of figure I prefer. A nice simple solid figure is fine and all, but I'll always gravitate to releases that push the envelope, even if they don't always succeed. And you know what? Something like this was sorely needed at this point. Had they just come out with another solid but safe release after the first set, the hype would have died down. If you don't raise the bar, fandom interest begins to dwindle. You have to keep moving forward lest you be cast into the abyss. And even if these figures have more issues, they're still pretty great. That's why they retain the same score as Breakdown and Wild Rider. We've still yet to see a true 5-star release in this lineup, but it's important to remember, a combiner isn't just the sum of its parts. We're only halfway there, and there's still a lot to show in regards to why this is the best combiner in my collection. There are other stories for other times. But anyway, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your thoughts on... I guess the stylization in the comments? I don't know, I'm sort of stretching for this review. It's been real scatterbrained. Still, do you prefer massive deviations from the G1 Sunbow models at such a scale? Or perhaps the deviations have pushed you away from this lineup? Maybe you're still waiting for the New Age version to come out, so you can see the two aesthetics lined up. And as always, there's a context for everything. See y'all next week for part 3. Everyone appreciates their Transformers collection differently. The most common form of appreciation is through the use of display. To see all of one's figures on a shelf and admire them in a complete form is something only collectors truly understand, even if some people appreciate their collections in different ways.
This is so unsexy!
Others engage in customization. Each toy isn't just a toy, but rather a potential project. Often they'll end up selling them off after to recoup the costs, because the process itself is more engaging than the finished result. And some people just enjoy flipping things back and forth. For certain collectors, there's no rhyme or reason. It's just about the conversion process. That process is partially how I do things, but the review process is also a huge factor as well. By reviewing toys, I engage in the broader context. I examine why certain things are the way they are, and it allows me to appreciate other toys as well through size comparison shots and whatever the f*** I decide to do on any given day. Sometimes the process of research and review can change my perspective on a figure as well. Occasionally, I might not feel super strongly about a figure, but after taking a closer look, the balance shifts in one direction or the other. Typically, it's down the negative route, as seen with Legacy RC, or going further back, Collaborative Maverick. Shitty toy for a subpar movie only, greenlit to provide propaganda for the American military. Who'da thunk it? In that context, it makes painful sense why that figure got reissued with fewer accessories and zero deco changes. However, sometimes it goes in the opposite direction. Occasionally, I'll be somewhat indifferent to a figure, but after doing extra research and correcting a few transformation errors, I'll come to realize the secret brilliance within. Greetings, Cybertronians, I'm DrLockdown, and today's diagnosis continues this 4-part series. Welcome to Menasor Month. For the third installment, we examine the third release in Magic Square's Menasor lineup, MSB11 Overlord. At least this time the 3P name is actually obvious, but whatever, we still calling him Motormaster. Also, I'm realizing the numbering has actually been backwards in the review order, but in my defense, this is the order they released in. Weird, but ultimately inconsequential. Now, one constant with the vehicle modes of this set is that they've all been as accurate to the real-world vehicles as physically possible. Sometimes the proportions get f***ed due to negligence or engineering limitations, but the attempt has always been clear as day. Motormaster takes a hard left turn from this, because this isn't accurate to anything. It isn't accurate to the tune, the toy, or the original vehicle. It's clearly G1 Motormaster, no doubt about it, but it's far less accurate than the previous members of this set. It's actually kind of interesting to see that the Legacy version is closer, given the different release practices, although that version is only slightly more accurate to the real vehicle, and not the toy or tune themselves. And even then, it's only a little bit. Still very stylized. As the last of the three to release, I can see hardcore accuracy fans getting somewhat annoyed at this. Personally though, I never really cared for accuracy. The main reason I discuss it is because I like to dissect why something looks good or bad, and because I know a good chunk of my audience is into this sort of thing. Of course, due to the difference in design philosophy here, discussing how it turned out becomes a more generalized affair than a laser-focused one. And in terms of overall aesthetic, this is still rad. It's definitely more squared off when compared to other Motormasters, which is to account for the somewhat flat aesthetic in robot mode, but there's still a lot of detail here. Once again, Magic Square shows its attention to detail in the front with its multiple layers of paint. Dig how they were able to keep the purple dark, but not too muted, so it stands out enough without overtaking the design on the whole. Also find it kind of funny that this set has 4 different shades of purple paint. Seems a bit excessive if you ask me, and puts into perspective how dumb Dead End's head sculpt is. Moving further down, I appreciate that the bumper section is a different shade of gunmetal to that seen on the light holders, grille, and window frames. And yes, they gave him goddamn window frames, something they didn't have to bother with but went the extra mile for anyway. Extremely unnecessary, but greatly appreciated efforts. Also love the rivets below said windows, and would have loved more than we have here, but there's a reason they're so subtle. When you end up folding around the leg panels, they all vanish and give way to the smooth toon aesthetic. It's an insanely clever aesthetic swap, and I'm all here for it. Moving to the side, we get the addition of silver now, with the pipes, canisters, and a whole bunch of extra details picked out. The gunmetal makes its return too, picking out the wheel rims. You don't tend to notice from a distance though, so I kinda wonder why they even bothered. Maybe it's to make the wheels blend into the design for the robot legs? Also, you obviously get the classic wind vane Motormaster is known for. Although I wish this was a lot more pronounced, it does serve a purpose, keeping both the individual and combined backpacks clean. Honestly, I think they could have gotten away with a bigger one, but I get why this decision was made. It's hardly something to get too mad at though, and at least you can tell this wasn't the result of laziness, because this vehicle is anything but. I mean, they even sculpted in extra vents at the back, a far cry from Legacy's clunky old robot chest. Sadly, that does mean they sacrificed the trailer bed section though, because this is clearly just the torso and robot hands chilling on the back. Essentially, they've taken the normal bed silhouette and added a bunch of robot kibble on top. This is actually something the Legacy version does a lot better, mimicking what it's supposed to look like much more closely. Thing is though, I kinda prefer Magic Square's sacrifice to Hasbro's. The torso gels with the design quite well, whereas the upside down robot chest really doesn't, giving way to random hollow sections and exposed panels. Also, the Legacy version doesn't have any smokestacks, because the Sunbow model didn't have any smokestacks, because the G1 toy didn't have any smokestacks. This is one of those details that I wholly understand, but am still annoyed as by. At least the Legacy Blitzwing's nose cone is charming in its own way, this flat out isn't. It's just stupid. Thank you commenters for pointing that out, I can never unsee it now, and I'll have to go and buy and upgrade kits from somewhere before I go insane. I get it, Legacy's torso mode goes through a much more intense transformation in comparison to Magic Square's before time began there was the cube. We're also dealing with a $150 retail Commander class figure with extra trailer gimmicks compared to a $200 third-party Legends figure with no gimmicks at all. But still, this is hardly something to get angry about. If I can write this off as acceptable, I can do the same for this also. Plus, they're both going to be covered up by the trailer anyway, so who cares? Speaking of, the trailer is pretty much the main accessory that comes with this mode. The connection is pretty loose, but given the main point of contact is the chest, I get that anything more comprehensive would have f***ed with the torso detail. Personally, I think this is pretty neat. You get the awesome segmented purple stripe the design is known for in a completely unique shade, as mentioned earlier. There's also a dedicated spot for the con symbol, using existing hinges as a point of interest. Clever reusage. There's also a ton of rivets and panel lines that manage to come across pretty well, even with the massive amount of transformation joints. And yes, you can easily tell this thing splits into a billion pieces and forms the skeleton of Menasor, but it still works damn well. As for the controversy surrounding this form of combiner, well, I'll save that for the final installment of this series. I also appreciate they aren't using a bunch of those horrible trapezoidal tabs that plagued Ragnar. There's only 2 of them in the entire set, and even then they blend in pretty well. And sure, the back is a bit messy, especially for something that's supposed to be nothing more than a giant oblong on wheels, but 1, this trailer goes through a lot of transformation to turn into a giant robot, and 2, well, the sign. I think given what this has to do, some of the messier sections can be ignored. And sure, a lot of people will insist it's barely doing anything because it's becoming the whole skeleton of the combiner and cheating the combination. But given what we'll see next week, you can tell those people haven't really messed with this figure before, or Legacy Motormaster for that matter. Now, one complaint I often see here is that it's apparently too long. And yes, it is quite horizontally extended, especially compared to both the G1 toy and Toon. Thing is though, I'm pretty sure trailers come in all manner of lengths to accommodate different levels of driver aptitude and different amounts of cargo. Besides, if it's a choice between too long and too short, sex jokes aside, I think the former works much better here. Much like the vehicle mode itself, it's not accurate in its proportions per se, but it works for the stylization fixation they've chosen specifically. And hey, I appreciate that they went nuts on the rivets now that they actually can here. That being said, it's not perfect, or rather, not all of the flaws can so easily be written off. Firstly, no kickstand. I get why they couldn't really fit them on the torso struts here, but their lack of inclusion still stings. It really limits the display options when you transform just the robot and nothing else. Secondly, the back bumper section really could have used more tabs where it connects to the trailer itself. It's relying solely on the tabs between each half to keep it lined up, and it's just not going to hold over time. Thirdly, the wheels are on sliding joints. Big mistake. Again, the longevity on these pieces is going to be an issue. The bootleg version actually combats this by making them much tighter, and it makes the transformation to combined mode a pain in the ass as a result. It's really sad after getting Masterpiece Gut-Eye Hulkie as well, because his back wheels have a sliding mechanism that uses a proper locking system. There's a lot of similarities between the way these two transform, and it goes to show it could have been done, but Magic Square chose not to. Kinda unfortunate. Fourthly, no accessory storage. The swords and guns I'm fine with. The trailer already does a lot between modes. Can't say the same for these two panels though. These form either the shoulder stacks or the extra bits on the arms. Given they're an integral part of the combiner, some form of storage should have been included, even if they were just on the back. And finally, and this is what annoys me the most, no base mode. Motormaster was one of my first G1 toys from when I got back into collecting. The base modes are one of the best parts of the Scramble City torso experience, and if you're going to separate the trailer from the rest of the body anyway, a base mode is a must. I've tried coming up with fan modes, but none of them really seem to work. The engineering is tailor-made for the combined mode, and given the amount of options said combined mode gives you, seeing the effort other aspects get, the lack here is a grave oversight. But regardless of the issues on show, this is still a killer alt mode. Stylized or no, it's unmistakably Motormaster, bringing across all the ferocity you could want. And when you take into account the size, the expensive price tag starts to make a little more sense. Not enough to justify the purchase just yet, but don't worry, we'll get to that eventually. Either way, yes, there's a lot more this alt mode could have done, but it's already doing a ton to begin with, so it's pretty easy to forgive. If you're wondering whether the alt mode is better than the legacy version, I mean, come on, it's pretty damn obvious. It's honestly not even fair to compare these two. They're not even in the same ballpark. They aren't even in the same city, or on the same continent, or on the same planet. The only real things Legacy does better is the addition of a base mode, the accuracy to the real-world vehicle, which still doesn't make it better than this version, and the inclusion of the Zohar, which might not be a good thing come to think of it. Either way, it's a stunning vehicle from a visual perspective, and easily tangos with the other members. Accuracy-wise, it may not be what you've come to expect, but quality-wise, it most certainly is. Anywho, size-wise, it works well enough. It's technically a little undersized, as most truck formers are, but it kinda makes sense considering what they have to do with bot mode scales. Besides, increasing vehicle mode size while keeping robot heights the same doesn't tend to work well, and I doubt it would work here given the aesthetic swapping. As for comparisons with the KO, this release feels a lot more slapdash in comparison. With the exception of bootleg Dead End who can get this feels the most like a knockoff. Not only do you have to deal with the wonky tolerances, and not only have all the pinned joints been replaced with Phillips head screws, which just look ugly. Sorry customizers, but in this particular instance where the original mold wasn't designed for it, they just do. But there is so much goddamn mold flash on this thing. It's even on the wheels, which is absolutely unacceptable in my book. Still, there is one improvement. The silver is much more shiny, although sadly the camera doesn't pick it up that well. I don't think that's enough of a reason to get the unofficial version though, especially given the changes made to the combined mode. Ah well, no difference to me. I don't own the bootleg, I'm just comparing for your benefits. And for my benefits, I think it's time to move on. Conversion time!
So when it comes to the individual Magic Square vehicle to robot transformations, I really thought this was just going to be more of the same. I expected Motormaster to just be an average transformation because I genuinely thought Dead End was the best it had to offer. Turns out I was dead wrong. This transformation is god tier. It does things that I have never seen on any Legends Transformer since, and I really wish Magic Square would do more stuff like this. So the first thing you want to do is untab these panels from the sides here, which will give us some clearance for later, and we can also take this top section off like so, which will unlock the entire torso section. As for said torso section, it essentially swaps out the wheels for the arms, so what you want to do is unpeg these sections like that, come around to the back and separate the arms like so. These rotate outwards and around the backpack like that. What you want to do is take these modules and rotate them in and rotate them in and rotate at 180 degrees, like so, and like so. Head rotates up and the wheel bits rotate inward. This section is on a separate rotation to everything else, and you can also bring in the panels, or I suppose the tabs there. And then you've got 2 slots there and 2 tabs here, and the whole thing's supposed to click together. And this is really the only frustrating part of the transformation, because getting everything lined up in there is a bit of a pain. There should have been a better way to do that, with these also tabbing into the chest. But as it stands, it's not hateful. Anyway, you bring the arms back like that, and of course the head down. Rotate the arms into place like so, and they sort of bend outwards like that. You get this panel all the way up, and then this panel rotates separately into that, which covers up the hollowness. You can see it covers it up there, and rotate the wrist into place. It's a very simple but very effective little panel folding technique, and another thing I'd like to see more often on other Transformers. That's basically this entire figure. It does great stuff that just is so underutilized in the space. Anyway, you then take this hinge and rotate it around, and that clips into the legs. So now you got the legs, yay. You need to separate them to transform them. You bring this foot section out and use the double hinge to get the fake foot out. Come around to the wheel and rotate it around 180 degrees so that it's not touching the ground. You take this panel and rotate it in on itself to switch it from the front of the truck to the fake windows. This rotates back into place, and then to lock it into place, this back panel will now close all the way to the back instead of just to the side, and you bring the canister around like that. This transformation is genius, and I really wish the Legacy version took more ideas from it. The way the Legacy version transforms just feels unfinished in comparison, and it's really frustrating. I look at what a Legends figure is able to do, and I'm just a bit disappointed in the end, because this is amazing. Anyway, last but not least, you collapse the torso into itself with the double hinge and rotate the head around 180 degrees, and we are done. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just a truly awe-inspiring transformation. It's got a lot of the same ideas as other Magic Square releases, but they don't add too many of them. It doesn't feel like an overcomplicated figure. Doesn't necessarily feel like a new age one because the engineering is very different, but it does feel like the best that Magic Square can do. It might just be one of the best Legends transformations I've come across. It's just that clever. And you can kind of see why this set is so expensive. I mean, yes, we have the combined mode with all of its stuff anyway, but with this transformation, they've also spared no expense. It's also brilliant. I don't know what to say, man. This is some good shit.
Now, before we jump into gushing about how awesome this robot mode is, I need to dispel some of the baggage this figure is saddled with. Motormaster bears the brunt of the combiner complaints, and this is due to three main reasons. First, only the cab transforms and not the whole trailer. This is wholly inaccurate to both the G1 cartoon and toy. Secondly, the trailer essentially forms the skeleton of the combined mode, even more so than the Legacy version. A lot of people dislike this. They consider it cheating and not a real combiner. Finally, the price. As mentioned earlier, this set costs 200 Aussie dollary dues. That's a lot of money, especially for a Legends figure. When actually broken down, it's not too crazy. The complete price is $360. That seems like a lot, but you can see the progression of third-party Legends combiners as engineering becomes more complex and mature. However, it's somewhat difficult to truly break down the price without examining the combined mode, so we'll have to put a pin in that for now. It's also really difficult to break down the skeleton arguments too, so for now let's just focus on the separated trailer situation. It all really comes down to scale. If you're going for toy scale, Motormaster should tower over the others, but nobody wants to go for toy scale. As much as I criticize the idiocy of the Sunbow charts, especially in relation to Legends class figures, it wouldn't really make sense to have Motormaster be ridiculously large in comparison to everyone else. When you've got a trailer this big and you're dealing with figures this small, an all-in-one transformation just isn't going to work. I've only ever seen such a system done successfully once, and that was on a Fans Toys Masterpiece-alike figure. We all know the folly of downscaling Masterpiece-level transformations to Legends size. It just doesn't work. And on top of that, Fans Toys' decision may have caused the combiner to fail due to weight issues. With all this in mind, yeah, I can see why they left a separation. It's the same reason Legacy did it too, and predictably I'm seeing the same complaints being thrown around. If the fact the trailer doesn't transform with the robot is the only thing putting you off, honestly I wouldn't worry about it too much given the transformation and robot mode already. Now if the other issues are your main concern, well, just wait a bit. Maybe next week I can convince you otherwise. Okay, is that explanation done? Good, because I can finally start orgasming over how sexy this looks. They've sort of taken a similar approach to Dragstrip, stretching the Sunbow aesthetic over a stylized design. The Sunbow model for Motormaster is, suffice to say, pretty bad, so I'm glad they've gone this route. The main difference is that instead of putting it over the toy proportions, because that would look silly, they've put it over a more heroic style. The end result is unbelievably photogenic. This is seriously the best Motormaster in my collection, although I guess that's not saying much because I only really have 3 overall. The torso takes all the best bits from the Sunbow Jumbo design, only now it's wider, curved, and angled towards the bottom. As a result, he goes from a kid wearing a cardboard box to an absolute beefcake. I would have personally loved some extra paint on show, but I get that would have been a pretty heavy deviation, so I understand why they didn't do that. The head that sits atop it is also pretty good too. It's been shrunk quite a bit to avoid it from looking too ridiculous, but it still retains the bucket aesthetic. I will say I prefer the Hasbro version in comparison, but that's to be expected because mainline face sculpts rarely miss. That's the only thing that really beats out the Magic Square version though. Everything else just doesn't compare. I mean, look at these legs, they're gorgeous. They've brought back all the best bits from the animation model whilst ditching the worst parts, such as those awful sticky outy bits. Ew, no thank you. Go back to the same hole that I shoved the word cromulent into. This is where we see the aesthetic swapping. Most of the rivets and other forms of mechanical details have been hidden away. The front grille is now inside the legs, and the side details fold away onto the backs. It's a marvelous way of doing things. They also, for no reason at all, busted out the awesome inner leg detail that hasn't been seen since the first episode in this series. Super stoked to see its return here, even if its inclusion is wholly unnecessary. Also adore the use of the faux cab pieces on the feet. I was actually a bit worried these wouldn't make the final cut, since the prototype photos were a little confusing. Some had normal feet whilst others had these. Really glad we got this style in the end. I know a lot of people find this stupid, but I find that stupidity endlessly endearing. And hey, if you so desire, you can leave the truck cab as is. It negates the ankle tilt, but it's an option. Not sure why you would though. Honestly, I really wish the Legacy version looked this good. It just ends up feeling half-assed in comparison. And I know it's a mainline release limited by budgets and all that, but seeing how far they went with Rodimus, I wish they pulled out the big guns again. Also, quick thing about the ankles. Although this guy stands really well, if you ever find yourself needing more support, the canisters can move with the ankle tilts. It's completely optional, but I love that it's an unintentional feature. Even the arms turned out well here. All of the toon details are present and accounted for, albeit with a more angular look. They even mimics the extra circle with the transformation pin. That's actually hilarious. Again, I would have loved some extra paint, but I get that would have been controversial. And bringing it around the back, Christ, even the backpack is as clean as a whistle. Once again, I wouldn't have minded a bigger backpack to facilitate a more pronounced wind vein, but either way, this is quite the engineering feat, especially given what he has to do to fit in the combined mode. And the articulation, Jesus Christ, the articulation. It's all here. Wrists, ankles, waists, ab crunches, double elbows, double knees, butterfly joints. You can even tilt the head down if you so desire. Yes, it's a little odd they used ball joints on the shoulders while the rest use universals, but f me, this blows everyone else out of the water. On a figure of this size, I can't think of a single thing they could have added. Yes, I'm a little bit annoyed the ab crunch is below the waist swivel and not above it, but when you see everything this figure does with its transformation, me, this is class. And then you bring in the weapons and the poses get even more pizzazz. He gets his traditional G1 sword and cartoon-styled gun, and these are sculpted really well. The sword has been given a bunch of extra details at the hilt, and the gun has been made to look much blockier, putting it in line with New Age-powered Convoy's gun. And the coolest part is, these aren't the combined weapons. They included 2 sets of weapons for 2 separate scales. You just know if this was done by the usual Magic Square designer, they would have fucked this up somehow. Honestly, I can think of only one complaint with this mode. Unfortunately, the designers couldn't help themselves, and as such, the head has the old Magic Square peg effect. No ball joint here, just a singular peg that pops off with relative ease. Really sick of them doing this. No other company on the planet uses ports this lazy. I've seen 3D printed fan kits that use better joints than this nonsense. Honestly though, that's really the only part that can truly be considered bad. Yes, there are annoyances in the alternate mode, and there's one part of the transformation that bugs me, but the robot mode? Nothing. And not only does it just not have flaws, but it also rises to the call of duty and takes risks that pay off. It's a truly inspired figure that I just can't get enough of. It's probably one of the best standalone Legends figures in my collection. Although, to be honest, I didn't always feel this way. The more figures you collect, the harder it is to appreciate all of them. Occasionally when you receive a bunch of figures at a particular time, some of them fall through the cracks. For instance, I got Legacy Motormaster Cyclonus and Blitzwing on the same day. Upon receiving these, I gave the least amount of time to Cyclonus, as I had already spent plenty of time with the previous version. It wasn't until I went back and messed with him more, applying stickers and such, that I came to appreciate his hidden qualities. This happens quite frequently, and me reviewing figures is ultimately a method to combat that. By engaging with figures I wouldn't normally mess with for the purpose of size comparisons, I'm privy to things I missed the first few times around. But sometimes this doesn't necessarily work, especially in the case of combiners. What's the first thing you want to do when you get the final member of a Gestalt set? You wanna combine it, that's what! I know a lot of people that deliberately won't combine a figure until a week after they get the last one. I do not have such restraint. Why wouldn't I want to combine a big beefy robot and bask in its resplendent glory. As such, the first time round, I ended up glossing over Motormaster. I came to the premature conclusion that he was the weakest of the set by virtue of just being a vehicle for the combiner engineering, both in a metaphorical and literal sense. Matter of fact, I wasn't even in the habit of transforming him properly. This is how he's supposed to transform, and this is how I was doing it for months and months. Matter of fact, you can see this mistransformation in the KO comparison shots I took. This single mistransformation acted as the catalyst for my apathy. Why should I care if the designers didn't care about hiding away the hands? In fact, initially I was only thinking of making 3 videos in this lineup instead of 4. Motormaster was going to be shoved into the combined mode episode as an afterthought, because I woefully incorrectly assumed that's how the designers saw him. It's only recently that I've gone back and examined him in closer detail, all for the purpose of doing this review series. This is when I realized this figure was amazing. This is when I realized he had insane articulation, a transformation that stands above even most new age figures, and a vehicle mode that is a display piece in itself. This is when I realized the kilometer-wide divide between this and the legacy version. This is when I realized this series should be 4 videos instead of 3, because this is when I realized this might just be one of the greatest Legends figures of all time. Anywho, let's end this off with a quick size comparison with the KO. Motormaster is the only one that comes anywhere close to the size of your standard deluxe. So again, if you're thinking of getting these to scale with Generations figures, just don't. It's dumb. Really dumb. But the figure as a whole certainly isn't. Time and time again, I've seen these cuboid torso fellas pumped out with little care, since he's going to embed himself in the combined torso and never be seen again. What's the point? Magic Square Menasor is the rare case where this isn't the case. It's a release of both impeccable style and immeasurable substance, one that knocks all 3 aspects out of the park, being vehicle mode, transformation, and robot mode. It embodies the fun factor of Legends to the highest degree, and yet still acts as a gorgeous display piece. I wish Magic Square could consistently release figures of this caliber, but ah well. The real world is cruel, and we can't always have what we want. This also puts into perspective why this set is so expensive. Due to the accessories specific to him, I could see a standalone Motormaster release going for about $90. Not 100 like Agamemnon, and certainly not 120 like Ragnar, because that price is bullshit, but 90 seems about right. This leaves 110 for the trailer section, which takes away half of the budgetary concerns. As for the rest, well, we'll have to save that for next week. Just another story for another time. But as always, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your collecting stories below. Have you glossed over figures and come back to them at a later time? Did you find them better than you initially thought, or were they worse than you anticipated? And also, have I convinced you on this set yet?
Why are you still talking?
Because I want to get you to see, and I'm almost there.
If not, well, there's always next time. Until then, remember, there's a context for everything. See y'all next week for the conclusion. Although petty arguments on the internet would have you believe, one's collecting journey is never stagnant. When we start out, we know so little. We have to scrounge around on the internet, find out what we actually had as children if we still have anything at all, and then figure out where we are in the grand scheme of things. We start forming friendships, getting exposed to new ideas, and in some ways, finding our own identity. However, when the journey commences, it's not just knowledge that takes root, it's also biases. People find out what they like and what they don't like, and sometimes, regrettably, they decide they're not willing to try things outside of their comfort zone. I don't need to mention any specific examples. Chances are, if you're a fan of Transformers and are watching this channel, you already have an example in your head. I'm no stranger to this ailment. I liked to assume I was always open to everything the franchise threw at me. However, at some point, I became complacent. At some point, I decided what combiners should and shouldn't be, and I concluded that any company that deviated from that was simply being lazy and exhibiting warped priorities. That was until one fateful day, when I walked into a friend's house and saw Magic Square Breakdown and Wilds Rider on the table. The friend's house is long gone, along with his inclination to dive headfirst into third-party Legends. He realized it just wasn't for him. However, the effects of that day still remain. Greetings, Cybertronians. I'm DrLockdown, and today's diagnosis brings you the finale of a 4-part series. Welcome to the conclusion of Menasor. For the fourth and final installment, I present to you the combined form of Magic Square Menasor, also known as the greatest combiner in my collection. But before we get to the brilliance, we have to scale it back a bit. Any overview of the team has to compare the individual components, and although we've had ample time to do such, one final look at the team as a group is in order before things really kick off. Honestly, the vehicle mode lineup legitimately looks exquisite. There are some combiners that look amazing together regardless of which version you deal with. Devastator is one such combiner. In vehicle mode, it's borderline impossible to f*** up, although the Combiner Wars versions sure as hell tried to. The Stunticons aren't exactly. They're not that hard to get right in vehicle mode, but the potential for f***ing it up is still there. The old Fans Project versions are a good example of this. They aren't a bad set in vehicle mode, but they always seemed off. And if you want a properly bad set, well, look no further than Combiner Wars. God, especially compared to Legacy, these guys look cheap as shit. As such, it's important to praise companies when they get it right, and Magic Square most certainly does in this instance. The realistic designs of the four cars gel together super well, and even with the deviations, Motormaster fits in nicely, trailer or no. If you're getting things for vehicle mode, there's nothing to worry about. Although for display options, I highly recommend keeping the trailer on. It just gives that set that extra oomph. The robot modes also look really damn good next to each other as well. It's a bit of a relief that they do actually. The set kinda started off really toon accurate before slowly evolving into a more stylized affair. Ironically, this is the exact same thing people criticized Unique Toys Bruticus for, which as I mentioned in a previous video was designed by the same person. Guess old habits die hard, but fortunately these five still remain nice and cohesive. They also run circles around pretty much every other Magic Square release before and after. Even my previous favorites like Ultra Magnus. The good Ultra Magnus that is, not the bullshit they conjured up in a week or two after seeing what New Age was doing. Honestly, seeing the quality on these makes me feel sad, because although I know Magic Square can go back to this level of quality, they flat out haven't. But ah well, such is life. We don't always get what we want.
Now, one of the things this community has consistently done from day one is call this whole combiner skeleton system lazy. I mean, on paper, I kinda get it. Hell, that used to be my ideology. But I have to say for those people, have you ever actually experienced a transformation that uses that system? Because yes, it can be lazy, or it can also be Magic Square Menasor. The amount of work they've put into this is absolutely staggering. The transformation on the skeleton really reminds me of the origami-style engineering seen on the old MiPad Soundwave. Or I suppose more recently MP Gatai Shorky, where it goes from a giant oblong to a really cohesive robot. But even then, this shit's on another level. Now, the leg components do not need to be transformed, they just need to remain in their vehicle mode, unless you're putting them on the backs of the legs like the cartoon. So these are just fine as is. As for the arm components, they're best started off in robot mode before transforming them because of the way the peg works. You'll notice when you rotate it 90 degrees, you can actually slide the whole thing out, given how that kind of peg there works. If you try doing that in vehicle mode, it's just going to be a pain in the ass. And then of course, once these are separated, you can transform them into their vehicle components. The primary differences being that the waist section folds up into the lower half and you leave the chest up for the top half. So not much craziness over there. And of course, the same thing happens with drag strip, where you separate the waist section and then transform it into its vehicle mode components. Unfortunately, there's no way to actually get rid of the waist peg over here. It's just not something it does. And same with the arms, but you know, we have the sign for that. Also, since we're engaging with combining parts forming anyway, I just like to keep the spoiler on for this mode. With the individual bots, it's kind of like, parts forming between modes. But for combinations, whatever, it works fine. And now for the meat and potatoes, the main event. First thing you want to do is separate these back parts, just so that they're out of the way and we get a bit of clearance. Take this whole section down like that. Take this whole top section off like that. Bring out these two panels to the side like so. Should give us just enough done. You can just see how many pieces of transformation go into this. It's not lazy at all, it's inspired. We've gone from an oblong to this. And we're not even done yet, we've still got to do these little blocks with that folding up, this whole section rotating around with that folding out, and we get the shoulder blocks. Not in focus, but you. And these panels rotating down so you can plug the damn thing in, and the whole thing plugs together, almost taking dead end off in the process. And I know this transformation sequence has been pretty scatterbrained, but that's just because it's so damn fun. I want to keep doing it, and not on camera, I just want to do it for funsies. The engineering is complicated, but it's not overcomplicated like something like Ragnar would be. It just works. A complicated transformation doesn't necessarily mean a bad transformation, and this is the perfect example of that. No other combiner I've messed with has engineering like that. Not even the Iron Factory DJD, which comes close, but it's not quite on this level. This is a level all in itself. This is a classification all in itself. This combiner is amazing. The engineering is what makes it, along with a bunch of other things. So if you're wanting a Menasor to flip back and forth, it does that. If you've been convinced already, just go out and buy it already. And if you haven't, well, we've still got the rest of the video.
If I had to describe Magic Square Menasor's combined mode in one word, nothing would cut it save for the word amazing. Just everything about it. It's absolutely breathtaking. While not without flaw, this is a figure that goes above and beyond in pretty much every capacity. Everything from the sculpting, to the paintwork, to the solidity, to the articulation, to the sheer presence. This combiner is simply something else. Seriously, no other third-party Legends combiner in my collection compares to this. Hell, no other combiner in my collection, period, compares to this. Now, something to keep in mind though is that this is simply one loadout for the design. This is what my personal tastes dictate. Basically the Studio Ox system with leg cars on the front and splits on the arm ones. You may not like this system, especially with the ways dead end and drag strip work, but just bear with me, we'll get to that. First up though, the head sculpt looks absolutely beast. It seriously baffles me that out of this whole set, only one head sculpt fell short in the sculpting department, especially when you consider the way Magic Square usually operates. Of course, this is the toy/Studio Ox style head, leaning closer to the latter, and it's really well done. The spikes look mean as and the vents carry themselves quite well. Dig the chiseled chin too, really brought to life through the awesome sculpting and sweet silver paintwork. They also painted the middle crest too, a detail that seems wholly unnecessary given its subtlety, but hey, I appreciate it. The collarbone blocks are also spectacular, although they kinda just follow their own aesthetic. They've got the top grills that are emblematic of both the toy and Studio Ox design, but the bottom sections aren't of either. They're completely original, and although doing them up in yellow would have been a lovely touch, I'll still take it. And hey, if you're allergic to this aesthetic cue, you can always remove them to go for more of the toon style. They've sculpted this section in fully, so you're not seeing any ugly bits underneath. Again, I think it's a real missed opportunity that these don't store in the trailer mode in any capacity, but given some of the extra functionality later, the blow is fairly softened. The Ox aesthetic continues on the torso, bringing back the car drone aesthetic in a rather reserved manner. You only get a few simple bits of silver here, but it works damn well. Once again, they've taken liberties with some of the extra mechanical detail, and I feel it works a lot better here than the shoulder spikes. Not to say those were bad, it's just these are better. I ultimately went with the toon style's waist though, just because it ironically packed in more detail than the toy style. I mean, look at that clear purple insert, it's making Kingdom/Legacy Cyclonus blush. The arms are also insanely well done, all of the awesome paintwork is on show, especially in the case of Dragstrip with his extra brown stripes. While I ultimately prefer the transformation of the Legacy version because Jesus Christ this is well done, I can't deny that the Magic Square one looks better. The cars feel much more cohesive with the rest of the arm, despite the Legacy version ironically having less of a proportional dissonance between the car undersides. And sure, I've seen complaints about Dead End's hands sitting in plain view, but from most angles, honestly, you barely notice it. Plus, besides, look at the sign. Look at it! Moving down to the legs, the thigh pieces are alright, I suppose. Nothing really worth noting here, aside from the fact that KO retooled the thigh panels to cover up the facts they didn't paint the extra highlights seen on the original. I'm not angry, I'm not disappointed, really I'm just confused. The legs though, me, I'm glad they let you put the cars on the front. It's a little hard to pinpoint when this style caught on. All the big players in terms of aesthetics had them backwards like the toy, even Dreamwave, mind you. I believe it wasn't until IDW and Fans Project that we started seeing the cars facing forward. Still, it's an aesthetic that I've always preferred, and I'm pleased as punch to see it return in full force here. I also love the inclusion of the toy-styled toes. Always preferred these to the rounded toon ones. This does bring up one of my two main gripes though, and although this first one is minor, it could potentially turn people off the whole overall set. The cars are supposed to be compatible in both upward and downward configurations. However, if you position them in the former option, Wild Rider always pushes ever so slightly against the toe assembly. This means Menasor will always be leaning to the left. Your left, that is, meaning his right. It's not really noticeable from a distance, but you can see it if you examine it closely from the back. Of course, this can be avoided if you leave them sloped downwards, which is how they're seen in most artwork anyway. But I know some people are going to be annoyed by this. I know I was at first, since that was my preferred look. However, since then I've become quite partial to the other way. Ultimately though, although this is a caveat worth mentioning, it's pretty damn minor. There's one other issue I have with this though, and this one's more substantial. As mentioned with the transformation, there's no real way to lock in the backpack section. No matter what you do, it's going to constantly flop around. From any front-facing pose, this won't be an issue, but it will fall down during any average play. Even if tight joints are enough to keep it up out of the box, and this wasn't the case for mine anyway, over time those will break down. And yes, there are solutions out there, such as this one I found on Etsy, but a couple of things. One, it's a fan-made 3D printed kit, so it's going to be expensive. 2, 3D printed plastic. Not everyone's into that. 3, I have no idea how good this thing is supposed to be. I ordered it towards the end of July, but due to the fact this is a fan kit made by one dude and not a multifaceted third-party production line, it's made to order and takes time to ship. It's simply not done yet at the time of editing this video, let alone shipped and on its way to me. And finally, as awesome as it is that fans took it upon themselves to fix this issue, you really shouldn't have to. Stuff like this is Combiner 101. It should function and stay together out of the box. I just end up looking at the rest of the engineering, seeing it in all its splendor, and I have to wonder why they looked over something so important. Still, even with that perfectly valid annoyance, you have to remember, that's just the backpack. Is it amateurish for a 360 Aussie dollary-do combiner set? Absolutely. Can you ignore it? Absolutely. And the way in which you ignore it is by engaging with the absolutely delightful articulation. There sadly aren't any extended bells and whistles like butterfly joints, double limb hinges, or foot pivots on show, but practically everything else you could ask for is here. Even as an ab crunch, which is damn awesome for a combiner. They're definitely being a bit reserved in some areas, likely to keep the engineering from becoming overcomplicated and to make sure the weight doesn't keep this guy from standing, but it's still very well articulated for a legend scale combiner, and even just a combiner in general. It's easily on par with the Iron Factory DJD, a figure I'd compare with, but sadly cannot due to external circumstances. Also, if you're thinking of getting the upscaled version, this is actually one of the few cases where they improved on the original. Thanks to the extra size allowing for more plastic stability, each finger gets one extra joint. Seems pointless to me, but it's something to note. Either way though, this guy poses like a champ and holds those poses like a champ. They even go above and beyond and let you remove the butt panel to open up extra posing from behind. It's completely pointless since it folds back anyway, but hey, you can see they aren't being lazy. From the get-go, this is a combined mode that has been handled with the utmost care. With the exception of the backpack, every aspect of this figure has been given an immense amount of attention. That being said, there's always been one particular problem with combiners: aesthetic preference. Investing in a singular figure when it's not your favorite aesthetic is one thing. It's a lot cheaper and you can justify the lower price tag. Combiners are expensive though. Doesn't really work. It's impossible to keep everyone happy unless you release multiple versions. And even then, redecos can only do so much. It's times like this that make me remember a certain video that Doug did on Overwatch versus Team Fortress 2. And although this analogy may seem odd at first, stick with me and it'll make sense in a bit. Most combiners are like Overwatch, solid on their own, but really rigid in terms of what you can do with them. You're not provided the tools to dress them up and change the experience in any meaningful way. Sure, you can modify them, but then that same figure will no longer be considered legitimate in the eyes of many. Of course, this analogy breaks down when you realize Hasbro and most third-party companies aren't complete and utter but the point still stands. Magic Square Menasor is much closer to Team Fortress 2, because right out of the box, you got options. Yes, the layout I have works well enough, but if you want something a little different, you can absolutely go for it. As alluded to earlier, most of the accessories related to this mode are part-swapping pieces. He also comes with an awesome sword and a delightful gun, and both look great, but surprisingly, these aren't the main event. I already mentioned how you can remove the shoulder pieces for a more toon-styled collarbone section, but keep an eye on these two because they're going to be important later. The most obvious accessory for anything of this sort is the head swap. I mean, even Hasbro is doing that these days. You've got the simple toon-styled head that disassembles and reassembles in a quick and easy swap. Probably the easiest head swap I've ever done. Massive kudos. And yeah, the head sculpt is pretty damn good. Not my personal favorite, but I cannot deny it's well done. Hilariously, it's even better than the Hasbro version, which is weird because usually their head sculpts are on point. Legacy Many just happen to be a swing and a miss. One thing to note though, the KO version changes the way this functions, and it's way worse. Instead of a simple disassembly, these two are now separate separate heads on this weird connection port that barely holds at all. Sure, it means it's got a ball joint now, but I hardly think that's a worthy trade-off. Can't say I'm a fan of this. Sort of cancels out all the goodwill I had from the increased finger articulation. Although depending on how your copy fares, your goodwill may be lost in other ways long before you reach the head. The copy of the KO that Toy Guy owns hasn't exactly held up the best over the past couple of months. When he sent me the bulk of the footage back when I started work on Menasor month, it appeared to be fine, but now, well, I'll let him speak for himself.
Oh, there that went. And this just pops off real easy. And this one also, that took no effort. And Motor Master's not in there, but yeah, that's, oh, and Breakdown fell off. Pain.
Of course, this may not end up being how your copy fares. I had to go back and film my friend's copy again to get some comparison footage, and his still remains fine. It all goes back to that classic KO conundrum, the ever-present lack of quality control. Basically, it's a coin toss on whether the longevity of yours will be good or not. Personally, I'm not one who likes those odds, and would just recommend grabbing the original Magic Square, even in spite of its price. But hey, ultimately it's your choice, and not everyone has the finances for this expensive boy. Oh, and I guess I should cover the sizing of the KO as well, since I'll probably forget it later. Moving down, maybe you hate the segmented shoulder car look. To be honest, that's perfectly understandable, because until recently this had never been a thing. Every version that doesn't use the cars on shoulder system had the cars be the arms. The skeleton thing, far as I can tell, was a third-party invention, which makes Hasbro's inclusion kind of interesting. So maybe you want the cars to be the arms. Well, remember the shoulder blocks from earlier? Those actually transform into slabs that house the skeleton fists. And said tabs have dedicated slots so you can tell which goes on which side. The arm skeletons then have their own special extra joints that fold out, and when you remove the skeleton arm, you get access to new locking tabs that also lock the new arms in place. Personally, I'm not really a fan of this. It looks much too thin for my taste, and there's an annoying trade-off where the built-in elbows aren't as solid as the skeleton ones. Also annoyingly, you have to turn one of Dragstrip's fists around to compensate for an exposed tab from the vehicle mode, and I find that even uglier than the exposed ones on Dead End. But hey, I know people who prefer this method on principle will be able to overlook these small gripes, just as I've overlooked gripes previously in this set to see the bigger picture. The fact they went to this trouble, even engineering extra joints in the arm members that you'd never use otherwise, is honestly insane. But maybe you want to go for the full toon look. Maybe those shoulder armor stylings are way more up your alley. Well, these slabs have even more functionality, as they can fill in the parts of the skeleton that would normally be filled in by the bottom halves of the cars. Weirdly, they end up going in opposite directions, but I guess it's a minor sacrifice. The shoulders then have extra hinges that allow the cars to rotate outwards, leaving room for the elbow joint to function. Personally, I've always hated the way this looks. It's one of my least favorite combiner aesthetics, but I know someone somewhere will want them to look this way. Hell, someone's probably designing a kit that will let you do it on the Legacy version. There's a degenerate out there doing degenerate things. People are going to want this, and they built it as proper functionality into the combiner. It's not an upgrade kit, it's not a fan mode, it's a genuine feature. And although it absolutely isn't for me, I'm all here for it. So we've got the toon head, the toon shoulders, the toon arms, and of course the toon waist, because I didn't bother with the toy one personally. Guess next up is the toon chest plates. Regrettably though, this one's a little less simple. It's a screw and unscrew job, since his chest basically holds the entire torso together. Had they gone for a swap out piece, it would have massively f***ed with the combiner stability. For attention of minute-to-minute play simplicity, such a system was ultimately inevitable, like Western VTubers and unreasonable levels of horniness. Fortunately, DrLockdown Reviews does not condone such amorosity, and as such, in this household, we stand Girl DM. In the end, I get why they did it, and I still appreciate it's an option. It's something you'll probably change once or not change at all, and then be done with it. Now, although I personally don't want to swap mine again so I can maintain the longevity of these pieces, I do have footage of the KO, which already has the extra chest installed. It basically looks the same as this, only smaller. However, no toon aesthetic is complete without changing the legs. It's actually the most debated aspect of Menasor, truth be told. So of course you get simple, swappable thighs. But that's not the main event here, oh no. Magic Square has included an extra knee swivel that allows you to hide the cars away. I know this is another controversial element when it comes to Menasor, but you look at the screen model and, yep, that's accurate. I know it's technically supposed to be the underside of the cars, and the detail on the screen model even references the underside of the cars. But let's face it, if you want Sunbow accuracy, that just isn't going to fly. And hey, at least they've added some sweet extra detail that modernizes the minimalist panels from the original. You can tell what they're supposed to be, but it ends up looking much more interesting in the end. And fear not, you don't lose the ankle tilt by doing this. The ankle is actually double jointed, so no matter which way you go, it still works. I wish Legacy had this functionality. The gimmick is pretty cool and all, but I really wish they'd given you the option, especially since these bits have the tendency to yell, "Motherfucker!" I don't believe it. I didn't even notice until I started scripting this. Come on, Hashtag, get your shit together! But either way, you can see where the true brilliance lies with this version of Menasor. It's not just one element that stands out as the main event, it's everything. This is where the two remaining complaints about this style come back into play. The ones specifically brought up in the last video. We've got complaints about the price and complaints about not being a real combiner. We've already seen half of the price debacle, seeing how intricate Motormaster is with his ingenious transformation and unparalleled sculpting maturity. This pushes it easily into the $90 range, so the question remains, is the trailer worth $110? Oath it is! Have you seen how it goes from a giant oblong to a well-proportioned robot? Have you seen the absolute insanity on show that still remains fun and not overcomplicated like their other releases? And then you get into the extra parts, allowing for a bunch of extra possibilities with mixing and matching aesthetics. And hey, aesthetic customization. How much time do you think you can spend figuring out all the different combinations? Plus, it may be a Legends combiner, but this isn't exactly a small fellow either. Previous third-party Legends gestalts have been sort of new leader class size, whereas this guy easily fits into the old leader scale, towering over what came before him. He's also really weighty too. Thanks to them not using that shitty plastic they're obsessed with, he feels solid as a rock. And you're telling me this release isn't worth 200s, and the full lineup isn't worth 360? Mate, the proof is there in the pudding. Yes, it's an expensive combiner, but they've done a lot with what you're paying for. No other combiner on the market gives you engineering like this, and they certainly don't give you these options. And then we get to the last issue. Quote, "This isn't a real combiner," unquotes. From the get-go, people have criticized Menasor for not using the traditional combination system. Now yes, I could argue that that's what's required for a perfectly accurate Menasor, but I've never really cared for accuracy personally. Most people complaining don't particularly either. Here's the question though, who decides what a real combiner is and isn't? Back to Generation 1, we had the Micromaster combiners. Are they not real combiners because their thighs and torsos are formed from kibble pieces? Is Devastator not a real combiner because he uses a thigh adapter? Are Power Core combiners not real combiners because the limbs aren't sentient? Is Energon Optimus Prime not a combiner? F no, of course these things are combiners. The whole parts forming kibble thing isn't exactly new. Hasbro has been doing it for the entirety of the franchise. Yes, sometimes it gets excessive, but then that brings us to the second rebuttal. The proof once again being right there in the pudding. Look at how solid this combiner is. Look at how well he poses. Look at how cohesive everything looks. Do you really think all of this and all the extra options would have been possible without parts forming? When it comes to parts forming, I've always had a complicated history. At first I disliked all forms of parts forming, but then I got Iron Factory Overlord and I came around to characters that utilized it in unique and interesting ways. Then I got Iron Factory Bruticus and came around to combining parts forming. Then I got Studio Series Dark of the Moon Sideswipe and came around to cohesive weapon parts forming. Then I realized it could still be dog shit in some instances when I got Cliff Jumper. But honestly, constantly shitting on him is really tedious and that's beside the point. The final piece of the puzzle was understanding the benefits of a combiner skeleton. I was hesitant with this figure, even though I was blown away with the first two members. I still fit into that mindset of combiner skeletons are lazy, even though I already owned a few G1 Micromaster sets at the time. Sometimes, to realize the true brilliance of a new system, you really have to behold it in person. I constantly see people complaining about HasLab Unicron, calling it a consumerist farce that takes advantage of the backers. None of those complaints come from people who own it, just as none of the complaints about this system of combiner come from people who have bothered to actually give them a shot. And sure, sometimes this system doesn't save a toy from being bad, but when it does, it really elevates said figure to another level. To those who say this isn't a real combiner, I hope you've seen everything they've done across the entire set and realized there's a lot more under the hood. To those who say this is a lazy release, I hope you'll, well, do what I just said. It would be one thing if this was a steaming pile of shit, as most Magic Square releases are. Hell, after doing this lineup, they've learned practically nothing. Their sound wave goes right back to using the horrid plastic they always use, despite everyone insisting otherwise. And their Devastator was rushed to production in order to combat New Age, leading to an entire gestalt built on the engineering style of Ragnar. That's appalling! Like, what the f are you doing? And yet, this figure isn't a steaming pile of garbage. It's a true gem in the Legends paradigm. It showed me that just because a combiner uses a standard we're not typically used to doesn't mean the designers are lazy. There's a reason Hasbro went with this method for their Legacy lineup. It works in this instance. Magic Square Menasor is a testament to why one shouldn't prejudge every new thing that comes out. Sure, it may very well be a piece of trash, but it might also be hiding secret brilliance under the hood. And when a toy is so good that it beats the ever-living shit out of my own personal biases, well, that is the mark of a landmark release. If this combiner had just been the sum of its parts, it would have been a damn fine set. The vehicle modes are all sexy, the engineering has been good to fantastic, the robot modes have done pretty well, the build quality has been way more solid than they have any right to be, and the articulation has consistently delivered. Put those together into a standard level combiner and this set would have been worth your money easily. And yet, they didn't stop there. The combined engineering is beyond incredible. I have never seen a trailer transformation like this on the planet, even with similar ideas being used recently for Masterpiece Gutai. Practically every third-party Masterpiece trailer I've seen has worse engineering than this at double or triple the size and price. And the end result somehow looks worse most of the time. And those don't have the options this version has. If you have a style of Menasor you like, this figure can do it, and with the exception of the arms in one specific loadout, it can do it flawlessly. And that's ignoring the fact that as an action figure, even if it didn't transform, it hits every single mark a robot should. Extensive sculpting, tasteful paint applications, masterful cohesion that we haven't really seen with combiners that often, articulation that works insanely well considering this is 5 robots stapled together, minimal flaws that are easy to gloss over. We are well past just being a sum of his parts here. This video series was supposed to be 3 videos long, but I ultimately had so much to talk about because the hidden qualities just kept piling up on top of each other. It's a figure that lends itself to a long and meandering script because it's just that good. You want a reason why this is the best goddamn combiner in my collection regardless of scale? It's not just one reason. This is the reason. This is the reason. This is the reason. This right here is the reason. I have never seen a combiner go this above and beyond to tackle everything it possibly could and sacrifice so damn little. I have needed to make this video since the day I got this. I'm honestly frustrated it took this long simply because of the massive undertaking it was. I wish I had done this sooner because now it's off the market and not many people are able to grab him. It's just the bootlegs, and as alright as the one I covered is for the price, it's definitely got that KO jank. If you want the true experience, the original is the best way to get that. And I'm kicking myself for not having enough time to do it sooner. Had this video released last year, this figure would have jumped up the ranking in my best of 2022 video exponentially. But oh well, I'm sure when the New Age one hits the market, they'll probably flood the marketplace for cheap. And maybe the New Age one will be better, but even if it isn't, well, this one's already the best goddamn combiner I've ever handled anyway, so I'm cool either way. Oh, and one more thing. Sadly, there's no G2 repaint, which is a grave oversight. Magic Square really needs to get on that pronto. Anyway, as always, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your thoughts on this system of combiner below. Have you been convinced by the secret brilliance of parts-forming combiners? Do you still think it's a farce and deserves to be thrown in the trash? Are you excited for the future prospect of other combiners using this system? Apparently Hasbro is working on a new Bruticus, so that could be cool. And for those who have stuck with me to the end, thank you for joining me over this long, roughly 20,000 word journey. And a massive thank you to close friend and channel patron Jason Murray for letting me film his copy of the KO. Also, ginormous thank you to fellow YouTuber and also close friend That Toy Guy for letting me use his footage of the bootleg, as well as providing his point of view on a few things for clarification. Without the two of you, this series wouldn't nearly have been as comprehensive as it was. All in all, I'm really glad I was finally able to cover essentially every part of Magic Square Menasor I could think of. I honestly didn't expect to go this deep, but in regards to making a combiner that warrants this in-depth an analysis, Magic Square has delivered. It's been a long time coming for the sake of my own personal sanity, and it feels good to finally get my gushing out of my system. Yes, it's totally not a cover-up for the fact that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 dropped a week before the first installment of this series, and I've been releasing these week after week to cover up for the fact that I don't want to work on videos for a month and just want to play Xenoblade and nothing else. Yeah, as always, context for everything or some shit. Bye! Not only is this toy the final will and testament of a prestigious KO company, but it's also a failure of one. And in the end, it's just an insult to any fan of Weijang. It represents nothing the company is well known for, none of the class. All I see here is a company drunk on its own hubris. Well, if you thought that was bad, you ain't seen nothing yet. There's this perception of third party that I don't feel is entirely accurate. People often assume these are small companies that are always looking out for the little guy. Filling in the gaps Hasbro won't do. The pervasive narrative is that Hashtag doesn't care, but these companies do. Don't give your money to the big man. Support local business. Yes, local business. Even if no one outright says it, the subtext is always there. And I got news for you, honey boo, that ain't the case. Sure, there are companies that are genuinely run by fans of the franchise, and try to put out products that they know people have been aching for. Some of them even go above and beyond to stay as close to the fandom as possible, but this isn't the norm. Most companies want nothing more than your money. The reason they often try to fill the gaps left by Hasbro and Takara is because they know that's where the sales can be made. MP52 sucks. Great, ripe time to fill in the gap with an actually good one. Takara missed his chance to capitalize on the desire for collector-grade small-scale figures. Well, guess Iron Factory can slot in there and do its business. This is neither a praise nor criticism, this is just a fact. Businesses want their money and they are going to release products that capitalize on that. Sometimes, however, this goes too far. Sometimes a company that has no business entering a market forces its way in there. It doesn't pay attention to the subtleties of the paradigm, it doesn't care that it's f***ing up everything along the way, and it doesn't care that it's putting out an inferior product. You'll just buy it because it's there and because the brand has secured your loyalty. And then this happens again, and again, and again, and the entire paradigm shifts. What was once a vibrant niche of enjoyable experiences devolves into tactical yet misguided marketing moves. The love you once found is lost, replaced with white noise. What happens when a brand is so tone deaf that it goes down this road, changing the niche forever? Well, you get what might just be one of the worst Legends figures I have ever handled. Period. That's not hyperbole, that's just today's diagnosis. Greetings Cybertronians, get the shovel! We're holding an obituary for Zeta Superitron Mini, and possibly third-party Legends as a whole. So this has to be the first time I've properly talked about Zeta toys on this channel, right? I know I've mentioned them in passing here and there for previous videos, but I haven't gone in depth before, if memory serves. So let this serve as my formal introduction. Zeta is quite literally the worst third-party company in the unlicensed portion of the franchise. It's not even a contest, the amount of f***ery they're associated with is beyond ridiculous. Though this description ignores literal scam companies like Mars Toys, because if we included them, it wouldn't really be a fair fight. To explain, we gotta go back a bit. This might take a while, but it's important to set the stage so that you get a feel for how this company operates. The year is 2012. Third party is still very much in its infancy. The scene is dominated by upgrade kits for existing characters, and we're only just seeing the glimpses of the sub-fandom's potential. We're still only dealing with the release of TFC Hercules and Make Toys Green Giant. Night Morpher is gearing up to not release anything else, and Quakewave isn't even on the market yet. Out of nowhere comes a new company, Toy World, trying to fit into that classic style of aesthetic. It does so really well and scratches the itch for that 2005 to 10 generations charm, while Hasbro grinds the line headfirst into the fumble of Fall of Cybertron. Great game, horrible toy line. Hegemon was, and still is, very highly regarded, but then an aesthetic shift happened. Thrilling 30 came and went, John Warden took control of the brand, and suddenly the aesthetic shifted to a more G1 style, or rather G1 with copious amounts of waffles. Meanwhile, third party was also shifting down a new direction. It was all about that G1 accuracy, baby. And as Masterpiece entered its golden age, third party followed in its semi-realistic aesthetic. Toy World was never really able to get out of their chug stylized phase though. They sort of went half and half with the toon stylings and chug stylings at Masterpiece scale, trying to go studio walks sometimes and others. Titanium? Yeah, you can see why these things were always deeply discounted. Now, I have a lot of nostalgia for these designs. Evilistar, their Astro Train, was one of my 2 first ever third-party toys. Well, I ordered Iron Factory Windblade first, but received him and MNC Solus Prime before her. That said, in retrospect, god, these were shit. Even the Classics toy is better than this garbage. Actually, no need for even. The Classics version is actually quite good for its time. But then, everything changes with the advent of Constructor, an accurately styled Masterpiece Devastator that has the presence he should have had all along, with a slight Studio Ox styling, but not so much that he doesn't fit in with the existing bots. Safe to say, this combiner completely changed the game. From this point on, all-inclusive combiners were out and parts forming was in. We're even seeing its effects to this day. I don't like to overstate the effect of third party on official products, but this is well and truly one of those cases. Combiner Wars Many was a pre-Constructor combiner. Leggy Many was a post-Constructor one. Doesn't look like Takara got the memo though, but honestly, who cares? Raiden still looks Rad. Suffice to say though, this combiner takes off like a Concorde in a tailwind. Not that Concorde, that Concorde. And this is where we see a massive change that forever alters the trajectory of Toy World and the eventual Zeta. People who are fairly new to third party might be confused as to why I'm talking about a completely different company to today's subject. Well, after the release of Constructor, something happens at Toy World. Toy World announces a slew of new combiners in the style of Constructor when suddenly a new company pops up and they start advertising those same combiners. In essence, the designers weren't happy with the way Toy World was heading, so they jumped ship and started their own company. Their own statement is that they were not compensated appropriately for Devastator and were deeply offended by that. This, in general, is believed to this day, but Toy World hasn't ever given their side of the story. Instead, they just hired new designers and kept chugging along, or I guess MPing along. While there's no evidence to the contrary of Toy World's statements, I'm less inclined to believe them given the actions that followed. Toy World announces they're doing a Bumblebee Optimus Prime. Zeta announces they're doing a Bumblebee Blitzwing. Surprise, it's trash. Toy World announces it's doing a stylized Predaking under the new Kang Toys brand. Zeta announces they're doing a Predaking, only it's a quickly cobbled together artwork that has people concerned about the engineering of the whole thing. To this day, it still hasn't released, with older designs taking its place. Toy World announces they're downscaling their Predaking. Zeta announces they're downscaling their Superitron. That's why we have this figure today. They literally did it because Toy World was doing the same thing. And that's not including the re-releases of all their older figures, which they justify by claiming they were never paid well for them in the first place. Then, why did you keep working for the company for 4 years? Not to mention, these figures, they're either incredibly dated or just plain terrible. Zeta RC was supposed to be this year's Halloween special before annoying circumstances got in the way. How anyone thought it was okay to re-release this absolute piece of trash is beyond me. This toy just isn't worth it, and keep in mind, I got it for free! That's how bad it is. But it's not just Toy World Zeta has a fossilizer to pick with. Oh no, Takara's announcing a brand new Raiden project? Well, we're gonna release one too! Here's a prototype we shelved about a year ago and we're bringing it back because you. Oh, HasLab is trying to get off the ground with their Unicron? Ah, we have a shelved prototype for that as well. Let's pull that one out. This actually proved a step too far, and Hasbro quickly sent a cease and desist. Can't say I blame them, it was basically the equivalent of turning up to a fundraiser and telling someone to buy cryptocurrency instead. Since then, they've gone under a rebrand. We've now got Moon Studio and Toy Easy. One makes the aforementioned Raiden prototype from earlier, yeah, totally not Zeta, guys. And the other makes Chinese propaganda figures based on real serving army vehicles.
Propaganda, my favorite.
Now, of course, that's not to say Toy World are the complete opposite. They're definitely not saints. Also getting into a cease and desist debacle. God, that's hard to say. Somehow stealing several CAD models for the 3.0 designs, as well as including 30 unedited minutes of Age of Extinction audio in the base of one of their figures. Big stupid. But like, I've seldom come across a company that's this much of a bully. The only one I can think of that's worse is Fans Toys, but even they got their comeuppance with the whole Dead End and Robot Paradise situation. But enough sidetracking. At this point, we all get who Zeta is. This sets the stage for how this combiner set came to be. As briefly touched upon earlier, Toy World had great success with their Legend Scale Wheeljack and Beast Megatron, quality issues aside, so they thought they'd try their hand at a downscaled version of Kang Toy's Predaking. Zeta basically copies them and downscales their masterpiece scaled Superitron. Key difference though, Kang Toy's Predi is a metaphorical downscale. The aesthetic is the same, but these are primarily different toys. Think the Earthrise Deluxe and the SS86 Core Class vans, same design but not a literal downscale of the figure. Superitron Mini, on the other hand, basically is. They haven't quite taken the CAD model and made it smaller than the budget for the Authentics line, but they've pretty much copied the general conversion beats verbatim. General conversion beats that were already kind of trash to begin with. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's jump into the vehicle modes by gyrating Groin first into Down Thrust. Why him specifically? Well, it's not just because he's the first chronologically in the lineup, but rather he's actually the best of the bunch build quality wise. It only gets more deranged than this, fellas. Right off the bat, you can tell that Zeta put a heavy emphasis on realistic vehicle detail, because in both proportions and sculpting, this is the spitting image of an F-16. All the panel work has been lifted verbatim, and it's quite commendable given this is a pretty small fella, although not quite as small as other combiners in this little niche we call third-party legends. Yeah, it's a chunkier figure since Zeta likes their combiners to tower over the little bots, a choice neither detrimental nor praiseworthy. It all really comes down to taste. Still, the accuracy is commendable, And that's about all this commendable because this thing really doesn't have much going for it. The majority of this jet mode is cast in that ever so frustrating Games Workshop grey with an ever so slight sheen to it that doesn't really help it get over its boredom. Now some might say it's accurate to the original, but even though I'm no lazy eyebrow and I'm mostly oblivious to such things, that looks like a matte finish to me. Plus I don't think the real jet has these yellow lightning bolts applied to them anyway, so some creative liberties should be applied. Speaking of, the outlines may be crisp, but the actual application itself is incredibly underdone. Now yellow is the hardest color to paint. Believe me, I've tried. In order to get it right, you need to apply multiple coats, something which they have most certainly not done here. And sure, it does look a bit better on the metallic blue on the back, and yes, said fin is done quite well, but why isn't this glued in? Why is this a separate piece? What, you took a page out of the Magic Square book? Still, beyond that, there isn't really much to talk about here. I could have a right whinge about the ball joints and the weirdly shaped tabs on the front here, but given its size, it's not something to get super fussed about. Plus, he isn't exactly covered in them like previous review subjects, and it's far from the worst offender of this set. I could complain about how the diecast makes contact with the ground, but in all the months owning down thrust, I've yet to see any paint chipping. Not quite the same for the other figures though, unfortunately. Still, good job, Zeta, for now. But other than that, this is such a nothing mode. It's basically just there to fill a quota, and considering the track record for combiner vehicle modes, that's not really putting this in a good light. I guess you can try to make it look a little cooler by plonking the guns on the bottom, but whose idea was it to have square pegs squeezing into round holes? Actually, hang on a sec. Maybe I'll come back to that saying later, because it might be a pretty good overarching statement. Now, of course, normally you'd expect this particular member to be a step up, given it's one of the sexier jets of the bunch, rocking that crisp black F-15 mode. I mean, if they can make however many Seekers from that jet, it has to be good. Yet somehow, this is even more boring than the last one? How do you take one of the alt modes typically synonymous with Transformers, edging just shy of the Countach, and a black deco no less, something that typically makes any mold shine, and make it a snooze fest? Well, in essence, by taking the previous issues and cranking them up to 11. The lackluster application of the wing paint applications comes back in even greater force, this time half-assing yellow, red, and silver? Okay, the first two I get. They're hard as f to paint, but silver is piss easy. Sometimes you can get it done in one coat, and yet somehow it's still scuffed towards the end. I guess fortunately you don't have to put up with it that much, since it's kept to the edges of the wings. Only now the wings themselves have barely any paint on them. Just boring old stretches of black. Not even the fins get any applications. Black repaints are cool and all, but they need breakup, lest they become boring as shit. Basically, this is pulling a Velocitron Shadow Strip, only that figure was likely the victim of budget reallocation, where this is the victim of typical Zeta shittiness. I mean, compare this to Combiner Wars Air Raid. Look at the resplendent paint applications. They even painted the stabilizers at the back, which is extra commendable given these are rubber, a material that's typically much harder to paint. Zeta didn't even bother with Sky Strike at all, even when it was all laid out for them. The line work also feels a lot more slapdash, not just in its design, which is all over the place, but also in how it's applied. Etching is a lot shallower than down thrust, really emphasizing how half-assed this was. You can't even use the accuracy as an excuse because they, kinda gave up. This is pulled straight from Zeta's ass, and that would be fine and all if it were actually good. I'm not one to typically care about accuracy, but if you're going to deviate, at least do so with purpose. It's like the vehicle modes of MP52 and Crimson Wings. Whatever you feel about those figures, MP52 nails an accurate vehicle mode, and Crimson Wings nails a stylized one. This kind of moseys between the two without much thought, and that's what cements the boredom. Although, admittedly, it seems like something's missing. We're not quite at the level of annoyance we should be. How about we cap it off with floppy tail fins with no locking tabs? Something Hasbro's core class was able to accomplish pretty easily, an ugly hinge bisecting the back of the jets, and the return of the ridiculous incompatible peg system. Yeah, that's about right. Now we're getting into it. So next up should be Silver Arrow, right? I mean, he's numbered that way, so it makes sense to cover these in that order. Well, oops, for some bizarre reason, Silver Arrow got delayed, so we got stuck with Fly Fire and Catapult in the meantime. That said, I'm going to swap the order that I cover these in, just so I can maintain the downward trajectory of insanity. But for now, though... Okay, I have to give some credit to Zeta here. The Sea Harrier isn't exactly an easy jet to turn into a robot. Matter of fact, Harriers in general are really difficult to do, which is probably why Studio Series Shatter sidestepped the issue by going for a different jet entirely. It's a pretty sleek and round jet, while robots usually have to be blocky. Well, mostly anyway. So, how does Zeta work around this? Why, by turning this into a balloon animal. For Catapult, they've taken the general shape of the Harrier and rounded off practically everything. I honestly wonder if this thing could even be flight-worthy in the first place, given how obese it is. The squished cockpit crashes headfirst into the oversized VTOLs, which sort of blend into where the wings are supposed to splay out, but really don't with all this jank on top. Then the wings have a Photoshop skew effect applied to them, stretching them along the x-axis and making this thing look more like the jet equivalent of a pigeon. They also wobble around like no one's business because the tips have no locking points. Come on, it's not that hard, guys. Just a small tab and hey presto, but no, too much effort for little old Zeta. Then you got the robot shins jutting out the back, which on its own would be fine. The aerial bots are typically jets with robot bricks underneath them. Transformers fans should be used to this by now. But when you have it hanging off while the actual jet tapers into the tail section with no cohesion attempted, yeah, this just screams lazy. As does the mechanical detail. Again, it's been pulled from the designer's ass with no rhyme or reason, but hey, at least they molded in the little doodah at the front. At least they molded in the landing wheels, even though they don't function and the real wheels are at the bottom. Look, as I said earlier, I don't usually care that much about accuracy. As someone who's been collecting chug figures for years, I'm no stranger to stylized alt modes. I'm the kind of person who doesn't really care that Leggy Breakdown is more of a Jalpa than a Countach. Hell, go full crazy and give us Alpha Bravo in the lineup. Personally, I find it more interesting anyway. My problem isn't the lack of accuracy, but rather the lack of focus. Zeta just doesn't have a consistent aesthetic in mind. They're merely counting on the fact that people will want some sort of Legends scale Superion and will buy this out of a drive for completionism. They don't have to strive for a consistent aesthetic because the consumer base they believe they have probably won't care. It's been part of their modus operandi from the very beginning, way back when they were still designing toys for Toy Worlds. They've never broken out of it and discovered their own identity. Their identity is, here's a vaguely recognizable G1 character in a scale you want. And Catapult is where we really start digging into such issues. Now for the last of the Limbots, hypothetically I could give Flyfire some slack. The Phantom 2 is also a notoriously difficult jet to do. Once again, Hasbro just flat out refused to try with their Studio Series version. And although Zeta took a shot at it previously with their Bumblebee Blitzwing, allegedly it was one of the worst third-party toys ever released. As a stylized Phantom stretched and squashed for the purpose of forming a fully functioning robot, I reckon it does okay. Least better than that poor excuse for a Harrier, so bad I can't think of a good pun to insult it. In essence, they've taken the engine section in the middle and extruded it to the rest of the vehicle. It doesn't look too bad, and the paintwork on the main body does a lot of the legwork, which is ironic given this turns into an arm. They've applied this lovely metallic fleck and gloss sheen to the red plastic, sort of similar to the recent Dinobot offerings from New Age. It's nowhere near as lustrous, but it gets the job done. They've also gone back to the semi-accurate detailing, which looks far better than when they awkwardly try to do something different. Not on the wings, mind you, those are way off. It's mainly the chassis that goes accurate, but even then, the wings aren't terrible. There's actually purpose to these lines, drawing your attention to the main body with layered angling. See? It's not that hard. But yeah, for the most part, I could hypothetically call this one of the better jets in this set. I mean, yeah, the arms are a smidge egregious, but we have the sign for that. Probably the only time I can use the sign in this set, which is disappointing. And sure, the shins still are kinda sticking out the bottom, but it's just one small issue compared to one issue and all of this shit. That said, emphasis on the hypothetical, because this alt mode goes from one of the best to one of the worst in a few seconds. As a longtime Legends collector, I've always known to be careful with my figures. Some of my older ones, sure, I broke those, but I quickly learned to be gentle with my collection. As such, I haven't broken a figure for years. Well, aside from one instance where it was on purpose so I could demonstrate an issue. What the The first time I tried to transform this out of the box, this joint crumbled to pieces. It didn't snap or crack, it's crumbled. This indicates that in the box it was already assembled in a way that stressed the plastic. Why they used a clip joint instead of a pin baffles me to no end, or at least does so until you consider the plastic quality of these pieces. I'll go into more detail later, but in essence, if they used a pin, it probably would have caused the same effect due to how brittle this stuff is. At that that point, maybe they should have designed a thicker joint? They've already stylized the alt mode plenty to make the engineering work, so what's a bit more at this point? It's not just me, mind you. I did some research and was able to come across 2 other cases of this breakage. It's not extremely widespread, but it's widespread enough that some people believe it affects all copies. Even if it doesn't, this is really poorly designed. None of the other jets had this issue, so they could have easily circumvented it. Now from here I could go into the other issues of paint, where the yellow and blue look really wispy and haphazard, but honestly, I don't care. This toy has already committed the cardinal sin of falling to bits out of the box in a way that cannot be repaired, so none of the other issues really matter. I mean, the designers didn't care enough to fix the plastic quality or add better joints, so at this point, why should I care about going further with this portion of the script? But if you really want to talk about lack of care, you need look no further than Silver Arrow. Of course, hypothetically, a delay with a product could ensure that it's given the final push it's needed to be the best it can be. I mean, you'll all know the Miyamoto quote, even if he never actually said that, so it has to be beneficial, right? Well, Zeta flat out didn't bother, because this alt mode, I can't describe it as anything other than rubbish. Without hyperbole, this is easily the worst alternate mode I've come across all year, and there's been some hefty competition with the likes of Bumblebee Soundwave and Authentics C. So, what's wrong with this? Well, you've got panel lines that rival Classics Ironhide, exposed joints that evoke the incoherence of Earthrise Ironhide, nothing holds together well like movie masterpiece Ironhide. This really must be a simp for the worst Ironhide molds imaginable, or maybe it's just an Ironhide simp and the poor lad has been unlucky with toys until recently, or maybe Zeta just sucks. That's probably it. The last point in particular bothers me especially. At least with the other bad alt modes, they mostly held together. No matter what I do, no matter how closely I follow the instructions, there's always this bow in the middle. I know Concords historically kept having bits flying off, but at this rate, the passengers are gonna fly out as well. And speaking of the Concords, this isn't a Concorde. A Concorde is supposed to be sleek and dynamic, and third party doesn't have to contend with issues of accuracy and legality. They could have gone as accurate as they liked or as stylized as they liked, but predictably they've yet again out some sort of middle ground that doesn't satisfy either. The windows on the nose cone feel awfully bloated, as if the last review wasn't enough on that front. They've done the downward fold thing, but it cuts through said windows, ruining cohesion and just makes the whole thing sad. Mate, this cockpit is tiny. You're including a feature that just makes it feel worse at this size. They've gone with the too accurate gold windows, which is commendable, but the gold they've chosen looks more like the type you'd find on a McDonald's Happy Meal toy. It's way too close to the yellow side of things, way too far away from bronze. It looks like what a child would paint with a custom paint job, not an expensive third-party deco. It's even worse considering this is most of the paint on the design. Your attention is drawn towards it because there's nothing else aside from the tip done in gunmetal. And the tampographs on the back, speaking of, wow, these are sloppy. The amount of bleed on these is simply inexcusable. This isn't borderline knockoff territory, this is knockoff territory. And speaking of knockoffs, this is where we get into an issue that's affected all figures but is most noticeable on Silver Arrow. The plastic quality on these, it's absolute trash. It's the same plastic that Toy World used to use back in the early days of third party, which is the same plastic used on a bunch of cheap shitty knockoffs you can find these days. I'm of course referring to those dubious eBay sales that they pass off as the real thing, but surprise, you got duped. It's incredibly lightweight and ridiculously brittle, which you've seen evidence of previously. I know it's hard to get across plastic quality in video form short of excessive action figure violence, but this plastic is essentially on the same level as the Authentics! Interestingly, Zeta fans have not only defended this use of plastic over the years, but gone further and praised its use as genius. The TLDR of the argument is that when you make a figure the size of a Titan, you need lightweight plastic to make sure it can stand and pose properly. Two things though. One, while weight definitely is an issue for combiners, there are other methods you can use, such as sturdier joints, combiner skeletons, and simplifying the engineering. Last method is actually the most effective, but for some bizarre reason, Zeta appears to be allergic to such. And two, this isn't Masterpiece, it's a Legends figure! Oh no, the weight is going to have issues when the final product is only the size of a leader class figure! And perhaps this weak source plastic could be forgiven if the figure had any decent paintwork or sculpting. I mean, Crimson Wing didn't have the best materials, but he made up for it in the looks department. As mentioned earlier though, there's really no paint to make this thing look interesting. Furthermore, the wings are basically just huge planks of off-white plastic. There's practically no detail here whatsoever, save for the seam lines from the nightmarish transformation. mention. The one time pulling random details out of their ass would have worked, they've decided to go for the most boring kind of accuracy. Why is it boring specifically? Well, because they've taken this weird middle ground between the rounded toon accuracy and the sharpened official vehicle accuracy. It's neither angular nor purposefully curved, so you end up with something that's not accurate to either. Stylization is cool, but this isn't stylization. This is just laziness. Even the color choice is misguided. Off-white is a real difficult color to get right, lest you end up falling into Games Workshop grey territory. But Zeta? The f you talking about? Of course they're gonna face plant into that. These alt modes, Jesus Christ, they suck. Slowly but surely, these jets have gone from bad to worse, plummeting into the abyss and preventing you from finding your way back. The aerial bots shouldn't be this hard. In essence, they're jets with robot blocks underneath. Mayhaps there's a way to create fully accurate vehicles without the underkibble and still retain the combining gimmick, but not at this scale and not under Zeta's poor understanding of robot engineering. Just take a look at the Combiner Wars versions. As stylized as they are, they unmistakably capture the essence of all these alt modes, except in the case of Alpha Bravo, but he's an actually good example of doing something new and interesting. Every time Zeta strays from the safety net of accuracy, it's purely for the purpose of half-assing it. But who cares about these alt modes since they're mainly meant to be combined anyway, you may ask? Well, perhaps you could get away with that ideology in the Masterpiece scale, not that I'd agree, but these are Legends figures. They're supposed to be played with at a desk, no matter how high-end they are. And in some cases, they break before you're even able to get to that point. Not to mention, these are the modes they're packaged in. This is your first exposure to the set. Right out the gate, they're just not respecting their audience. They don't even look good in a lineup. Often, even if the alt modes fail in a few areas, they still end up coming together as a team. Zeta doesn't really offer that with this particular set. There are too many grievances all round, both minuscule and infuriating. This feels like an amateur project, not something from a veteran company. I don't even think you can call Zeta a veteran company, though. Clearly, in all their years of unofficial Transformer designs, they've learned jack shit. Mate, this. It's been 7 goddamn pages and I've only just finished the alt modes. I gotta move on, or else I'll just get stuck in an endless cycle of repeating the same points over and over, much like Zeta itself doesn't learn from its mistakes and traps its customers in an endless loop.
So by this point, you guys probably know the drill, the way everything works. I kind of get rid of the script, I go on unscripted, and I start talking about the transformation. I discuss the pros and the cons and go through each step as it comes. Maybe I draw attention to certain things here and there, but for the most part, it'd be a chill experience. But this time, the transformations are so bad that I need to explain them in much greater detail. Everything about these transformations is wrong. Let me repeat that because I don't think it's fully sunk in. Everything about these transformations is wrong. You may be asking, why am I going to such lengths? Well, in the words of that toy guy, pain.
Starting off with down thrust, the first thing you have to do is bisect the air intake at the front to free up the joints. These are incredibly finicky and annoying. This portion of the back fin folds around to make room for another joint. This feels incredibly tacked on and pointless, and it doesn't lock in anywhere while in jet mode. It's stupid. A bunch of panels unclipped from the backpack. It's very haphazard and unsatisfying. The tabs on the back also have a tendency to break, given they're made out of really soft yet brittle plastic. Not even sure why these are here, given this tabs into the backpack anyway. You separate the legs, and suddenly you're hit with sliding rails. Need I remind you what sliding rails leads to a few years down the track? And it may look like these back panels lock the legs into place, but no, it's a separate mechanism. I have to ask, if the solution of sliding rails longevity was right there, why not use it? Before closing everything up, you have to fold out the foot. These have no heels whatsoever and are incredibly loose. The backpack consists of a metric ton of tiny hinges, haphazardly folding together so that both halves of the backpack can meet and form something that's far from cohesive. I'm fairly certain this style is colloquially known as spaghetti engineering, and already its use on third-party masterpieces is dubious at best. Shrunken down to a Legends figure, it's inexcusable. This is not how you engineer small-scale Transformers. Not even Magic Square stoops to this level. You'd think the way the arms fold out would be cool, given the automorph in the panels on the sides. But no, said arms have no locking tabs in vehicle mode, so it's a floppy disaster waiting to happen. And then the arms bring back the sliding rails again, because you. The fists fold out and they've got no locking points, so push them too far and he starts doing a curtsy. Guess he got that from his Uncle Highbrow. Finally, the head folds out of a cavity in the front. There's not much inherently wrong with this step, but Jesus, this looks ugly. So yeah, all in all, a pretty rubbish transformation. Now, ready to do a variation of such 3 more times? Skystrike fortunately has a better time of having the legs separate, since the back panels don't cover up the backpack struts. But he piles more shit on top by having said back panels not tab in properly and having the wings often clash with the side panels when you're trying to fold them up. Honestly, I would have preferred if they just made them sweep backwards and avoid the whole folding in system entirely, but that wouldn't have been possible with the weight issues, thanks to these tiny ass feet. Oh, and sometimes the struts get stuck in the backpack for whatever reason. It's a pain in the ass, but then again, so is everything about this set. Catapult reaches a new low, as the legs now have 2 sets of sliding rails instead of 1. This toy can't be the next hybrid-style black convoy in the next couple of years, mark my words! And this time, you have to open up the torso to access everything, and Jesus Christ, what am I looking at? This nightmarish cacophony of double and triple hinges, you can barely make sense of it. Gone is the admittedly clever automorph, now replaced with hinges on very specific yet concerningly flimsy rails. I'm scared I'm gonna break this thing at this rate. Also, careful you don't accidentally pull out the combiner joint, given it has no actual locking tabs to keep it in place while the torso is open, and relies on being tabbed into the door. And even after that, the torso barely holds together. This shouldn't be this complicated. It's a goddamn Scramble City limb, not a Megatron or some shit. From here, it's the same old frustrations. Sliding rail arms, fists with no stopping points, f***ery in the backpack. Oh, and now it doesn't actually lock together properly thanks to them not accounting for the clearance in the tabs. F*** this thing. Oh, and the head has to fold out of the backpack now thanks to the lack of space in the torso. The joints are incredibly flimsy and have no locking points. This thing. Flyfire is, in essence, the same as Catapult with only 2 added frustrations. The torso is now much tighter, so the worries of breakages are even greater. And of course, there's the breakage, so now he's a mandatory parts former. This actually has the most solid backpack of the group, feeling purposeful in spite of its woeful engineering ideology. Though, I'm starting to see evidence of even more cracks forming in the hinges. Flyfire is practically decomposing in front of me. This review is like a ticking time bomb before this toy becomes unusable. And yet, somehow Silver Arrow is even worse. In essence, he is the Ragnar of this set, endlessly overcomplicated to the point where I dread transforming it. The wingtips unpegged from the sides and this whole skeleton system on the top of the plane untabs. Look at it wobbling around. This is spaghetti engineering on steroids. More panels fold out from the sides, unlocking the upper body in multiple ways. Thing is, you have to get the backpack out of the way in the process, even if it's folded out. It's incredibly stupid. The sliding rails return and they're on die-cast metal, which is just asking for trouble. Though in this instance, I reckon it's okay, as the panels fold into the legs to support the frame. It's not relying on plastic that will break down over time, fortunately. Although given how brittle the plastic itself is, the tiny hinges inside may have another tale to tell. Just gonna say, I still don't trust these. You're now left with this disgusting inner skeleton. These parts are incredibly thin and flimsy. It's honestly asking for trouble. Heaven forbid Silver Arrow ever takes a shelf dive. Getting the head out is fine enough, but the locking tabs weren't toleranced properly, so the whole thing flops around without care. Meanwhile, the pectorals have the opposite problem. They're so tight you have to stretch the plastic into place to get them to work. Again, I'm scared shitless I'm gonna break the damn thing. Lord knows there are already countless broken copies out there. Oh, and be careful not to knock out the breastplates. For some bizarre reason, these aren't actually glued in place. What, was the blue stick too expensive for the oh-so-frugal Zeta? The arms then offer 2 separate sliding rails, and while the wrists stay in place due to friction, the elbows flop around like it's my Democracy Manifest after seeing AI try to draw lewd art. Get it away from me! Get away from me! Get it away from me! And then, the backpack. Oh, sweet Jesus. First, you have to rotate the nose cone to the side. Look, I get you're allergic to kibble, but for Christ's sake, this is the laziest way to hide it. This tiny little panel unpegs and clips into the back. Actually, stupidity of the system aside, even calling it clipping into the back is a stretch. It more just holds on to dear life with nothing but hopes and dreams. This ain't securing shit. The nose cone then accordions in on itself multiple times, with each peg becoming less secure than the last. You're basically left with a backpack that, again, looks like an amateur designed this rather than a veteran company. People often write this off as just a complex transformation, but that's not really the case. The steps themselves are relatively simple, they're just handled piss poorly. Crimson Wings is an incredibly complex figure, and it handles its conversion really smoothly. Toy World's Freedom Leader functions rather similarly. The trailer for Magic Square Menasor also, and more recently, movie masterpiece Blackout handles its complexity quite well. It's not the amount of steps that have plunged this transformation into an abyss of frustration. It's how each step is handled. Every step of the way has something wrong with it, and you're never left satisfied at the end. While Silver Arrow doesn't have nearly as bad a transformation as figures like Ragnar or Thunder Leader, he is the Ragnar of his specific set. I don't want to transform this thing ever again. It blows. And here's the thing, those two examples are singular figures. This is a set of 5. How the flying f do you screw up 5 figures in a row? Do you not see the absurdity of this? F up once, shame on you. F up twice, shame on me. F up 5 times, you gotta wonder, aside from morbidly curious f***nuts like myself, who the hell stuck through this? How many times have you gotta use sliding rails before you realize that maybe they were a bad idea? This transformation from start to finish has been awful. That toy guy referred to this as if bold forms made a combiner, and honestly, yeah, I can see that. So I gotta say, the circumstances for this are worse. That was a second attempt at a one-man design team. Zeta is a multiple design company with at least a decade of experience, not that it shows, mind you. This is why I opted to walk through it step by step. It's taken roughly 1,500 words to do so, but it's something that's needed to be examined in greater detail. And you'd think maybe you'd get some respite when you get to the robot mode, but nope! If anything, things have gotten worse. Well, not worse than the transformation, but definitely worse than the vehicle modes. Jumping right into Downthrust, he's basically the embodiment of third-party syndrome. For those not aware, it's a term that originated from Hashtag-only collectors, used to criticize the weird nature of some third-party designs. Peeling back the bias against non-licensed Transformers toys, it typically comes into play when third-party companies don't really settle on a particular aesthetic and just wing it, expecting people to buy anyway because Hasbro isn't making that particular character. Sufferers of such ailments include several of the older Fans toys and TFC releases, as well as the majority of Toy World's pre-Constructor lineup. Thing is, it's been quite a while since the contributing factors to this ailment were a thing. Hasbro's making practically everyone these days, so there's no room for error in this aesthetic. Plus, third-party toys have been around for a decade, and people are much more used to companies honing in on a particular aesthetic, accurate or stylized. Yet for some bizarre reason, Zeta still seems to suffer from such, even with releases beyond this like Moon Studio Radiatron. We've already seen it in the jets with haphazard sculpting and wonky proportions, but nothing can prepare you for the robot modes. And as said just a moment ago, Downthrust embodies this to the T. The general aesthetic strokes of the character are there, but only in a checklist manner. The actual essence of the character is completely lost. You can tell they didn't care about the design, because that lack of care is reflected in how off it looks. The head sculpt is easily the biggest offender. This is less a skydive head sculpt so much as a generic asset flip sculpt put inside a vague skydive helmet. The face is incredibly nondescript and the helmet lacks any and all detail. It sorta looks like they heard what skydive was supposed to look like, but never actually saw any pictures of him. You compare this to the Combiner Wars version. Sure, it's stylized, owing that to the Prime Wars trilogy line work, but it's clear who this character is supposed to be. I don't know who this is supposed to be at all, or at least I wouldn't if it weren't for the rest of the body. The paint doesn't help. As covered multiple times already, red and yellow are the most difficult colors to work with in terms of paint, so it makes sense orange would be the same. To compensate, you need to put multiple thin coats over a long period of time. Zeta got lazy though, and instead just thickens the paint itself. As a result, it washes out any and all detail, which already wasn't a lot. And can you believe this is actually one of the better head sculpts in this set? Yeah, it's mostly downhill from here. Mind you, you get a lot more leeway for f***ing with a Legends head sculpt given the size, and even then this looks hideous. The arms are also pretty rubbish. The gunmetal is, once again, haphazardly applied, even outright missing the lines at certain points. He also has a bad case of Popeye forearms, since the elbows have to fit inside the hollow chassis of them. Sliding rails, not even once. I mean, Christ, he can't even bend his elbows 90 degrees! I know on such a small figure that might seem like nitpicking, but depending on where you got this, it cost anywhere between 70 and 90 bucks. That's new age big boy territory, and you're telling me that's acceptable? His fists can hold the two guns, but there's a small problem. They're plugged in using slots, not round pegs. The fists also aren't made of a softer plastic like Iron Factory Sea Spray, so once they're in, they're incredibly hard to get out. They didn't even make the tabs longer so you could push them from behind, which was something Iron Factory Soundwave got right. Basically, they're making mistakes that Iron Factory has gotten right for years, which is pathetic. The torso, vaguely matches the Toon design. The general shape is there, but once again they've pulled the mechanical detail out of their ass. And it loses any and all charm as a result. The paint choice also washes out a lot of the detail, making it look soft and fuzzy. With Flyfire, it was a base of red plastic with extra finishes applied on top, so the details could really shine. Well, at least in vehicle mode. Here, they were too cheap to cast this in red plastic, and too stupid to use a paint that doesn't f with the sculpt. Not that the sculpt is any good, mind you. It really confuses me because this is supposed to be a downscale of their masterpiece offering, and that version blended the Toon and Toy styles to, well, I don't want to say great effect because it still looks ugly as shit, but it certainly looks better than this. Oh, and paint chipping happens super easily. Great. Beyond that, one thing you'll notice is that each member has diecast on the front. This may seem a bit strange because typically diecast is used in the feet to help balance the figure. Well, there are 3 actual reasons why it's used in this manner. Firstly, the feet are basically useless. The amount of volume here simply wouldn't work on diecast. And even then, having diecast ball joints is a horrible idea for longevity. Secondly, the backpacks on these are ridiculous. I personally don't mind the size of them, but between this and the feet, they're basically on the verge of toppling the figure over. It's like this for all the members, not just down thrust. By using these huge chunks, it counteracts this issue. I actually think this use is an alright one in this instance. Now, could it be better if they weren't used in junction with sliding rails? Absolutely, but using them to compensate for backpack issues? Sure, it's a necessity, go for it. And thirdly, well, as mentioned earlier, the plastic on these is a joke. We're dealing with knockoff level materials here, so how does Zeta create the illusion of quality? Diecast! That's how! If you pick up this little bastard, he feels weighty. However, when you examine the plastic quality, that illusion is shattered. The diecast here isn't being used to make a good figure better, it's being used to make a shitty figure actually seem passable. Yes, for the first time ever, the stance that diecast only creates the illusion of quality is actually accurate. In this instance, the metal is most definitely a blatant lie.
I warned you! I warned everyone! But no, don't listen to Perspective. He's just an asshole. But I'm not just an asshole, I'm a correct asshole!
Well, you know what they say about broken clocks.
Staring at them is about as entertaining as watching your show.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's fair. And to round things off, the hinges protrude from his anus, and also hinder the waist articulation. I get he's a combiner and there are going to be sacrifices, but nothing in this robot mode makes up for issues like this. I mean, sure, the articulation has pretty much everything a robot of this size at this price tag should have, short of an ab crunch, but newsflash, the details here make posing him boring as shit. Hell, even getting him into a boring pose doesn't feel good as all the plastic feels rickety. This is a Legends figure. Posing him should be fun. And don't blame the Sunbow chart. The designers didn't bother following it or any clear sense of aesthetics, so that's no excuse. Down thrust is just flat out bad in robot mode. He's not the worst Legends robot mode I've ever handled, but him and the others are definitely the worst I've handled this year, aside from maybe Authentics RC. Even then though, it's real close. And when you get to the other robot modes, well, it's more of the same, save for a few minor differences here and there. Skystrike is almost identical in his issues, save for an even worse head sculpt. Between the weird lips and the racist caricature squinted eyes, he looks like he's going to proclaim to the world that he's Skylar White, yo! But beyond that, it's mostly the same. Instead of Popeye forearms, we've got elongated forearms, but they're basically the same effect in this instance. No 90 bend at the elbow, vague chest that misses the essence of the character, paint chipping, boring posing, rickety joints, exposed kibble hinges that f with the waist swivel, identical articulation, similar size. Oh, sorry, there's one key difference. The shoulders aren't toleranced properly, so the automorph sometimes untransforms. Yay, one small difference that makes him worse than down thrust. Yippee! Catapult is where things deviate a bit, but we're still neck deep in feces territory here. Admittedly, the head sculpt is actually alright. Nothing amazing, and it's definitely held back by its over-application of thickened orange, but it at least feels like the character. I can tell right away who this is supposed to be, unlike the other members. Looks completely out of place with the rest of the body, though. What the f*** am I even looking at? They've messed with the proportions of the Toon and Toy so that instead of having a brick for a body, it looks like he's wearing a life raft vest. Combined with the returning metallic red paint, this looks less like a defined purposeful torso and more like something you'd find in a Loot Crate bundle. I get they're trying to hide the combiner joint, but newsflash, it's literally easier to hide joints like that inside a giant cube than a half-cube, half-hourglass figure. And why are the shoulders so far down? This is something you almost never see on a figure these days. Last time I can think of is Combiner Wars Megatron, only that figure looked fine in an A stance and weird with its arms stretched out. This is the opposite. They look out of place straight down, but when you rotate it forward, they look fine? What? Though none of this compares to the annoyance of dealing with the wings. These flop around like a plate of jelly in a tokusatsu show. In general, all of the limbots should have had locking tabs for these. Lacking them means longevity for these pieces is called into question, but for Catapult specifically, this is really annoying. And keep in mind, this is on top of all the previous issues. Yes, the backpack is a little better, keeping to itself and staying out of the way of posing, but the posing is still boring as shit thanks to the lackluster aesthetic. The details on the torso are still too soft, the forearms are still too long, the guns are still annoying to use, the feet still suck. Also, why do these all have light piping but use painted over eyes? Is this what they call denied piping? It's like this toy was personally and purposefully designed and meticulously calculated to piss me off.
I'm in despair. This horrible figure has left me in despair.
Also, while I was scripting the combined mode, I found two more issues. Firstly, the hip skirts have a tendency to get stuck in the waist section. There are no stopping points back there, so if you're not careful, they get stuck like underpants going up the crack. Furthermore, the diecast has been miscast. There's a piece of gunk in there that's caused the molding to go wonky on both legs. Zeta really didn't give a shit with the production of this set, did they?
Also, to close things off, while I've been filming, I've discovered two more issues. Turn the head to the right, perfectly fine. Turn the head slightly to the left, now it's loosey-goosey. Just flops around if you try turning it to the left, because you, I guess. And also, this guy and the next guy apparently have wrist swivels, but they don't work with the gun because of the way that it's molded, and also they are magic square type wrist swivels, so they pop off really easily. Because this figure is designed to make me pissed off.
Well, at least we're more than halfway through the robot modes. Can't be too much more pain on the horizon. Fly fire is mostly the same as what you've seen. You've still got the bad posing, low shoulders, elongated forearms, bad feet, and exposed hinges below the crotch plates. In this context, hinges sound like an STI, but I feel that insult is too good for this figure. Two additions to this particular entry though. Firstly, the torso has extra white paints. White chalky paints. That chips like a motherfucker. I don't know what type of paint this is, but I have always hated its use. It never looks natural, and it's always prone to scratches. And beyond that, the torso is now a flat plank of nothing. The one time they could have actually used the base plastic to make this thing look pristine, and they still had to use the shitty metallic red, only with no detail this time. And secondly, the face sculpt. Yeah, this is the worst head sculpt of the set by far. There's not even any contest. The other members aren't drug users.
I like meth. I like meth. Shh. Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated my mother. You ruined my wife. I will destroy you.
Also, can I just say that the incorporation of these fake landing gear wheels is really unsightly. They end up looking like pus pimples, and it results in all the limbot torsos looking diseased. Why are they all so far to the left? Do you even need landing gear on a Legends figure? Ah, right, diecast on the shins, and it would scratch otherwise. Except they molded wheels on the diecast anyway, so it's already prone to shipping! Ah! Okay, call it Dr. Lockdown. You can't be getting that angry just yet. A certain someone still must be discussed. You know, for how dog shit the transformation is, this guy isn't the worst of the lineup in robot mode. In fact, I go as far as saying he's the closest to looking like an actual transformer in this mode out of the group. Not in vehicle mode, mind you, but at least something here functions. The general silhouette and design cues actually look like the design it's supposed to represent, unlike the last few examples. The face sculpt is a little bug-eyed, but at least he doesn't look like a drug addict, though at this point that might be Stockholm Syndrome. The torso vaguely looks like the cartoon, which is a step above what we've had prior with these AI-generated approximations. He's got actual color blocking going on, meaning his design doesn't just look like a boring slab of nothing. Even the posing works. Alright, it's not perfect, mind you, and he still looks a bit clunky in most poses, but it's leagues better than the others. He's got an actual ab crunch, as well as allowing the backpack to hinge out of the way so that he can get get the full waist rotation. It's obvious some actual thought went into his design as opposed to whatever the others were doing. Maybe that's a result of the delay, but at this stage, I don't think we'll ever know. Zeta ain't exactly the most communicative. They've got their ear to the ground on what will deliver the most profit, but it's not a two-way street. The accessories are also okay. The others are pretty stinky with their pistols, but these here actually use round pegs. He does have a bit of a case of the combined cannon looking out of place on the core robot, but that's a pretty typical problem for combiners. One mode always ends up looking weird with the other's weapons. And in this instance, I'd prefer they prioritize the combined accessories over the core robot ones. Not everyone can be the Magic Square Menasor designer after all. That being said, Silver Arrow ain't without flaws. I can discuss them without getting infuriated, but I still have to discuss them in the first place. Firstly, the ankles are basically useless. Since they're hinged in the wrong spots, they always look unnatural. They're also only affecting the toes, meaning anything slightly too dynamic and he topples ready for a launch smash combo. Secondly, the paint kinda stinks. The white on top of the diecast is fine, albeit not color matched at all, but the yellow and red are incredibly lackluster, with lots of bleed from underneath, though this has been an issue for the whole set, so I won't dwell on it too much. Thirdly, some of the plastic choices. I really dislike this mustard yellow they've gone with. Don't pull the accuracy card either, because the toy was chrome gold and the tune was pizza cheese. We stan pizza cheese, we don't stan mustard. Even the Combiner Wars orange was better than this shit. The red is also a bit iffy. It's really dull and causes the line work to sort of vanish into the design. It's not as icky as the mustard, but the torso details are something you kinda wanna see, unless you've just given up halfway through and are pushing through for a paycheck. And finally, the backpack. Now, I don't have any problem with using backpacks in general. Although I've hated the engineering behind the previous four, I found the backpacks themselves perfectly acceptable, especially for a combiner. Sure, I can complain about the exposed hinges behind their anuses, but that's not the backpacks themselves. Thing is, these backpacks are large but relatively light. Silver Arrow's backpack is relatively small but incredibly dense. The parts count and amount of folding here is much higher, evidenced by them needing to use 3 sets of die-cast balancers instead of a duo in the legs. So I have to wonder, what's going to happen to the knees over time? Already one of the knees is going loose from just storing him in the box, so how long until the figure can't stand at all? On top of that, the panels here are just barely holding on. If you're not careful, this whole thing has a tendency to fall into a billion pieces. Again, as time goes by and the joints break down, how sturdy is this backpack going to be? Backpacks aren't a problem in themselves, it's more so the engineering behind them. And in this case, I find that engineering detrimental to the longevity. And I know some of you are going to complain in the comments, saying it's supposed to be left in combine mode, but like, it's a transformer, is it not? Shouldn't all of the modes function properly? Otherwise, why not get a non-transforming action figure? It's my goal to discuss all the pros and cons with a transformer in these reviews, and I see this as a perfectly valid flaw. Doubly so for a Legends figure in a scale meant to be flipped back and forth. Thing is, I don't think Zeta's taken that into account. With both the Jet and Robot modes, they've demonstrated time and time again that they simply do not care. Everything's secondary to the combined mode, and I feel that's not really how designers should go about things. They're already using a combiner skeleton that comprises half this thing's mass. What further sacrifices do you need? Especially in the robot modes, they are coasting by on recognition alone. Though even then, they're really pushing it. It's a Legends Aerial Bot set. You'll buy it because Magic Square Menasor and New Age Devastator need a buddy to fight. Don't complain, don't wait, f you, give us money! And in this instance, it doesn't really take as long to go through all of the issues because they're all the same. They didn't just make the mistakes once, they made them 4 times for all the limb bots, then invented new mistakes for Silver Arrow. The robot modes are clearly the modes that got the least attention, and it really shows. Yes, I reckon the vehicle modes are worse, but these here are far more shameless. We know it's possible to hit all 3 modes properly, seen with Iron Factory, Bruty, Magic Square, Many, New Age, Devi. Hell, even Hulkie did it alright, albeit with a bit of older third-party jank. But for the moment, let's give Superitron the benefit of the doubt. Let's see if their primary focus on combined mode method actually has some merit. Let's transform this guy and see if at least one aspect of this figure can reach the table without any frustrating conundrums. So, the million-dollar question, is the conversion to combined mode worse than vehicle to robots? Well, no, for Two reasons. One, it just isn't as bad for multiple reasons. And two, well, we're kinda used to all the shit from earlier, so there are no new surprises here. So thankfully I don't need to script this portion, which means I can finally use the Patreon shoutouts. Yippee! Now addressing the elephant in the room, yes, he does use a combiner skeleton, and it comprises of the most percentage of a combiner that I've covered on this channel. Sure, leggy Menasor has a higher percentage, but I haven't covered him, so this is the biggest I've done so far. And that's fine. My problems don't lie with this. My problems just lie with the issues with everyone else. A skeleton is meant to alleviate issues like weight and overcomplicated engineering, but in this instance it's more of a crutch. Because those issues are still there. Yes, the conversion is better here than previously, but that doesn't make it good by any means. One of the really annoying parts is hypothetically you should be able to convert these from jet mode to combined mode. But because of this part, because of all these hinges, you kind of need to untransform then retransform the whole thing. So it's easier to go from bot mode. It's essentially a case where every single limb is basically DX9 Scrapper. Which, come the f on, man. If your combined mode is supposed to be the main thing, at least make the engineering fun. So in essence, you pretty much just bring the feet in like you normally would back to jet mode, and then collapse the legs into place. And then you slide these panels up halfway as if you're about to transform the thing, but don't go all the way yet. Because now what you need to do is untab the backpack like so, bring this section all the way down to the back in the middle, and then collapse the whole thing together. But even then you can't collapse the whole thing at all because this can't be plugged in properly. From here you gotta get the arms into place and folded down like so. And the reason we can't plug this in is because we have to get it into the combined mode first. You've got a peg here, and it fits into the slot at the back here. So it pegs in like so, and then these two bits secure it. Bada boom. Make sure it's all nice and tight together, and we'll still leave this till later because it's got to plug into the rest of the figure and it's probably going to fall apart again. So yeah, you bring the head up like so, or rather the head platform up like so. Oh, and I forgot to say you push the hands down because otherwise they'll cause clearance issues. You then bring the whole thing, and admittedly it does slot kind of well into place, and the head locks it into place there. It's a pretty sturdy connection, unlike Magic Square Menasor, which I've covered in the past. But the engineering to get it to this cube mode is just Magic Square Menasor did not need that much engineering to get it to work. It's literally a cube. Beast Box does that shit all the time. It's not that difficult. Anyway, get the f*** in place there. There we go. Okay, almost there. Finally. Untab the top so that the head can rotate around and into place. But we won't pop it into place because first we have to open up the torso, rotate this entire double joint out. Come on, get the f*** out of there. Then you can start to get the arms in place by detransforming them and getting them into position. And then you can start getting that little ratcheted joint out of there and lock everything into place with that. Then this goes all the rest of the way out. Then you can get the backpack back into place because now there's clearance for the head. Also, I just realized I had the head the wrong way around. because fuck me. There's so many joints on this head, it shouldn't be this difficult. Come on, get the fuck in there. What is your problem? Oh my god. There we go. But we won't get that into place yet because now we gotta do the legs. Now you have to bring in the sliding rails into place so that they're back in their jet mode configuration, with the feet going in there as well. Hallelujah Gesundheit. And yeah, there we are. Should work. You just keep that around and it's good to go. I don't know if it's this way or this way. I'll go check the stock photography later. I'm pretty sure it's this way, but I'm not sure. But yeah, you open up the backpack and you attach the rest in place and that should do it. Yay, we have an arm now. And then of course this guy's the same except as a parts former because he broke out of the box. And then you see these slots here? That is where the arms go. And this slots in place to keep them in place. This joint is the dumbest combiner joint I have ever seen. That's a screw there. That's going to wear down over time as you transform it. So as these jostle around, it's slowly going to put pressure on that screw. Because it's not a nice solid locking tab, it is going to cause issues with longevity. Oh, but you're not supposed to transform it. It's supposed to stay on a shelf and not do anything. F you. Last but not least, you can see these are tabs on the arms and you can kind of guess what's going to happen from here. You get the arms in the right position and I guess they go around this way after all. Get the hand slotted in and reattach everything. Stay the f in. I'm sick and tired of this. Around we go because I'm an idiot. Fists together. And I will say, because I don't think I mentioned it anywhere else, I do appreciate that we got such articulated fingers. So that's one of the few good things about this figure. So yeah, the transformation is not as bad, but it's still fucking shit. Is it the worst combined transformation I've gone through? Not really. Combiner Wars Devastator comes to mind because it's just so underdone. At least all the joints here, except the shoulders, kind of function. And then Combiner Wars Menasor was flat out unfinished. What about Legend Scale? Well, definitely. Yeah, it is definitely the worst Legends scaled combiner transformation I've ever seen. This is a real piece of shit, and it is causing so much pain with the filming process. I just want it to end. I'm telling you. I really, really want it to end. Once again, right off the bat, it's clear where the priorities lie with this release. Out of all three segments pertaining to this set, the combine mode for Superitron is easily the most cohesive. The proportions work the best, though perhaps it's because combiners get the most leeway. It's the most sturdy, and that's not just because of the combiner skeleton. The leg connections finally feel like they were actually done by a competent company, and they carry the design well. Personally, I would have preferred the planes at the front, as I'm partial to the Combiner Wars style, but once again, not everyone can be the designer of Magic Square Menasor. Plus, I'm in the minority here. Most collectors want the Toon style. Similarly to Silver Arrow, this is actually starting to look like a Transformer. Careful! Don't mishear me! I said starting to look like a Transformer, not does look. So, where exactly does it go wrong? Well, not below the knees, I can tell you that. These are by far the best Legends legs I have ever handled. The feet are hella sturdy and move in plenty of directions for solid posing power. The knees too, which complements the double ratcheted bend quite well. As frustrating as it is to get here, the end result works better than most examples I've seen. Hell, even the shins left over from the original units look pretty good, to the point where you almost forget they buggered the diecast molding. You wouldn't expect these to be so cohesive given the f***ery in the previous two modes, but no. They look fine and nothing falls out of place. Would have loved some of that solidity in the other two modes, but oh well. Though at this point, I hope you've enjoyed your brief respite, because we're about to jump back into the f***ery once more. Once we move up to the thighs, not the mustard again. I know it was already a thing and it was likely gang molded with Silver Arrow himself, but again, this doesn't fit an expensive premium release like this. Also, shitty rushed red paint applications. Fantastic.
You've got to do better, Senator.
Also, why aren't these screwed together properly? Why do they look like they're slowly being pulled apart at the seams? The thighs aren't going to spontaneously combust on me, are they? We're already dealing with enough frustrating longevity issues as is. The hips seem okay. The waist section uses the actually luscious finished red from Flyfire, so it looks pretty good, even with its rather simplistic detail. Individual hip skirts are nice and the forward kick works well, but what is that sound? Why do the outward ratchets sound like they've got scoliosis? And the further up you go, the worse it gets. This torso, What the hell am I looking at? The dreaded third-party syndrome rears its ugly head once more with this deeply lacking approximation. Neither stylized nor accurate once more, you're left with this big plank of nothing. This isn't Superitron. At least the stylized Combiner Wars version had the decency to add detail that was actually consistent. This just gives up and settles for the dull metallic red that's already proven lacking and even more haphazard red highlights. And sure, this is merely one layout. You can try to improve the look by going for the toy-style chest edition. Trial and fail, that is. Jesus Christ, this is even worse! Yes, the red is done slightly better than the highlights, but now there's a massive color mismatch going on. And since they're trying to fake the torso cavity, it now looks like he's got a beer gut. Congratulations, you've officially forced a Gestalt to go on a diet. Still, maybe it'll look better once you remove the chest wing. Ugh, no! Why did you design the joint that way? Get that shit away from me! Great, so you used the most ugly joint imaginable, so now you can't leave these off. So much for choice, you've basically made the choice for your customers through your negligence. Although, while on the topic, this connection is really icky. It doesn't feel like you're solidly locking anything into place, but rather you're stabbing it in there and hoping it'll stick. Think putting up poles of a fence. You sort of bury the pole in the ground and hope that nothing goes wrong. I know again it's hard to show stuff like this on camera, but believe me, this doesn't feel like an intentional locking mechanism. And on the topic of locking mechanisms, why is it every Legends Combiner that uses the skeleton system has issues with the back section? Magic Square Menasor doesn't have proper locking tabs, New Age Longhaul keeps falling out for whatever reason, and now here with Silver Arrow, the backpack is somehow worse than in the robot mode. Every time you grab this thing, something comes undone. If I had to guess, I suppose it's because in robot mode you pick it up from the top, whereas with combined mode you grab it by the torso, which puts your grubby fingers all over this plane crash of engineering. Again, I'm perfectly fine with the backpack being this big. My issue is merely the lack of stability, as well as the weight in robot mode, but that doesn't really apply here. They've over-engineered the shit out of this, and it just isn't fun as a result. From my view, yeah, this is easily the worst combiner backpack I've ever handled. It's like a first-year university essay writer who seems to think adding more words to an essay makes him seem smarter. Being verbose to verbosely engage in verbosity doesn't make you smart, it just makes you seem like a tryhard, and this is the engineering equivalent of that. But nothing, I mean nothing, compares to the arms. First off, these connections are asking for trouble. The Combiner Wars spring system is right there, you're already using a skeleton, you can use whatever connection port you want. But then you get further out, and there's virtually nothing right with this. The torsos are held together with this absolutely weak source chest panel, and it simply refuses to stay in place sometimes due to the weight of the lower arms. They've been so concerned with weight all this time that they've loaded a shit ton of diecast in the front of the damn thing, but they didn't take this into account. But say that you actually can keep this in place for a short while. How's the rest of the posing? Basically non-existent. Because the kibble keeps getting in the way! I don't mind kibble. I want companies to embrace it more. But for a moment, let's compare these to the Masterpiece Gut-Eye train bots. What's the difference about those in comparison to this? When you try to pose them, the kibble doesn't get in the way. When you try to pose Superitron, it keeps clashing and getting in the way. There are 3 joints in the elbow, and hypothetically they make posing a dream, but with this bullshit in the way, it just doesn't work. And keep in mind, this is with the kibble facing backwards, like in the stock configuration. This is designed to keep it out of the way so that posing works better, and it still doesn't work. And sure, you can shove the kibble to the side to get a bit of extra posing on the left side. Don't do that with Catapult, he's already falling to f***ing pieces. As a result, the most important part of any articulation section, being the arms, is kneecapped, or I guess elbow capped. Consequently, you cannot get this guy in any dynamic poses. It's really frustrating too, because there are plenty of specialty joints here for the intent of dynamicism. You've got a sideways torso joint, something I've never seen on a combiner, and even shifting hips so that he can kick all the way up. This is the makings of the most posable combiner of all time, and they didn't bother thinking any of this through. It's an absolute mess. Legitimately, you have an easier time posing old as Hulkie. That toy came out 8 years ago. 8 years ago. Somehow we're regressing with design here. We should be moving forward, but they've gone in the opposite direction. Not even the accessories can save this monstrosity. Cool that the smaller guns fit inside the larger ones, but now it rattles around, feeling super cheap in the process. Not that you can pose this thing with the gun anyway, given, you know. And he has an alternate comic style head, but whoopsie, they didn't make the mouth section a different piece that slots in later. So they haven't been able to paint the thing to the edges. Seriously! I could have painted this better. At every goddamn point, this figure has fumbled over and over and over. There have been issues, both major and minor. If I were to list every individual flaw I've discussed so far, the list would be comparable to the runtime of the collective Doctor Who Classic series. Often with rubbish toys, writing the script is really easy. You talk about the toy, make a couple of jokes, exaggerate the anger in the recording session, and hey presto, funny video for everyone to enjoy. Not this time. I have been struggling to keep this script as short as possible, making every flaw concise yet clear. I'm on page 17 at the moment. If I wasn't using every ounce of my focus, I'd be on page 40, endlessly repeating myself and getting sucked into my own anger. Also, you may have noticed something. Throughout this video, I have not once referred to these by their Generation 1 names. Normally I don't bother with third-party names unless in comparison discussions or something similar. This time, I simply cannot. These are not the aerial bots. These are closer to the dollar store knockoffs of the aerial bots.
You got slingshot?
No, we have catch hill.
What about skydive?
You mean ground jump?
You're being ridiculous. Tell me you got air
We have carbon dioxide shadow legends.
Firefly?
Serenity?
Silver bolt?
Oh, bronze nut.
Bronze knot?
Oh yeah, we got tons of aerial bots.
At least tell me you have Alpha Bravo.
We got Zeta disappointment.
I will send you to Jesus!
And at the end of it all, you know what? The perfect allegory was already covered back in the vehicle modes. The guns use square pegs to enter round holes. Square peg, round hole. Zeta has tried to forcibly shove their haphazard masterpiece engineering into the Legends paradigm. They've ignored all the subtleties of the scale, all of the advancements made by other companies, and insisted they can do their own thing and still be successful. The end result is a release that exudes runaway hubris, a failure of design on almost every level that makes perfect sense given the circumstances. The score for this figure is painfully obvious. There is no other grade I can bestow upon Zeta Superitron. Even now, the lowest of the low doesn't adequately describe the depths this figure plunges to. It is not worthy of the Superion name, and it sure as shit isn't worthy of being classified as a Transformer. I've had a long, hard think about how bad this figure actually is, and whether it's worse than other figures I've covered before. In comparison to figures I've owned previously, yeah, it's not that bad. Thunderleader's list of issues was much shorter, but he leans hard into those issues. Hell, he isn't even the worst Legends figure I've ever handled. I'd sooner convert this than I would handle hybrid-style Black Convoy again, even with the breakage issues. He's also probably not the worst combiner of all time. There's tough competition in that area. Devil Savior says hello, and X-Transbot's Menasor would probably do the same if he didn't crumble to pieces due to the combiner joints destroying themselves. But in terms of combiners I've handled and owned, I can't think of anything worse than this, official or unofficial. Don't even bother bringing Combiner Wars Menasor into the mix. Doesn't even compare. At every point, something has gone wrong. Nearly everything with this figure is f***ed in some regard. You can pick a random part of this figure and you'd be more likely to find an issue with it than you would something right.
And on today's show, we are going to find out, is there a body part on Zeta Superitron Mini that doesn't suck donkey dick? Name a part. Nope. Kibble all up the wazoo, bits falling off mid-transformation, or rather out of the box. Not to mention it doesn't pose properly because the thing gets in the way and it falls apart as you're posing it.
What about the knees?
Actually, the knees are alright. That's one body part that's alright.
What about the chest?
Ah, that's also shit. Don't forget that it's got terrible tooling that washes out all the mechanical detail. It's inaccurate to both the tune and the toy, so you can't use that as an excuse. The paint is garbage, a whole bunch of stuff like terrible joints, and it's gonna fall apart over time because f*** Zeta.
What about the clitoris though?
I'm sorry, what?
I know what I said.
Anyway.
You may have also noticed I've rarely used the excuse asset that often excuses issues of this size. I've received criticism for its supposed overuse, but here's the thing. Legends figures are small. There's only so much you can do at the scale before you start to bog the design down with overcomplication and general f***ery. The reason it hasn't shown up as much here, if at all, is because the excuse can only be used so much. A few small errors can be excused on a small Legends figure, but as we've seen, it's more than just a few. Eventually, eventually you get to the point where enough is enough. Eventually, the designers have to pull their head out of their ass and actually put some effort in. And yes, it is a homage to Superitron. There are no other versions of this character on the market at this scale. But newsflash, you think Magic Square and New Age won't do their own? Both Devastators are roughly the same size as this already, so you can't even bring scale into the argument. There is virtually no reason to purchase this release. Yes, it is cheaper than most of the other combiners. Doubly so when you consider they're releasing a reissued box set at an even lower price, but that price comes with its own terrible costs. If value is a concern to you, just forego the scale and get the Combiner Wars version. It's a far superior toy in every way, even without the upgrade kits. And some depictions of combiners mess around with scale anyway, so you can always use that argument. This toy doesn't have a reason to exist. Already Zeta's masterpiece offerings are being outdone by other companies with their takes on combiners. As a company, there are better options of practically every figure they've released. Yes, even Radiatron. Y'all keep complaining about MPG Raiden, but aside from the proportional issues in combined mode, it's superior in practically every way. Zeta has failed in basically every market, and as has always been the case, there is no reason, no audience that I could recommend this to. And yet, this figure is selling quite well. In fact, it's selling like hotcakes, enough for them to fudge out a box set at a cheaper price. Beyond that, rumor has it they're working on a downscaled Bruticus next, as if Terion wasn't bad enough. It makes me wonder, why? Why is this figure doing so well in the face of such issues? Well, this is the final fuckery this figure brings us. It's the last step on the road to pure Legends depression. Zeta Superitron Mini is a truly heinous figure in all aspects, but it's also the future of what third-party Legends will become. I've been with this niche since it has begun, way back with the first releases of Iron Factory and DX9. From the get-go, I have understood what Legends represents, and it's why I was so drawn to it. In the third-party space, Legends has traditionally been a niche within a niche. The big bucks have always been in Masterpiece. I've spoken to many store owners and they've confirmed it. Until recently, more people have been collecting 3PMP than Legends. Thing is, there's a certain paradigm that is said niche's biggest strength as well as its greatest weakness. As a reviewer, I like to consider all aspects of a figure. This includes display options, paintwork, engineering, articulation, materials, aesthetic. A transformer has to balance all of these in order to deliver a well-rounded experience. Most third-party Masterpiece collectors, however, prioritize only a few of these. Typically, they only focus on accuracy, articulation, and scale. As the years went by, the balance was shifted towards these factors, which is how companies like Zeta were able to get a foothold to begin with. For a collector like myself, however, it feels like the things we want are being excluded. It's entirely possible to adhere to these three primary factors and still deliver a well-rounded experience. I got X-Transbot's Breakdown for 20 bones and I think is awesome, but compare that to their Megatron, their Ultra Magnus. Hell, look at the rest of the Combiner. It's not even designed to be transformed multiple times, since otherwise it crumbles to pieces. Releases like this dominated the third-party world for years, and it felt like my and many others' sensibilities were being ignored. Then along comes Iron Factory. Through a sheer fluke of designing an upgrade kit for Metroplex, they kick off a whole separate niche. Instead of pure accuracy, fun factor is prioritized. Not to say these figures weren't accurate, they were still reasonably so. It's just the point was always the experience rather than the aesthetic. Then the years pass by, and no matter what third party goes through, Legends always remains consistent. Even when companies metamorphosize, even when the landscape changes, even when aesthetics ebb and flow, Legends has always been there to offer consistently fun experiences. But now, something has changed. Not with Legends itself, mind you, or at least not with Legends directly. Rather, it's with third-party Masterpiece. People collect for multiple reasons, but usually there are two groups you can split 3PMP into. There are those who buy whatever looks neat, like myself, and those who have an end goal in mind. Although it might not seem like it, both these types of people collect third-party Masterpiece. Or rather, they did collect third-party Masterpiece. The pool for characters is slowly but surely drying up. There aren't that many G1 characters left that still need doing. It's getting to the point where some collectors are simply packing up and quitting collecting. Their goal is done, so they can retire. This puts the companies into a frenzy. Sales dropping left and right, but instead of moving away from G1, they start remaking figures that have already been covered. Was anyone actually asking for another 2 Ultra Magni? Not particularly, but that's where we're going now. Ironically, this is actually alienating the the other half of the group, those who collect whatever they feel like. People are being less inclined to pick up modern releases, since they've done the whole song and dance before. The love these people have had for third-party masterpieces is waning as people either pack up shop or get alienated. And this isn't even taking into consideration corporate shadiness, such as the DX9 designers quitting due to poor pay, Fans Toys designers quitting over pricing disputes, leaving Menasor unfinished, new companies popping up only to vanish because the designs weren't real to begin with. Lost and confused, these people need another place to find love for the franchise. And sure, some of them go to the official Hasbro figures, but not a lot of them. The ingrained hashtag hatred is something that's hard to deprogram, just as it's near impossible to convince someone who hates third-party to give it a try. And then they discover third-party legends. Consistent releases, reasonable accuracy, ease of completion, general high quality. And so, a huge flux of former third-party masterpiece fans enter the Legends fray, forever changing what the core audience of the niche wants. I don't want to gatekeep by any means. Any product should be accessible to the majority of people, and to deny that right is stupid and arrogant. That said, I cannot deny this release, and what it brings makes me melancholic. For the past several Legends reviews, I have always insisted that Legends should be primarily for play and not display. Transformations and ease of use should be prioritized, and accuracy always needs some leeway. It's the same philosophy I apply to all Transformers, official or unofficial, Legends, Chug, or Masterpiece. However, there's a shifting tide. Every time I make a video with these criticisms, the pushback keeps getting louder. What Legends means is slowly but surely changing, and Superitron is a sign of the times. The people who have been with the niche since the very beginning are mattering less and less as an influx of fans with greater disposable income overtakes the system and places their own priorities in the forefront. It's no surprise that New Age is slowly but surely moving closer and closer to the Sunbow designs, remaking their old figures to fit more in with that aesthetic. You start to see parallels with certain companies making the same mistakes over and over, yet the audience twists them as positives and places them on a pedestal above all else. This toy isn't the worst figure I've ever handled, but it does make me frustrated in a way no other toy has. It's a signifier that Legends has moved on, and effectively left me behind. Once more, I'm not going to criticize those who like this new direction. Different people take different aspects and interpret them in a multitude of ways. You may have watched this video and disagreed with every single point I have made, and that's perfectly valid. This is why fan and public consciousness is a conversation, a dialogue back and forth. The objective is but a myth, and what you like is both simultaneously good and bad, depending on the stance of the person. That said, I'm not going to lie about the way I feel about figures. I'm not going to pretend these flaws don't matter from my perspective. I'm not going to pretend I feel people should support this kind of trash with very little effort put in. Even with the context and the changing tide, this toy remains rubbish. I'm also not going to pretend that I agree with the changing tide. I never wanted this. I criticized it for years, and now that it's come, I think it's time to take my leave. I'm never going to stop collecting small-scale figures. Iron Factory and New Age are still going strong, and Hasbro's core class has been doing amazingly as of late. At least for the most part. The Legendary Marathon is never going away. I'm aware it was nixed this year due to frustrating external circumstances, but this video and the last one were both plans of what it should have been. The marathon will most certainly return. I've already been brainstorming ideas for the new one, but for the past several years, I have classified myself as a Legends completionist, with the goal of collecting one of each mold. That is no longer going to be the case. Companies are slowly but surely prioritizing the opposite of what made me love Legends in the first place, and where they go, I cannot follow. Might pick up the occasional magic square just to see how things are doing, but I'm not actively engaging in what I perceive as their delusions. Zeta can put out as many combiners as they like, but I sure as shit aren't giving them a shot. Hell, make a downscaled Rhino for all I care, see if I bother buying it. Effective immediately, consider this my retirement from Legends completionism. I'll stick in the remaining lanes I have left. For those who love this release and those like it, I hope you enjoy what the future holds. And with that, I think I'm done. Normally I do the whole outro spiel, but at this point, I'm too out of it. This video has honestly taken it out of me, and I'm not in the mood. I really gotta balance things out with some positive videos after this. I can't be writing 15,000 word video essays on critical topics all the time. But hey, at least it's done. At least I can forget about it. I mean, it's not like there's anything worse Zeta can do at this point. Introducing Toy Easy Goose Gustav. Basically, we took the experimental Nazi cannon and turned it into a Nazi officer robot. Now you can bring the fascism into your home with realistic brutality action. Obviously, we did not do a Google search to check if it would actually be culturally acceptable, but we really don't care. We're an arm of a company that makes propaganda toys anyway, so this is right up our alley. Toy easy, Gustav, because fascism is the future.
Yeah, I'm never buying anything from Zeta ever again.
So recently I had to take out Zeta Superitron Mini to film comparisons with some of the figures I was reviewing. I was basically doing two versions of Bruticus back to back, and of course that means I have to compare to other combiners. So unfortunately you gotta do what you gotta do. But I actually noticed something kind of interesting and kind of hilarious. But to take a look, we've gotta take Silver Arrow out of the chest. Now you may actually recall that Silver Arrow was my favorite of the sets. Sorta just by default, because I could see some of the ideas they were trying to do even if it didn't quite pull it off. But it had some cool stuff to look into. But apparently I can't even take slight enjoyment from this figure, because let's take a look at the shoulder at the back. Maybe if I pull it out you can see it a bit better. Yeah, that's starting to disintegrate as well. That plastic just shaved itself off. And keep in mind, this has been sitting in a box for the past several months. Pretty much since I last filmed it, because I don't really have a point to go back to it aside from comparisons. So yeah, it's disintegrating even more than the original review. God, I just love Zeta's ability to make figures even worse as time goes on. So even if the figure is passable at release, which this one isn't, it eventually falls to pieces and becomes completely useless, but by that point they've already got their money and everyone's already defending them as a viable product on the market, when everyone, including official products, makes things way better. Zeta. Just, do I need to keep saying it? Every collector has their favorite combiner release. Not necessarily their favorite combiner in fiction, but most certainly in plastic form. Well, that is, unless they've had the misfortune of not being able to get one yet, and for that I am truly sorry. But for the most part, everyone has that combiner that they gravitate to more than any other. Maybe it's a classic from G1, perhaps it's a weird Legion class thing, or it could even be one of the Combiner Wars releases. For me, it's easy. Magic Square Menasor is by far the most well-rounded release I've ever come across. Every single element has love and care poured into it, from paint to engineering to design to loadout options. It excels in every category. The only thing I can really criticize it for, excluding minor nitpicks here and there, is the fact that later releases unfortunately skimped on the quality control, which has led to many a collector not experiencing the brilliance I was able to. It's a real shame, but it does nothing to hinder my love for this thing. But how do you follow something like this up? How do you go beyond the sheer brilliance of the perfect Menasor? Well, apparently not with Devastator, according to many Magic Square fans. I don't really have a say in this, as I've not handled one myself, but everyone I talk to has a laundry list of issues. Even people who like it. Poor plastic, abysmal engineering, lacking stability. For as many problems as I have with the New Age version, it seems I would have made the right choice picking that outing. Suffice to say, Menasor still sadly remains undefeated. However, a new challenger has recently approached. I'm honestly surprised no one has tackled a Bruticus sooner. The Iron Factory one has been, for a long time, reasonably outdated. There were talks of a Zeta version for a long time, but those seem to have fallen through the cracks since Hasbro brought the Hammer of the Law down on them. I think it's a good thing we were spared such. Did anyone really want a Bruticus on the same level as Superitron Mini? Didn't think so. But now, beyond all that, we finally have Magic Square's third attempt to make Lightning Strike twice. Can we reach those same heights? Can we discover the same secret brilliance within? Greetings, Cybertronians. I'm DrLockdown, and today's diagnosis pertains to Magic Square's Legend Scale Bruticus. Interesting they didn't include a combination name, though I suppose they didn't either for their last two combiners anyway. Oh well, not like it actually matters. I don't tend to go by their third-party names regardless, so here's what they're technically called on the box, and from here we're gonna call them by their G1 names. Cool? Cool. Ugh, I always have difficulty with this part. I can never decide which order to cover combiners in, because there's numbering order, then there's release order, then there's the order you got them in. I think I'm just gonna go for that last one, so I can recount some of my experiences in completing the sets. This will mean that things go a bit fucky-wucky, but yeah, my show, my rules, and lack of consistency. Guess that starts us off with Brawl, who was originally just a curiosity. See, I just come off the back of a wonderful Menasor, and a realization that they weren't taking many lessons from that combiner. Shockwave, overcomplicated and poorly built. Soundwave, overcomplicated and poorly built. Devastator, allegedly the same, though I haven't bought one, so I can't say. It was a little sad knowing that they could have done something amazing, but they were so insistent on their panel fuckery ways. Then, however, I saw their Brawl. I was intrigued, to say the least. It seemed complicated, but not in a bullshit, oh my god, make it stop way. And although it was difficult to tell in photography, the plastic looked better too. So I figured, what the hell, worst comes to worst, I just skip the rest and make a funny video that pisses off all Magic Square fans. Apparently I'm the Bobby Skullface of Legends reviewing, according to multiple MS stands. I don't know how to feel about that comparison. So 2023 opened up with this fine fellow as a somewhat late birthday present. If my aunt is watching this, thank you. She probably isn't, but who knows. And upon receiving him, blimey, this is bloody good. It's not the most amazing thing I've ever come across, but the set is off to a very strong start. The tank mode looks absolutely gorgeous, super compact, and excellently greebled. It's wonderfully proportioned with a long, thin body and a nice compact turret. I've seen complaints that it's not accurate to any existing tank, toon, toy, or actual model, so apparently it's the worst thing ever in some circles. I don't even know if that last one is true. I'm not a vehicle person, so no idea. To me, it's a tank, and it looks quite lovely. I love how boxy the front is. It's a good way to hide a lot of the robot mode kibble, as well as the combiner joints. Apparently on the upscaled version, this panel is really difficult to pull open, but thankfully on the original, I haven't experienced any issues. Oh, right, for those who've never seen this figure before, that tidbit won't make sense. Don't worry, I'll explain later, you'll find out. The armoring around is pretty consistent, no weird hollow bits or hinges, though it has been 6 years since the last Bruticus, so it makes sense that things would have improved. The one visible hinge you do see on the side blends in exceptionally well, and even if it didn't, I mean, you know. I love how clean the treads are. The seams on these are pretty low, which is nuts considering how complex the leg transformation is. I do kinda wish they had more paint beyond the stone grey, but this guy's going for a more toon-accurate approach, even in his toy loadout, so it makes sense. Oh, right, another thing that needs explaining later. Technically, each of these have different styles, but I'll get into that when it actually comes into the equation. Might be a bit, though. The back section is dense as fuck, with so many panels folding together, expertly hidden by greebles galore. It's perhaps a little more complicated than it needs to be, but it works for the scale. You do get a bit of junk at the back, but aside from the usual excuse, again, they have to have a combiner joint in there, so honestly, it's fine. I also love the turret on top. It's appropriately chunky while still bringing some awesome angling into the mix. It's everything I wish the Iron Factory version had been. In fact, overall, I think this is an improvement on that old tank mode in every way, save for maybe the colors. But maybe that's something they can eventually fix with their C-designated reissues, though that's a whole other can of worms. That aside, I love the little details like the extra guns on the sides, picked out in a different shade. The lights are also done insanely well, particularly in the face of difficulty doing yellow. It's just a wonderful aesthetic choice, and probably my favorite bit with the turrets. You can remove them if you want, as they are technically accessories, but why would you? They look fantastic. For other accessories, you get the G1 toy-styled back cannons. They're alright, I suppose, if a bit difficult to tab in due to how the tabs function in relation to the engineering. I would have liked an extra swivel to allow you to move them from side to side, but that isn't accurate to the G1 toy, so I see why they didn't bother. The Masterpiece scale version didn't have it either, which is less understandable. You can also store the gun on the top of the tank, and it doesn't look terrible. It's probably the best example of weapon storage on all of these Combaticons, which is slightly disappointing. What's not disappointing is the plastic, which they finally fixed. Kinda. It's less knockoff grade and more similar to what the early red figures used, before it all went to shit. I am glad they're taking strides to fix their materials, but I still think they should move away from these. They feel awful and are super prone to scratching when converting. Also, they can advertise durability and claim it fixes the tolerances. I'm not saying tolerances are easy to do. What I am saying is that I don't think it's a valid excuse. And if that is the excuse nonetheless, they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater by insisting on compromising the feel of the figure. It does feel denser, it does feel more premium, it is an improvement on previous plastic choices. It's just also not at the level it should be. There's definitely worse plastics on the market, and worse figures they've released that use far cheaper materials. But this is still inexcusable. It's cutting off their nose to spite their face, and I'm going to call that out. But on the whole, it's still a lovely tank mode. It's nice, compact, dense, well-detailed, reasonably painted, and it feels like Brawl, instead of something that looks like Overlord pancaked it. It's a nice balance between realism and Sunboism, and I really like that balance. And, like, can I point out something that has me unreasonably excited? They've cut back on the use of trapezoidal tabs. Yes! Thank you! They're still here, sure, but on the entire set, their usage has been drastically diminished. Thank you! God, having to go through this shit over and over and being called crazy for disliking it because it's useful. This feels incredibly vindicating. Much like the plastic, it's not entirely there yet, but it steps in the right direction, and I really appreciate that. Anyway, moving on, Onslaught definitely shifts the balance closer to the Toon style, but also he doesn't? Proportionally, things are closer to how he looked in the Sunbow cartoon, but then the front of the truck is far more toy accurate. It's weird, not many companies have gone for full Sunbow accurate proportions. Really, it's just god damn it! And these colors, I'm not sure where they came from. Both of the first two versions use this deco, and it's not taken from the Toon toy or IDW comics. It's close to the original toy, but it is a lot lighter. If they really wanted to be toy accurate, they'd have gone with the shade Iron Factory used. That's not just me preferring that shade overall, it's just closer to what Onslaught is. But we have what we have now, and what we have is quite lovely. It's a wonderful elongated murder truck, and like barbecue ribs, it's low and slow in the best of ways. It cleans up immensely well, using its hard angles and carefully placed panels to great effect. The extra hatch details on the side bring some much needed life to the exterior, and the wheels are wonderful with their extra paint. I do think the top could use some more greebling, especially towards the turret section, but it's still pretty nice. I love the front section of the truck, with its squinting windows and super flat nose section. I think it's really cool how it angles out of the wheel arches on the side, so you can see the light housing peeking through. It's actually brought about from how the engineering works, and I think it's a great way to do the whole thing. The paint on the grille is also lovely, with the extra light grey around the bumper encasing the whole thing. Be aware though, this paint application is exclusive to the Toonstar version, something I'll, again, get to later. The turret on the top is also gorgeous, hovering just slightly above everything, but still feeling super cohesive. I kinda like that they went with the Toon-style super thin guns. It's not something we see very often, but it makes this whole assembly feel way more precise. Onslaught doesn't need to use excessive force. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. You can also move it up a bit for some extra rotation, and I absolutely love this feature. It really brings the whole alt mode together, adding that extra layer of functionality and making this truck do some pretty cool things. It's a good thing this truck does things, of course, because that brings me to my biggest gripe. Barely any carrying functionality. The trailer is long, but not quite long enough. Brawl barely fits, and even then he feels really out of place, and everyone else? Nope. It technically works, but definitely not visually. This really needed a couple more centimeters. I reckon it could have worked if they included the classic G1 back of the leg kibble style flip over. These are already engineered wonderfully, but just a bit more length would have worked wonders. Though, admittedly, I do acknowledge my own hypocrisy for not caring if Ultra Magnus can carry cars, but being very annoyed when Onslaught can't. But in my defense, truck carrying a space shuttle. Come on, that's a bit different than an open-air carrier for bog standard cars. That's really my only gripe with this vehicle though. Well, that and the shitty weapon storage, but it's fine, you can just ignore it. Everything else works really well. Sure, the color choice is odd, but it's still decent in a vacuum. It still represents the team quite well and gives you the perfect vibe of Onslaught. It's still a nice truck to behold in the palm of your hand, which is more than I can say for Swindle. God damn, Swindle is just so boring. Like, there is basically nothing to latch onto. This is Sunbow over-accuracy to the absolute extreme. And they succeeded. I kinda hate how they succeeded. With the exception of how long the back of the truck is, being the one part they decided to go more realistic on, this is the screen model ripped right off the cell, in a lineup that makes approximations so that everything can remain more realistic. Look, I realize that this is a me thing in terms of not liking obsessive toon accuracy. For me, if something is toon accurate, there needs to be a balance of other elements that I enjoy, such as engineering or paintwork. Now, beyond the fact that this does neither, that's not what the rest are going for. The remaining members are way more grounded in vehicle mode. Save for Blastoff, but even that elongates the design way more than this thing does. Plus, beyond that, this one is supposed to be the IDW style version, or I guess toy style, which again, I'll get into later. There's the opportunity to add extra paint, especially on the grille at the front, but none of those opportunities were taken. The purple on the bonnet is absolutely gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but everything below it just lacks sauce. The black bull bar should go hard, but amidst this sea of sand, it just doesn't do anything. The wheel arches are also kinda weedy, and the seating section is weak as piss. So honestly, I'm okay with this part given, you know. Plus in general, it is kinda difficult to engineer a proper seating section. So if anywhere deserves some slack, it's here. Really don't like the way the back comes together though. Everything here should function, but they've sort of half-assed the accuracy on the beds. It's supposed to represent these two squares on the screen model, but thanks to how the legs function, they've been elongated, leaving the bed flat and flavorless as a packeted jaffle. And considering how much engineering they've crammed into this thing, it just wasn't worth it. I would have much preferred Swindle followed the style of the other vehicle modes. While he doesn't look out of place, he does appear more undercooked than the other members. They couldn't even get the accessories right. Much like Brawl, they attempt to go for the toy style back turrets, only they got cold feet with the bazooka. What is this supposed to be? What is this skimpy ass thing? This isn't a bazooka. Iron Factories was a bazooka. This is barely a pea shooter. Can't even use accuracy as an excuse because the original toy went way harder than this. Admittedly, it does look a smidge better scaled up on the Masterpiece release, but even then, it's far too small. At least you get a removable spare tire. Would have been nice if it was engineered into the main body itself, like Jeep Bumblebee, but I guess it's a nice accessory to have. I don't like this alt mode. I don't hate it, but it's just sourceless. And yes, a lot of that comes down to screen accuracy. But to take this far a pivot on this particular vehicle mode, I just don't see the justification. This all especially comes to play when you consider the absolute nightmare it takes to get here. On the whole, this set ranges from being reasonably well engineered to, oh my god, this is f***ing amazing, but Swindle, well, let's just say I'm dreading the conversion section after this. Fortunately, the next member I received did things a lot better. Blastoff is also very toon accurate, but I think the visual interest allows him to wear it much sexier. They've got the patchwork purple on the side, which is emblematic of the screen model, but in these new proportions, you really see a lot more purple shining through, and I think it's really beneficial to the figure overall. Really, you have the toon colors draped over the realistic shuttle detail and proportions, and it really works. The nose is appropriately sharp, while still rounding off the edges quite well, and it brings the mass together exceptionally. Both shades of brown are luscious, the darker shade a little more so, but the mint stone also doing reasonably well. Even the dark stone grey underside is gorgeous, just absolutely lovely. Now, due to the transformation, he is a bit patchworky. There are a lot of panels that come together on this thing, and it really shows. But honestly, I think that helps create that extra level of flair, so it doesn't end up being a boring chunk of grey. It's as if he was constructed out of extra bits of metal, which he sort of was considering how the G1 Combaticons were brought online. They've clearly put a lot of thought into the color layout of this thing, as it balances very well. In fact, a lot of thought has been put into this thing overall. For some bizarre reason, Blastoffs tend to get the short end of the stick with third party, despite the G1 toy being bog standard simple. If they're not dealing with construction issues, they're saddled with poor engineering, wonky sculpts, or both. Allegedly. I don't own any of them, so I can't say for certain. But what I'm seeing here seems to circumvent a lot of that, and I really commend them for it. My gripes are pretty negligible. I don't like the weapon storage, which, boo-hoo, who cares? Just leave it in the box like a normal person. Would have been nice if they made use of this big gaping hole in the roof, though, which is my other main issue. Just, both of these things could have been solved in one fell swoop. So close. The back section is also a little undercooked, a smidge hollow, and there's no secure locking mechanisms on the thrusters. I get that this has to turn into the feet and can't rely on the same tried and true leave it as is method of shuttles in the past, as it has to separate, but I still think a little more tweaking would have really brought this to life. And finally, no clear windows. That's more of a personal thing, and Swindle managed to give us two options for that, so it would have been nice here. Oh well, can't win them all. Still a fantastic shuttle mode, extremely well proportioned and wonderfully painted. He feels a lot bigger than he is because of how they've crafted him, and I think that's pretty neat. Still too big for Onslaught though. Damn, the husbands are kept apart once again. At least he gets his own dedicated launch pad. Oh, right, I should probably cover these extra bits now that they apply to this mode. Magic Square seems to have actually taken some feedback and included a base mode with this figure. And as far as base modes go, it's better, but still not quite there yet. It does make quite a lovely launch pad for Blastoff, provided you have the head rotated backwards. I just think, much like the back of the shuttle, it could have used a few more passes to get it perfect. The hands don't contribute anything, for one, and the connections on the torso only half work, as one just won't function with how the tabs are, and I feel some more servos and computer bays folding out would have really sealed the deal, though that would likely have hampered some of the accuracy, so I get why. Maybe the old G1 base mode was the way to go, though obviously that wouldn't have worked with the amount of kibble forming much of the combined modes. Not quite a full skeleton, but still a substantial amount. In general, I still prefer how Iron Factory handled it, where it formed a much longer trailer, and I think it could have been possible, but I understand why they went this route. Still works pretty well though, and it's a feature I find myself using more often than not. But as for Blastoff himself, he's quite lovely. There's elements that could be better, but I adore the colors, mechanical detail, and vibe he's got going on. He's probably tied for my favorite out of all the alts, along with Onslaught. Definitely could be better with a few minor areas, no Darkwing, not that kind of minor, but it's adorable, and I love it to bits. And I guess that leaves us with Vortex, and he's alright, I guess. Bit of a wet blanket to end on, which is kind of how I felt lining these things up for the first time in vehicle mode, but it's still pretty good. Most of the visual interest is kept up front, with the bulbous helicockpit turning this into a flying tadpole. The turquoise stripe is pretty neat, breaking up the monotony of the grey and leading down swishly to the gun at the front. It's really cool how said gun is formed from the barrel of the robot mode blaster. Nice integration, though the rest of it just sort of chills on the side. Feels like they expended all of their really cool weapon storage on Brawl, then just gave up with the rest. The black windows wrapping around look really mean, as do the nice long rotor blades. I really like how these fold out for extra length, while still collapsing for ease of use in robot mode. Too often do you get stuck with the rotor blades getting in the way of the combined mode, but this method works really well. Unfortunately, I got attacked by the QC gremlin and one of them refuses to go completely straight. kinda like me, so that's a smidge annoying. The toy, not me. Still though, pretty cool. Really, the coolest bits make themselves known up the front, because the back, well, it's not bad, but it's definitely weird. The way the arms fold into the air intakes is admittedly clever, but it also leaves a lot of joints and hinges exposed. It's not hateful, but like many elements, it feels like it could use a once-over. It also feels like they designed the tail this way to compensate for the hollowness, because at times it feels like scaffolding. Not only is it completely hollow under this part here, but there's bits that just feel unfinished. At times it's like he's barely holding everything together. Combined with how fiddly the back section is, constantly flopping around at each light tap, I just think treating this as backpack kibble instead of having the whole thing fold into the torso would have been a much better idea. Even the vehicle mode enhancers suffer from this wibbliness. You can plug the guns onto the side, and they look really cool. God, I'd love to see more Vortexes do this. But unfortunately they also fall off with minimal pressure applied. Not only that, but they can't stay on during transformation. It's something like Swindle's spare tire. I'm disappointed, but I understand why. But these, it really feels like it brings the back of the alt mode together, and it would have been great if they found a way to keep these on. So all in all, Vortex is half a fantastic vehicle mode and half a heavily compromised one. The compromises aren't hateful by any means, especially when you consider the scale we're working at, but they do disappoint a bit when you consider what this could have been. Still, at least it's better than whatever the this was trying to be. Though let's be real, that's not hard. As for the team synergy, it's pretty tight. These five look pretty exceptional together. Scaling is a bit weird as it usually is with combiners, but the aesthetics line up quite well and they feel like a team. Except for Swindle. He's close, but thanks to his flatness, he feels like he came across some irregularities in the pension funds. Still, in terms of vehicle modes, they're pretty good. I feel it should go without saying, but these blow the Iron Factory vehicles out of the water. Sure, the stylization on those is class as but these are just made at a much higher quality, even taking into account the materials. Though that obviously makes sense because, well, 6 years. God, time flies. I'm going into my 10th year of Transformers reviewing soon. Shit's crazy. Now, for the most part, these are all surprisingly okay with their engineering. Anyway, you want to take this tiny steering wheel and it slots into the back of that. You bring these panels down from the sides. Same with the front panel, it just folds down. Untab the side bits here and bring this nightmare of engineering together. Who thought this was a good idea? Seriously, who thought this was a good idea? You want to bring the head up and out of the way. Extend the arms so that they have enough clearance to get through these gaps here. Feels like you're stressing the plastic every single time. If the head's sunken in, you won't be able to do this, but you have to rotate. You have to rotate the wheels inwards for some bizarre reason. I don't know why they force you to do this. And of course, bring these sections in like so. The grill rotates into here, and these peg into the grill. If they're not pegged in properly, the whole chest won't work. So make sure you give it a nice pegging. No, not that way, but I kind of wish it was that way because it would be better than this transformation. You have these tiny panels here that you have to somehow get up. It's just so bloody difficult. Like, how they expect you to do this without a tool of some sort, I don't know. They always get stuck in there. Okay, I used a tool to do it off screen, but you have to get these tiny little panels up and out of the way to get enough clearance and to fill in the shoulders. This is a Legends figure. Why does it need to fill in the shoulders? That's completely useless. This panel rotates inwards. This all rotates together with these bits on the top. The torso folds in on itself and sits there. It just sort of sits there. Wait, Swindle's face has fallen off. What the f***? I didn't even realize that. I'm gonna have to find that after I finish filming. God, this just sucks. And I lost the face. Hell. Last but not least, you yoink this out. This panel rotates up, fist out, and that rotates in, and it all rotates down together. It's not terrible, but it's still ridiculously over-engineered. Like, I don't get why this needed to be a thing. It's very silly. I don't understand it. And yay, there we have Swindle. Without a face. I'm gonna have to fix that, for fuck's sake. Fortunately, Onslaught is infinitely better. I actually really like transforming this one. He just this opens up and it rotates around like so, and when you orient the arm in its right position, you've got the fake wheels from the Sunbow model. That is actually really cool, and that is how Swindle should have done it, although he didn't need fake parts at all. And it leads to just a brilliant transformation on Onslaught. He did not need to go this hard, but he just did. Also, don't forget to push in the knees a little bit because of the way everything's oriented in vehicle mode. Blastoff is also quite lovely. Very panelly, and way more than Onslaught is, but not in a shit way like Swindle. Everything really functions quite well here. First of all, might as well get these done at the back. You want to push in these two thrusters, invert these thrusters into the foot configuration, and push them back like that. They will lock into place nicely. You want to separate this panel from the top. These bits will rotate under on themselves like so, and then up just a little bit to separate from everything else. That will allow you to take these panels and push them into the sides there, just like so, and then the wings will peg into them like so. You want to separate the legs. Front section opens up. This panel rotates inward on itself, and shuts up again. Seems weirdly complicated, but it's very simple and very satisfying. Though you will need to get the foot out of the way for it. Then you do a very similar thing on the back, only you've got trapezoidal tabs, so you will need to finagle a little bit. That folds in on itself, that folds in on itself, and then squishes back into place. Not ideal, I still don't like these trapezoidal tabs, but they still function quite well in this instance. Not the worst case of them I've seen. This section opens up from the top, and this section opens up from the bottom. That will allow you to bring the arms out of the way. They can rotate down into place, separate them from here. You've got a double hinge here that brings them ever so slightly out. I think it's a little bit overcomplicated. It's not bad, it's just I don't in, this folds in, and the foot tabs into the rest. This section rotates in downwards and with the rest of it. And, oh boy, that leg was way over-engineered. Like, we did not need that many steps on this thing, to be quite honest. I get that you want to show off you're really complex. Oh my god, we put so many steps in this thing. But it's a goddamn Legends figure, and I'll get into some of the issues with that later. When it comes to understanding what it's trying to do, yes, I am rather suspicious about what they're actually trying to achieve with this. But it's the kind of thing where it's like, what kind of figure are you really trying to make here? Are you actually trying to make a Legends figure? Is that really your intent? Anyway, there we go. That was way too much. Glad we're pretty much on the last one now. This section rotates into the torso. The whole top section rotates outwards. Top section rotates outwards. Arms untab and fold into place. Turbine rotates upwards, outwards, and downwards, inwards, and upwards, with the fist back into place. One of the actual better parts of using the same space. I don't mind this bit, it looks way more complicated than it is, sort of like Blastoff's arms. But then you gotta deal with everything else. Like this kibble rotates into place there. These two sections rotate inwards because they're gonna be used later. You wanna bring these two parts out for the torso later. Inward fold, inward fold, inward fold. Same on the other side, like so. And it's supposed to all come together to form a really boring chest, with the backpack clipping it all together. Like, was that really necessary for all of that? That could have been way simpler. Anyway, that sits around and the head pops into place. Arms peg into the tops, and these fold in there. And I guess now that that's all out of the way, if you want to keep it back like that, then you can, which I do. Side note, if you really want to, you can actually put the guns from the vehicle mode on the wrists, and I think that's a really cool aesthetic. I forgot to mention it in the script, but it's a really nice thing to do, and I think I'm going to leave them on for the footage itself. So yeah, the conversions, for the most part, aren't bad. They're just long. Not that long for the 3 best members, but for the other 2, I don't know if it really makes it worth it. Like, I love Blastoff, I love Onslaught, I love Brawl. But Vortex and Swindle, they might sour the experience. Most of it is pretty high, but the lows are so low that they somehow lose their faces. I still don't know how that happened. I'm only just realizing that right now. Oh yeah, also don't forget to fold up Blastoff's little fin in there. I always forget to film something, but in my defense, this is a really long and complicated conversion scheme. Oh well, I'm done with that now. It's not like I have to film it again with another Bruticus after this, right? right? In robot mode, god damn, these 5 are sexy. They're a lot more tuned than the vehicles would have led you to believe, but they take those designs in some really nice ways to elevate their personalities. Mostly anyway. They're all put through a slight heroic filter. Things are subtly changed for the better, and it leads to some incredibly dynamic sculpts. With Brawl, you can see why I really fell head over heels for the team as a whole, as this guy is swish as f***. The head sculpt is absolutely gorgeous, with the piercing yellow illuminating the stark grey. The paint is a little messy on my copy, but the careful mean as f*** sculpting more than makes up for it. I really like how it angles out to the sides ever so subtly. It's barely noticeable, but it gives him almost a regal appearance. And this noggin sits atop a monolithic pectoral section, sculpted and painted exquisitely. It's a little wider than the screen model, but I think that actually works really well in his favor. It's wide and tanky, like the Movieverse version of Speech, funnily enough. Also, just realizing where they got the idea to stick the spikes on the nipples. That's kinda neat. Oh yeah, and said spikes can also angle downward to match the G1 cartoon. Little thing I didn't realize on the original upload. You may notice, this version of the video expands on a few things. That's because Decepticon Aiden actually notified me of a whole bunch of elements I missed. Massive thanks. The arms are a smidge simple, going for the full Sunbow look. And this is probably why the treads in vehicle mode were left so plain. They work okay, though they tend to get stuck on the rhomboid mass due to the rather big tread protrusions. The thigh and waist are also a bit simple, but the legs go insanely hard. From the fronts, they have some really nice militaristic greebling, and then you get the tread sweeping back on the sides and he just ends up looking gorgeous. The way these are designed makes it look like he's schmoovin' in any pose. Sculpting and silhouetting like this always brings posing to life. Not that he really needs it. The articulation is honestly great. Sure, there's no butterfly joint, but basically everything else is here, right down to the ab crunch. It's a massive step above the last combiner of theirs I took a look at, and it really shows an improvement in the playability department. I can't really think of much to complain about. There's weirdness, like the entire inside of the legs being grey to match the screen model, which seems a little excessive, but it's still decent on its own merits. Really, I only have 3 main gripes. For one, he's a smidge lacking in the ankles. Posing for the most part works well enough, but sometimes it's a bit noticeable. Secondly, the sides of the legs experience a few waffles. This isn't because of budgeting. Due to how the whole thing compresses and twists and turns, he needs slots for the tabs to go into. Lots of slots. Fortunately, this was fixed on the Masterpiece scale version, but at this scale, it's fine. And finally, the midriff armor isn't glued on. Maybe it's just on my copy, but for f***'s sake, if something's gonna be plugged in, use glue, goddammit! It's not that hard! Honestly, Brawl is quite lovely. He could have so easily been an overcomplicated mess, and at times he does teeter a bit close to that. But for the most part, he's a blast in all 3 modes. Honestly, I don't know if I really need another Legend Scale Brawl after this. With other members of this set, I could go either way, but with Brawl, he's just brilliant. There are things I wish they could have done, such as a deeper green and maybe some better integration of the vehicle mode accessories into robot mode, but for the former, that just isn't what it's trying to do, and for the latter, it's fine. It's not like it's the entire top section of the vehicle mode, unlike, say, Iron Factory Swindle. In the end, great vehicle mode, intriguing transformation, killer robot, all around, very nice Brawl. What can I say? Me likey. Onslaught continues a lot of the same idea Brawl put down, though a lot of his deco betrays him. Yeah, the inaccurate turquoise they chose is fine, but I can't help but feel a darker shade like the Toon toy would have served this design a lot better. Still, he's pretty good in this mode. The head sculpt is a vast improvement over the Iron Factory version. All rectangular and monolithic. Again, the yellow is a smidge messy, but just like Brawl, it pierces through. The torso it sits atop is massive, all muscular and steroided up. It's also really flat due to where it ends up on the bottom of the truck mode. But you know, size of this thing and all, it's fine and it makes sense. Plus, I'm a little biased anyway. Always preferred the toy-style chest. I really like how solidly the backpack comes together. It just isn't going anywhere, and it blends perfectly with the design. Other companies would have totally fudged this section. Hell, the same conglomerate already kinda did. Good to see them give this some TLC. The limbs are unfortunately a bit simple, though it is impressive how many panels fold together to make these blocks. I would have personally preferred some more detail, but I get the look they were going for. I do like the army green on the side. In any other context, it would look like puke. But here, I think it works pretty well. And it is hilarious that they even got the fake little wheels on the inside. That's the kind of faux parts usage on Sunbow characters I like. It's adorable, and it really brings him to life. Not that he needs it, the posing is fantastic. While the design is a bit mediocre, injecting it with excellent posing really helps give this guy personality. Again, I've seen the complaints about the lack of a butterfly joint, but on a Legends figure, is it really that necessary? Especially since combiners are essentially triple changes. Like, come on, have some perspective. Seriously though, he poses excellently. I have no complaints in that department. He even has nice and solid ankles to keep the backpack weight in check. And they serve double time as tabs for the combined mode. That's pretty cool. Interestingly, they also seem to have improved one of the biggest articulation gripes I've had with Magic Square, detachable hands. See, this is fine on a figure that has alternative finger options, but if it's just the bog standard fists, yeah, no, these should remain pegged in. And they've sort of fixed it. For any figure that doesn't use ball joints, they've got this sort of semi-clip that'll fall out with a hyper-specific angle, but it's so rarely used that for all intents and purposes, it remains in. I still think that using a metal pin would have been a better idea, but like many elements in this set, it's a step in the right direction. And hey, it's a nice thing being vindicated like this. Much like the trapezoidal tab thing, I can't count how many people have called me dumb for criticizing this choice, and now they fixed it anyway. Sorry for pointing out flaws on a figure, I guess. For issues beyond personal preferences, I think the combination hinges on the shoulders should have been sturdier. It sometimes makes posing the arms a bit annoying, but only really sometimes. That's about it. He succeeds in what he's trying to do quite well otherwise. Perhaps what he's trying to do is a little for my tastes, but I still can't call him a bad figure. The robot mode aesthetic isn't really where it's at. It's the vehicle mode, engineering, and articulation. That's where he truly excels, and that's where I truly enjoy him. And that's okay, I'd still put him in the fantastic figure camp. So he's well worth the purchase. And then, hello Whiplash! Much like my attraction, we're swinging right from one way to the other because Swindle is Addressing the elephant in the room, yeah, his face just up and vanished. Sometime while writing and recording, it just teleported into the same crevice all of those lost missiles go. Now, a professional reviewer would push this back and wait an extra month to order a replacement, but I am not a professional. I am an angry Aussie who has already had enough of this thing. The rest of the set ranges from fine to absolutely lovely anyway, so I'd rather not push back the rest and have to wait any longer. Next time, I'll just make sure to split it up like the Menasor video, though, because this was a mistake. But yes, Movieverse Prime got to him, and I told you so. I have been criticizing this for years, and everybody thought I was crazy. See, Magic Square does this really stupid thing. Key parts are rarely glued in place. They just sit there and come off at a second's notice. From the very beginning, this is why I've criticized them for using simple friction pegs for fists and heads, because these will go missing. You might not even realize it. One day they'll just be gone. I criticized their first release for it and people thought I was crazy. I criticized their later releases and people laughed. I criticized Ragnar for it and people thought I was stupid. I criticized Menasor for it and people told me I was being way too harsh on something inconsequential. Even Brawl had the issue where the midriff piece just fell out randomly if you push the torso hinge out too far. But I figured maybe I was being too harsh. It can't be that bad, right? And now, this. I spent 4 fucking hours moving the furniture around looking for it. And nothing! Maybe I can contact Magic Square for a replacement. I might just do that after all. But the fact that it just vanished, Jesus Christ, it has me down. My stance remains the same. If you have an important piece, glue it in place, you idiots! This is what happens when you don't. He was standing on a shelf this whole time, and now the piece has probably been vacuumed up and thrown out. And this isn't even the first time something like this has happened. Sideswipe had the same issue, and that piece was lost for 3 months before I found it again. Though something tells me this one isn't coming back, which oofed, not good. You know, recently I've been a little bamboozled. A lot of people have been criticizing Legacy United Vector Prime, and I've been sitting here wondering what the they're on about. Talk about one of the most stylish releases of the trilogy. Yes, enhanced with upgrades, but still a fantastic core that warrants upgrading in the first place. There's no way build quality issues could ruin the whole experience, right? Well, now I get it. Now I understand how it feels. Now it somehow makes sense. To have such a detrimental build quality issue, not to mention one I've criticized for half a decade with this company, basically ruined the whole robot mode. Yeah, no, this thing. To be fair though, Vector Prime was already a solid figure. Swindle? Yeah, no one's accusing him of that. Even beyond his shittiness, he has nothing going for him. Like, oh my god, this is just so boring. I get that it's accurate to the screen model, but the previous 2 members were able to inject some source into the design, and I'd argue the next 2 did as well. What happened here? Why is he so bland? Hypothetically, if I still had the face sculpts, the head would be fine, I guess, albeit a bit big in comparison to the rest of the body. I've seen complaints about the colors being way too dark, but I've never had an issue. I only take issue with the fact it's missing. But for the sculpt itself, it's just boring. Like, where's the personality? Where's the smirk? I realize that personality was brought around a lot more in the comics and later media, but Swindle is supposed to be a suave piece of shit. This head sculpt doesn't capture any of that, but the masterpiece one does, motherfucker. His torso exists. The window doesn't sit fully flush, but, you know, Legends figure and all. The faux headlights on his crotch are pretty funny, though the paint could be a lot crisper. I like the purple in the middle, but that's really the only interesting thing about it. And then you expand to the limbs, and Jesus Christ, these are just giving me nothing. Endless seas of mustard with nothing to break them up. What was once initially cute and clever fake wheels on Onslaught now look like moles clinging to the sides. Yeah, it's funny that he gains an extra pair of wheels like the Sunbow mod does, but they're just flat as a pancake. Why bother if you're just gonna do it shittily? Seriously, they should have really just left the real wheels on the outside, then maybe having a few fake ones on the inside would be understandable. You can actually see how this would work with the spare tire storage on the back. This is cool, and this ideology should have been applied to the rest of the engineering. But nope! It's just so bland. I get that's what the design is trying to do, but the others were able to rise above it. Why not Swindle? Not even the articulation can save him. Technically, he has the same level of articulation as the others, with a mix of how the previous two did it. So while he has the rotating ball joint of Onslaught in the shoulders, he also has the shifting hips of Brawl. So functionally, all of this should work. And yet, with how boring the visual aspect is, it just doesn't. He looks so bland in every loadout. I mean, you can't even get dynamic with the bazooka, because as well as being way too small, it only plugs into the shoulder in one specific loadout. That's it! Okay, that's not actually accurate. There are two specific loadouts, but they both function the same, so what's the point? Can't even make use of this dynamic posing because that's not how the bazooka works. For sake. Look, robot mode wise, this isn't awful. It's just boring as shit. All of this functionality and it either falls flat or doesn't work at all. Now, on a simpler figure, I'd be totally cool with it. Some figures just aren't as visually interesting as others. It's fine. My problem is that it comes off the back of one of the worst transformations the conglomerate has done. Like, it's not as bad as Ragnar or Vasily, but it's definitely in the same ballpark. All of that flipping and fighting and screaming, and you end up with something this boring in both modes. Remember, both modes suffer from this shit. You have to go through hell just to access mids. It's just so over-engineered, and you have to wonder why. The G1 toy never had issues of this magnitude, and it's overall not too difficult to engineer this alt mode in clever and creative ways. But no, a billion panels in the legs and awful clearance issues in the torso. Legends figures being fun and engaging, I guess it's all about being frustrating and oxymoronically boring at the same time. Emphasis on the moron. Like, I don't hate faux parts by any stretch of the imagination. I think they can really elevate certain engineering systems and bring back the fun factor, without designers being forced to go through a billion steps to shimmy everything around. And if you look at the other members of the Magic Square Combaticons, they use faux parts in unique and creative ways. But Swindle, not only are they flat as a pancake, but also the wheel was right there! Why did you bother? Had you just left the wheel on the side, this thing could have been far simpler, but no. Fold the wheel into the cuff and have 50 different panels reform the legs, because apparently that's the only way to do it! Christ, it sometimes feels like these were designed as masterpiece figures first, then scaled down. Oh, wait! Yeah, a good chunk of people watching this video will actually be a bit confused, because at the time of uploading, Magic Square is in the process of also releasing a masterpiece scaled version of their Bruticus, and it's all the same designs, just scaled up to full size. Now, the general consensus is that the Legends figures were upscaled into the masterpiece ones, but I'm not so sure that's the case. None of the marketing specifically refers to these as upscales, just MP versions. Then there's the fact that even at its best, the engineering is really complicated for the size. Not Legends complicated like New Age, full-scale complicated. Like a lot of it's filling in parts that wouldn't need to be filled, or removing kibble that wouldn't matter at this scale. This is a bit tinfoil hatty, but I genuinely believe that these designs were made for Masterpiece first, then scaled down, or at the very least designed in a way where either would function. In both of those instances, it negatively affects the end product. Even in the best cases of engineering, it's like, come on, this didn't need to be this complex. I've always been an advocate for size-appropriate engineering. It's why whenever people say,
Legend should be upscaled to deluxe scale,
I get a bit annoyed. The engineering is purposely designed for that scale. Why would you blow it up and have all the tiny blemishes become worse? Why would you deprive fans of a specific scale their size because it's not what you collect? You don't see me complaining that Lewin Resources Metroplex should be Voyager-sized. Similarly, I think downscaling a masterpiece figure, whether literally, figuratively, or ideologically, just leads to an incomprehensible mess where the whole thing should have been thrown out and started from scratch. Hey, wait a minute. Magic Square Bruticus has become the linchpin for those who hate Legend Scale and say all figures should be upscaled to Chug or MP. But I genuinely think it's the other way round. I don't have any concrete evidence beyond vibes and engineering styles, but I stand by the belief that these were at the very least an intermediary design. And that's led to a lot of engineering issues. And Swindle suffers from this more than any other member. Although echoes of this f***ery dance around each member, even the best ones, he really straddles with it to the highest level. Combined with either end result just not being worth it, yeah, I don't like this figure very much. I'd sooner mess with him than I would Ragnar or Vasily, but he's the member of these Combaticons I spend the least time with. I can't wave away the issues just because of his size, because like many before him, a lot of it fails because they haven't considered his size. He just frustrates me, though I'm not as angry as in other cases. Probably because it's not something where I can point to a few key areas and say they need fixing. It's more like the whole design needed to be thrown out and started from the beginning. And that disconnect makes me far less invested in him. F this, I need a palate cleanser. Ah, that's better. Blast Off brings the sexy back, building on that Sunbow design instead of using it as a crutch. Probably helps that his panels are a lot easier to work with. I'd even call them fun. But looks-wise, he's way better. The torso kinda leans into the flatness and the silliness, with big beefy chunks of fuchsia and stone grey. Kinda looks like he's wearing a cardigan from certain angles. He's putting on his best dress for his hubby. With the stark contrast between colours, it makes him look way more defined than it normally would. Said torso is a lot bigger than the original design, likely due to the way the engineering works. But I think it really succeeds. It weirdly gets closer proportionally to the toy version, though obviously not in details. I don't know how it would have turned out if it was smaller and more accurate. This is just better. I love how they kept the best part of the Sunbow design, the sweeping shuttle forearms. Recreating the G1 transformation on the Iron Factory version was nice, but I think these embody the space shuttle design way more. Unfortunately, the transformation does make some of the angling a smidge weird, but at least it's solidly locked in, and, well, you know. The legs are wonderful, monolithic with their stark grey panels and brown stripes. It's such a cool vibe that many versions miss, and I love the attention to detail. This is when Sunbow accuracy is done right. Right, Swindle! Even the wings are nice and solid. They blend in really well without feeling like they're unnecessarily hidden. They lock in super solidly, and everything surrounding it sucks in the remaining kibble, so it ends up working really cleanly overall. Again, it massively improves what the Iron Factory version set down, though you'd hope they would have done that in 6 bloody years. Also, you'd have hoped they'd fix the build quality issues, which fortunately they have. Thank fuck. The articulation is very much what we've seen before, meaning it's great and it works really well and it's super expressive, yada yada yada. In general, posing has been wonderful across the board. It's more so been a question of whether the sculpt work helps accentuate the articulation, and in this case, it most certainly has. He's schmoovin'. He's schmoovin' real good. I think the arm design and big beefy legs really help elevate said schmoovin'. This design could have so easily been dull and boring, but they've exaggerated just the right spots, and he ends up delivering the goods. Again, flaws are kinda minimal. The aforementioned fists for one, but also the tail fin. It just kinda sits there, never quite making use of the swivels and folds. Really feels as if it wants to fold into the leg like the rest of the kibble already does. But it just isn't able to. At least you can remove it if you want to. It's parts forming, but it's also entirely optional. I tend to make use of this in the combined mode, but in robot mode, I guess it's fine. It does store on the back, which supposedly mimics the Sunbow design, but again, parts forming. Not a fan prior to the combined mode, so I'll pass. And finally, the head sculpt again. The sculpt is fine and the helmet goes hard, but this combination of light grey and wispy purple just makes it feel undercooked. I reckon a sharper shade would have helped bring this to life a lot more effectively, but ah well. Ultimately, he's still a damn fine robot. Probably not the best of the set, but most certainly up in the higher half. There's not particularly a lot to say about him because he's very simple, however simplicity can sometimes be really effective. It's just, when you're dealing with figures of such high quality, sometimes he looks a bit inadequate by comparison. He is fantastic in his own vacuum, but in the team, he's just damn good, which is still really good. Unfortunately, we do have to take it down a notch though, because even in the standalone figure vacuum, Vortex is just okay. A lot of it boils down to the differences in modes. You've got a fairly well-rounded vehicle mode and a fairly square robot mode. Logically, you'd think this would mean kibble. I mean, it's how combiners function. But no, they've been insistent on keeping everything shoved inside the torso, because it has to look immaculate from every single angle. As if backpack kibble is indicative of a disease melting their insides to pieces and ruining everything. In essence, the torso folds inside out into a great big plank of nothing. Sunbow Vortex isn't a particularly complex design, just a few indents here and there, and hey presto, you're done. But when you add all of these seams and extra panels, it just results in random mush, like mum's spaghetti slooped all over it. It's so busy that it ends up blurring together when, like, one panel would have been enough. Ironically, the sides of the torso are far more interesting, with the way they continue down to the waist with the extra windows. Guess it's because they don't have a gazillion panels holding them together. What a novel concept! The head that sits atop it is fine, but it's missing a lot of paint. This right here is the toy/IDW version, where they've molded the head in turquoise. Consequently, however, they've missed the mouth plate due to accuracy. I feel this is a misstep. Without that definition, he really stands out against the other members. Even the Tomb version misses the mouth plate paint, which is weird because the Sunbow design actually features a lighter shade of grey on it. It just feels like the head is missing something as a result, but hey, at least they painted the back of the head like the Toon, even though you'll never notice it. All this focus on the back, yet nothing to stop Vortex himself being mid. Priorities, people, priorities. Oh, and the head is only pegged in, so it comes off somewhat easily. Come on, I thought we were through this! The arms at the side are okay, they'd probably be pretty bland if it weren't for the thruster shaping on the forearms and the extra large macchiato cups on his shoulders. Only's one of those bougie baristas that makes cups slightly taller instead of genuinely larger, and for some reason it costs $10. I don't even drink coffee, and even I know this pain. One neat bit of functionality is that you can untransform the forearms into their thruster configuration, going full GoBots on the opposing squads. Unintentional, but quite fun. As for the legs, they're alright, I guess. They have some really cool elements, such as the panels at the front. They're super clean and cover up the helicopter mass quite well. But like, did we really need this much helicopter mass inside there? The engineering and consequent messiness on the inside of the legs just makes the whole thing feel like it wasn't worth the hassle. He's sort of Swindle light, enjoyable overall, but suffering from the same sort of overcomplication. I mean, just take a look at the backs of the legs. The amount of panels used to get these to look clean and smooth is utterly mental. And they've even gone to the trouble of painting these things properly. But I have to ask, who displays their figures from the back? Who's gonna pay attention to this sort of thing? Why bother? Doesn't apply to the folding blades though. That's something I feel all Vortexes should implement going forwards. Articulation, yeah, it's great again, but much like Swindle, it's hard to make this guy look dynamic. Not impossible, mind you, but definitely far more difficult than most instances. The GoBot guns help, but even then, when you have a great big grey block of nothing marred with a gazillion panels that could have just become kibble, a lot of this becomes mediocre. He didn't need this much engineering, this much folding. It's almost like they took a masterpiece transformation and shrunk it down, focusing too much on outward looks. Oh wait! I don't hate this figure by any stretch. Helicopter mode is alright, and the engineering thankfully pulls back before it gets to Swindle levels. In terms of minor gripes, it's the head, the annoying split and window kibble on the side, which looks super ugly, and that's it. But on the more fundamental level, I again think this needed to go back to the drawing board. I have no doubt that Swindle and Vortex will make fantastic masterpiece releases, but just as you shouldn't upscale a Legends figure to full size, you shouldn't downscale a masterpiece figure to Legend size, which I genuinely believe they did. It's marred the whole set, even at its best moments, and although Vortex isn't the worst instance, he's kinda missing the point of the scale. But as a team, I'd still say these do alright. You've got 3 fantastic members, 1 mediocre one, and 1 shit one. But even then, I've seen way worse. They all fit together aesthetically really well, aside from Swindle, and you're compelled to mess with them and switch them back and forth, also aside from Swindle. One frustrating member of a combiner isn't going to ruin everything, and on the whole, I think the individual bots still do way better than their Iron Factory counterparts, even though I still love those lads to bits. Sure, they may be playing on easy mode as none of them have the potential to snap in half, but if you're getting these for standalone robots, they'll probably do you alright. Combination mostly works. There's a lot of interesting steps at play. It's not as good as their Menasor, I think that was way more engaging, and a lot of parts do kind of fight you along the way, but all in all, that's fine. You basically want to have Vortex and Brawl in vehicle mode, and mostly everyone else in robot mode. there, the steering wheel. Everything's just got to line up exactly, and once it all gets into place, you finally get it in there. Eventually, it should get in there, and everything pegs into place. God damn, it's way more difficult than it should be. And yeah, just make sure to leave that towards the back there, and eventually you're done. Also, you want to make sure this is not up like that. It just sits flush against there to make a nice leg. I'm just going to make a slight interjection here that wasn't in the original video again. If you deliberately leave the seats in like so, you can actually store the spare tire in this mode. It just pegs in on those two tabs there, and then you bring down this section over the top. In fact, it actually pegs in place there. Definitely seems way more intentional than just having it left to the side. In fact, I think this is the traditional way you're supposed to do it. Just something I missed in the original video, but hey, I can update it here. Woohoo! Thankfully, the worst of it's behind us now. We don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Onslaught basically transforms like a more complex version of Motormaster. He folds up into a cube, and it works quite well. Essentially, you open up these parts and bring them back. That'll allow you to separate it and bring it all down. The arms use their hinges and come up like so. You've got dedicated hinges that pull out and rotate downwards, which does cause issues with the robot mode articulation, but it's fine for now. You bring these panels into their vehicle mode configurations and then rotate the whole thing around. That will allow everything to sit flush. Then you can use the double hinges to bring everything solidly together. The fists also rotate around here to give enough clearance to the backpack, and then this whole thing rotates around to the back, with these bits rotating upwards and these tiny little panels locking them in place, just like so. It does seem a little bit flimsy for now, but it will make more sense later when other parts actually lock into everything. You basically want to half untransform the legs, bringing this section up, but you want to have this section up instead and rotating inwards on itself, so that we can remove the foot in and get it into place without losing the heel spur. Then this can fit back nice and solidly there. This still off. I think the more I mess with him, the more I end up liking him. I know I've been a little bit critical and a little bit dismissive of him in this video, but no, I quite like him. Anywho, this is all ready to go, but we're not gonna do it just yet, because this is where the combination happens. You'll notice this is facing downwards, and you've got this tab here. That could have been used for the gun as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't. This slides upward into that, and you need to make sure you give it a good push, because the tolerances are very tight. You can then transform that back into place. Make sure you've actually got that little bit done, because I almost forgot that. Bring everything together, like so, and once it collapses, it's nice and solid. There's a lot of tabs that need to get in the way and fix themselves as well, but once you get there, it works pretty well. And then last but not least, the fist basically works the way you'd think, with tabs and slots and all that stuff. Only one way it goes on, so it's pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, in the end, not the best combiner I've ever combined. It's definitely a little bit fiddly in certain areas, but it's far from the worst either. I think a lot of this could have been simplified, maybe if it was originally designed as a Legends combiner to begin with, but for what we get, it's fine. What did I tell you? Of course the cannons are gonna depress into the body itself. Is Marvin the f***ing paranoid android? What did you expect? At least it's still sturdy, even when he's a bit back heavy or a bit weirdly placed. He'll still stand very solidly. I don't think there's a combiner that stands this well in my collection. Good on you, Magic Square. You've done okay. And here he is. After essentially 2 years, the massive combined mode finally stands before us. And he's good. Really good. But not perfect. In a lot of areas, Magic Square has made strides for functionality, better articulation, better stability, better proportions. But in others, it feels like they've regressed. He's definitely got the looks though, especially from the front, he looks fantastic. Not to say he looks bad from the back, it works fine for the most part. It's just the front is where they put the most effort in. The head sculpt is pretty good. It's definitely a bit bigger than most combiners go, proportion-wise. A classic Sunbow hallmark. I think I prefer the proportions on Iron Factory, but for the actual sculpt work itself, there's no contest. It's just sharper and crisper and taller and meaner. Hey, no depressing head crests. That's kinda neat. Do wish the grey was shinier though, closer to the toy than the toon. The head did come with the toy/IDW style vortex, so I don't get why they went this route. Same with the diaper, make it darker or make it pretty shiny, but doing this just feels a bit lacking. At least it's better than Games Workshop Grey though. The arms are very simple but very effective. Just big old chunks of vehicles with a split down the middle. They really make use of the monolithic shoulders, giving him an incredibly powerful silhouette. Said silhouette is aided by the new cannons, exclusive to this specific mode. They're tabbed in fairly solidly at the back, not quite as solidly as Iron Factory's attempts, but compared to the competition, they're doing okay. For the most part, Onslaught stays reasonably secure in the torso armor, but that's predicated on everything being lined up properly, especially the robot thighs. There's sadly no guiding tabs, so you sort of just have to hope you've gotten them right, lest you end up with them jostling out. Just to be safe, it's probably best to be careful when accessing the ab crunch. The forearms are a bit weird. They technically work in two different ways, but one of them is the clear intended method. With the side of the vehicles facing forward, they get a dedicated hinge that gives you a good level above 90. It works okay, and it's probably why they spend so much effort getting the backs of Vortex legs right. Not sure why they went to all this trouble when the fist and part of the forearm was going to be a parts-forming piece anyway, but that's what we have. However, if you rotate them 90 degrees, you can access some much cooler detail formed from the legs of the robot mode. This looks awesome, and I love the proportions way more, but then you have to rely on the ball joints clashing with the compressed leg bits, leading to an elbow below 90 degrees. Minorly in Vortex's case, and significantly in Blastoff's. This is intentional, it does show up on some of their product photography, but it definitely doesn't feel like it. One method clearly has more effort put into it than the other, and honestly, ensuring both options were done well would have been nice. Though, maybe before that, they should have secured Vortex's forearm, because the hinges on this can come undone if you're rough with it. Without locking tabs, I'm a smidge worried both this and the back cannons will fail one day, but they seem to be doing alright for now. At least they'll be more sturdy than Iron Factory Blastoff. The thighs, at least the toy version, work quite well, and the leg components below are solid as a rock. Roll basically being upside down is a really neat trick, allowing them to shift the turret without requiring a whole other mechanism. After the annoyances with Iron Factory, it's a very nice change of pace. They also don't get in the way of the articulation thanks to the extendable knees. They get out of the way pretty well. In fact, the articulation is done mostly fantastically. If you're willing to detach a few pieces, you can even access a butterfly joint. Haha, take that, Zeta! Way more solid and it's better articulated. The toe pivot also does surprisingly more than you'd think. Normally it's just sorta there as a consequence of however it transforms. In this form, however, it can actually give him some really cool dynamic poses. dance. Even if canonically combiners don't really dance like that. They more so just hulk over the battlefield, then get their asses kicked by another combiner and everyone cheers and goes home. God, imagine a combiner fight as a kaiju level threat, with everything low angle and super powerful. Oh, right, I guess that was a thing. The one part of the articulation I don't like is the fingers. They're sort of oddly shaped. They do that thing where they look more like sausages than fingers. I find it better when robots go on the boxier side of articulated digits, but they're still not bad. Sure, Iron Factory did theirs better, but they also didn't have outward rotation, so that's a plus. I don't have a lot of gripes with this design overall. Most of them are minor, such as Swindle buckling a bit around the combiner joint. Couldn't even pull his weight in combine mode. Please. You can engage in an alternate conversion for Swindle, which is supposed to be slightly more toon accurate when you have the toon-styled feet, but it still buckles under the pressure. Now the backplate doesn't peg on properly as you have to leave the extra tab folded in. As a result, the leg becomes a whole lot less sturdy. It'll still work, but it's far from ideal. It also just looks really ugly. Like, I get what they were trying to do, but this feels like an afterthought when they had much more important things to focus on. Also means that neither of the forms of tire storage really work very well. Also, apparently leaving Vortex's tail fin open also counts as an additional loadout, even though his head is fully exposed. It's got stock photography and everything, but like, why? But other than that, not much to discuss. Except the release strategy. It's not about this all secretly being a downscale of the eventual MP versions. No, no, no. It's instead a complete inversion of what I loved about the previous Menasor. Take this torso. It's toon-styled, right? It looks lovely, doesn't it? I ended up going with the toon-style torso because I already have Iron Factory for the silver toyetic chest. But then, maybe I want the toy thighs or the toy everything else. That should be easy, right? I mean, hypothetically, what's actually different between each release? Well, apparently enough for Magic Square to release two different versions of each figure. Yes, indeed. Instead of just packing in alternative accessories, Magic Square decided to offer two different versions of each figure. The Toon style and the IDW style? Okay, they call it IDW, but it really doesn't line up with that aesthetic at all. It's more G1 toy style, but even then, a lot of liberties are taken. Most of them are still the wrong color, they still feature cartoon-accurate heads. In fact, for the most part, the changes are so minor they'd be better off just packing in both versions of the accessories. So, instead of giving you options, they're basically locking you into one aesthetic or the other. Even mixing and matching is discouraged. I wanted to go for the Toon style torso with the toy style in a frame. And now there's no waist piece to cover up the extra tabs. How dare I want to mix and match? I'm a bloody psychopath. And the thing is, it's really confusing which is which. Because the third-party names are so long and because the versions look so similar, I've heard of many cases where collectors have accidentally bought the wrong one. Hell, I don't even have to go far for it. It happened to me! I accidentally bought the toy style Onslaught, thinking it was the Toon version. In fact, it's very possible I bought Onslaught before Brawl, but just didn't realize until I was halfway through this video's script that I probably only counted the second spreadsheet version. But whatever, fuck it, we're sticking with the order. What actually are the differences between Onslaughts anyway, beyond the combination accessories? Well, you've got differences in the eye color, slightly less paint around the bumper section. That's literally it. This did not need to be a separate release. An alternate head would have done fine. Seriously, if it's basically just the accessories and some minor paint applications, why not just use swappable parts like Menasor, or Robot Paradise Soundwave, or Iron Factory Megatron? Why not just include all the different accessories in the pack? Oh, that's too expensive? What, you couldn't just release a separate toy-style accessory pack later down the line for those who want to go for a different look? What, that's not possible? Except MMC already did that with their Bruticus, and an independent upgrade kit manufacturer is already making their own for this one. This isn't that hard. Just give people options. This might seem like something completely worthless. Why would anyone give a shit when most collectors just buy exactly the same style, stick it on a shelf, and then call it a day? Well, here's the thing. Magic Square Menasor is my favorite combiner of all time. It was the toy that just kept on giving. At every point, something new would be discovered. A new awesome engineering technique, a new piece of mechanical detail, a new combination system. It's a toy that gave you options, and as such, it became the definitive legend scale Menasor. If you wanted a style of Menasor, they did it. They let you do it. And it wasn't just that. Their Devastator, for all its faults, did the exact same. And then there's evidence that this was the intent here, too. The thigh panels actually remove, much like Menasor. Maybe they intended for parts to become swappable at some point, but it's been gimped of that. And sure, there are different loadouts on some of the limbs, but they always feel like they're actively taking away from everything. It's either less articulation, less stability, or less cohesion. It's funneling you into one style of combiner. You're not allowed to do anything different. Not gonna lie, I kinda would have liked to try out the Toon style thighs with those tiny little faux wheels. Great attention to detail. But instead, we've got two virtually identical releases with minor paint app changes. And if you wanted to mix and match accessories, you had to buy it twice, or 3 times. times. Because now we have a super duper accurate version as a special edition, released less than a year after you already wasted your money on this version. God, now I know how G1 has felt when Earthrise hit after Siege. It feels targeted and it feels scummy. Ah well, what is there to do but shake your fist at the sky with your puny ass gun? Why is this the only accessory it comes with? What, you couldn't give us something beefier? This right here is textbook accurate to a fault. You can't even make up for it with shockwave compatibility. Doesn't work, not baked in. You get nothing. You only get what they let you have. That's a shame. This is by no means a bad combiner. Most of what it's doing is great. It's sculpted reasonably well, it's solid as a rock, the articulation blows the rest of the competition out of the water, and he feels like Bruticus, even more so than Iron Factory. And is it better than Old War Giant? Absolutely, no contest. That thing is pretty good, but there are aging issues with it simply not present here. However, is it a top tier combiner? Sadly, no. It's a case where it just isn't more than the sum of its parts. It feels like they keep making steps in the right direction, but then stupid decisions stop them in their tracks. The biggest faults are easy to see. Inappropriate engineering for the size, materials that are better but still not quite there, and removed functionality that made the previous combiners of theirs so amazing. If you want a Bruticus in your collection, you'll be satisfied with this, but don't count on it to blow you away at every point. Maybe upon first combining it will, it actually did for me, so much that I misspelled the post as Menasor, but after a while, you start to notice the cracks, the poor decisions, the corporate greed. This is why I don't usually like to review figures right after I get them. Sometimes opinions settle over time, and occasionally the honeymoon phase ends. Even now, writing this, I'm taking it off the best of 2024 list in combined form, and replacing it with an individual member. Who that member is, you'll just have to wait and see, but the combined mode just isn't there, I'm afraid. Though, to be honest, New Age Devastator wasn't either, so no harm, no foul. With Menasor, I still don't see any other company beating it as a whole package. With individual elements, sure, but as a combiner, it's basically everything I could ever want. But Bruticus, not so. There's a lot of areas they could improve upon. Only they probably won't, because instead of focusing on the lacking functionality, most of the conversation always defaults to combiner skeleton bad. I'm not going to bother going into it, as I already have a full mini-series explaining why I think it's beneficial. That's not why I'm a little disappointed in this. For me, it's that they've taken 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Everything is either a little better but not quite there yet, or gutting the final release so they can make extra cash off multiple releases. It's still a really good set, and individual elements of him are great, it's just the end result stings a little bit. But as always, fan of public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your thoughts on Bruticus below. Do you think the way this was released was justified? Does it even matter in the end? Was Every Legends combiner recently a piece of shit because it uses the combiner skeleton? I see the comments, apparently combiner skeletons are like the bane of everyone's existence. Jeez. Well, the bane of my existence is time, because I don't have a lot of it. For those not aware, this video was supposed to be part of the 5th sort of annual Legendary Marathon, a celebration of things small scale. 25 mini reviews, 6 full reviews, or at least that was the plan. Fact is, this ballooned into a script about as long as Zeta Superitron Mini. As a result, things have slowed down. The marathon will continue, just in a short while. So not quite tomorrow, but when we return, we're getting back into the mini reviews. Yes, indeed, we're taking it back to an old episode and re-examining Legends class royalty. Do you remember the days when our worlds were in danger? I sure do, but that's something for late January. So until then, as always, remember, there's a context for everything. Till next time, whenever the f*** that is.